Chapter 312. As Ramia said with an elegant smile, "Ian, why don't you go and take a rest first?" "All right. I'll go and take a rest first, then we'll fight again later." Yang Feng returned to his seat without a trace of politeness, took out 2 vials of elixirs, and downed them. Once the 2 vials of elixirs entered his stomach, 2 extremely scorching auras immediately spread throughout Yang Feng's limbs and bones. Wherever the scorching auras passed, traces of cold air were slowly dispelled. Yang Feng looked deeply at Cicerone, and his eyes flashed with graveness. Amazing. As expected of a freak who awakened the sea god's bloodline. Without the help of treasures, I'm still lacking compared to others by relying on my own strength. The gods of the various planes were the most powerful beings of the various planes. Whether it was a wizard, a warrior, an assassin, a druid, a wizard, or any other profession, once they promoted to gods, they would undergo an earth-shaking evolution. Even if it was a wizard who promoted to a god, their physical constitution would also be formidable to the extreme. The bloodline of the gods of the various planes was one of the most powerful bloodlines, not the slightest bit inferior to the bloodlines of powerful beings such as dragons, high elves, fiends, and devils. In terms of bloodline grade, the ancient black dragon bloodline Yang Feng possessed couldn't compare to Cicerone's sea god's bloodline. The only thing he was stronger than Cicerone was that he had the combat knowledge of the Zhangji Plains warlocks and the countless powerful extraordinary plant seeds collected from the Tarandit subcontinent. As Ramia's beautiful eyes flashed with a glint of surprise. She thought that Yang Feng would continue the challenge in a domineering manner. She didn't expect that Yang Feng would actually return to his seat and take a rest without any trace of politeness. Sid got up, stepped into the hall, and issued a domineering challenge to Raylo. "Raylo, come down. I want to see how strong a human who has awakened the god of war's bloodline is. Don't let me down." Raylo smiled gracefully, got up gracefully, and arrived in front of Sid. His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. Reportedly, 3-headed golden dragons possess demigod-rank strength after reaching adulthood. However, how can a demigod's bloodline compare to the noble god's bloodline? Before he finished speaking, a terrifying divine might slowly spread out from Lei Luo's body. A mysterious and profound bloodline rune appeared between Lei Luo's eyebrows. An incomparably violent battle intent revolved around his body. Rousing war drums, the sounds of countless warriors fighting, the angry roars, and the sounds of countless battles converged around Raylo. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, and other weapons suddenly appeared and shrouded Rayluo's body. As Ramia's pretty face changed slightly, and she exclaimed, "Domain embryonic form." After a cultivator comprehended a type of origin source law, they used that origin source law as the core and constructed an area filled with that type of law. Within that domain, the strength of a domain-level expert would be greatly enhanced, while the enemies of a domain-level expert would be greatly weakened. Only those monster-level geniuses who had comprehended a trace of law origin could construct a domain. Even legendary and demigod-rank powerhouses rarely comprehended domains. The fact that Raylo comprehended the bloodshed domain embryonic form was simply heaven-defying. The complexions of the many powerhouses present changed greatly, and they looked at Raylo with graveness in their eyes. Syson's, on the other hand, had an unsightly expression on his face. As an awakened god bloodline expert, if he were to face Raylo who possessed the bloodshed domain embryonic form, he would be defeated in less than 10 moves. Sid's eyes, which had always been brimming with confidence, revealed a trace of graveness. He took a step forward, his body suddenly swelled, and a frightening dragon might not inferior to that of an ordinary dragon erupted in a flash. A blurry phantom of a monster with 3 dragon heads appeared behind Sid. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, giving off a ferocious aura. Cassius and the other 2 human sacred swordsmen were horrified to find that under the suppression of the frightening dragon might, they, the top human martial artists, unconsciously trembled. Yang Feng frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that the ancient black dragon bloodline inside him was being suppressed, and vaguely felt fear from the depths of his bloodline. Among dragons, gold dragons stood at the apex of many dragons. The three-headed gold dragons were royalty among gold dragons. They were rare and extremely powerful. Every mature three-headed golden dragon had the terrifying power of a demigod. If pinnacle three-headed gold dragons went through bitter cultivation, they could even evolve into existences comparable to feeble divine force rank and weak divine force rank gods in terms of battle prowess. Among dragon bloodlines, the three-headed gold dragon bloodline was a pinnacle bloodline, far surpassing the ancient black dragon bloodline flowing inside Yang Feng's body. On one side, the rumbling of war resounded incessantly, while on the other side, dragon roars resounded. Before the two peerless geniuses of the Feisua Plains' younger generation fought, terrifying might spread. It was so oppressive that many experts in the hall found it hard to breathe. The attendants brought by Sisons and the other three were all experts, with the weakest possessing Firmament Knight rank cultivation bases. If such experts weren't in the St. Toulon city, but in some small cities, they could become the #1 expert of a baron's fief. Under the pressure of the two peerless geniuses, such experts still felt suffocated, their bodies trembling, and their eyes brimming with fear. This was the terrifying power of the Feisua Plains god's might and the strongest dragon's might. If a true god descended to the secular world, then apart from lifeless and soulless puppets and robots, intelligent life forms below the legend rank would be unable to resist, and could only tremble and kneel on the ground. Esramia showed a very interested look and said with a sweet smile, "Let's begin." Sid blurred into motion. Exuding an overbearing aura, as if a humanoid dragon, he rushed into Raylo's bloodshed domain embryonic form. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, and other countless phantoms turned from illusory to corporeal and frantically stabbed at Sid. The three-headed monster phantom behind Sid roared and swept its ferocious dragon tail tyrannically. In a flash, a terrifying power erupted and shattered Raylo's bloodshed domain. Almost as swift as a clap of thunder, Sid's fist shrouded in endless gold light slammed towards Raylo. After the bloodshed domain embryonic form was shattered, Raylo's face turned pale, and he hastily pulled out his sword, which turned into resplendent sword rays that blocked in front of him. The complexions of Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen changed slightly. Raylo's swordsmanship was powerful to the extreme, and was only slightly inferior to sacred swordsman rank swordsmanship. Sid's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. He let out a dragon's roar in a domineering manner as he threw punch after punch at the dazzling sword light. Every time a punch landed on Lei Luo's sword light would shatter. After 5 punches, Raylo's sword rays were completely shattered and could no longer be reassembled. Sid took the opportunity to step forward and punch Raylo in the abdomen. A terrifying power entered Raylo's abdomen and nearly ruptured his internal organs. As if broken cotton, Raylo spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, and was sent flying into the distance. A beam of moonlight fell from the sky and scattered on Raylo's body, forming a moonlight barrier that blocked Sid's path of attack. Sid furrowed his brows slightly and stopped his pursuit. He stood proudly in place and looked down at the crowd arrogantly. Sisons, Ciceron, and Yang Feng looked at Sid with apprehension in their eyes. Raylo, who had comprehended the bloodshed domain embryonic form, was definitely a monstrous genius. For such a genius to be defeated by Sid in such a violent and overbearing manner, it was clear that Sid was far stronger than Raylo. Face ashen, Raylo coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, struggled to get up, and said unhurriedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I admit defeat." Cough. Cough. With that, Raylo returned to his seat with a bitter expression, sat down, took out a few vials of elixirs, and swallowed them. Standing loftily in the center, Sid said with a haughty smile, "Ian, you're the only one left. Have you rested enough? Have you rested enough? Then come down." In any case, you're destined to be defeated by me. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then slowly walked to the center of the hall, took out a black sphere, and frantically poured his spirit force into it. The black sphere instantly swelled up, turned into black armor, flew around Yang Feng, and wrapped him in a pitch-black armor with a pair of dragon horns and a black dragon head on the chest. This pitch-black armor was the semi-divine armament black dragon armor that Yang Feng obtained after conquering the Black Dragon Pagoda. As the great elven monarch, Ezramia was extremely knowledgeable. At a glance, she saw through the essence of the pitch-black armor, and stormy waves set off in her heart. This is a demigod armament rank treasure. Who the hell is he? He even has a demigod armament rank treasure. When Sid saw the black dragon armor, his eyes flashed with endless greed, and he barked, "Your armor is pretty good. It's a demigod armament rank armor. Furthermore, it's a demigod armament made from a god-rank dragon. Damn it, Ian, you dare to use us dragons as refinement materials, that's a crime worthy of death. Hand over the armor, or the country of dragons will not rest until you're dead." Demigod armament rank armors were extremely precious. Sid, a peerless genius who awakened the three-headed golden dragon's bloodline, didn't have a set of demigod armament rank armor. The black dragon armor in Yang Feng's hands made Sid very envious. Yang Feng said with a mocking smile, "You idiot, you clearly want to snatch my treasure, how shameless. How can the experts of the country of dragons fight me to the death like you?" Chapter 313. Ezramia said faintly, "Let's begin." A sinister glint flashed through Sid's eyes. The three-headed golden dragon's bloodline in his body boiled, and the phantom of a three-headed monster appeared behind him. An incomparably terrifying pressure emanated from his body. When the dragon might of the three-headed golden dragon erupted, the black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng was suppressed somewhat. That was the bloodline suppression of the three-headed golden dragon bloodline over the ancient black dragon bloodline. Inferior bloodlines would be suppressed and restrained by superior bloodlines. This was one of the biggest weaknesses of bloodline warlocks. Unless Yang Feng's cultivation base was far above Sid's, or he promoted to a god, only then would he be able to get rid of this bloodline suppression. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, then he silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. Magic radiance blossomed on his body, and the black dragon head on his chest opened its eyes, and tremendous black dragon force poured into him from the black dragon armor. Under the strengthening of the black dragon force, Yang Feng's physical constitution broke through the boundary and reached the great warlock rank. Under the crazy increase in strength, the suppression of the three-headed golden dragon on the ancient black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng was weakened to the limit. This armor is really a treasure. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Sid smiled coldly, then tapped his foot on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of tens of meters, appeared in front of Yang Feng in a split second, and blasted a tyrannical fist at Yang Feng. Sid's speed was so fast that Yang Feng didn't even have time to recite an incantation. He could only urge the berserk black dragon force inside him and punch at Sid's fist. Boom! When the two formidable forces collided, Yang Feng, who was wearing the black dragon armor and whose physical constitution had reached the great warlock rank, was forcibly jolted back 3 steps. Sid, on the other hand, only swayed slightly. Seeing this scene, the complexions of Sysons, Ciceron, Kafalina, and Raylo, the 4 experts of the younger generation, changed slightly. Yang Feng's strength was tyrannical to begin with. After being strengthened by the black dragon armor, his physical constitution was forcibly strengthened to the great warlock realm. Even Sysons, who had awakened the Titan's bloodline, might not be Yang Feng's match in terms of strength. For Sid to completely suppress Yang Feng in terms of strength was simply heaven-defying. Haha. Interesting. This set of armor was just too amazing. When I kill you, I'll definitely take that armor off your body. Sid's crimson eyes flickered with a frenzied battle intent. He laughed unscrupulously, not caring that his words might cause Karina to be displeased. Upon hearing Sid's words, Karina frowned slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. After all, Yang Feng was dragged into this storm because of her. She didn't want to see Yang Feng killed. Sid laughed wildly. Radiating gold dragon chi, he looked like a fierce and powerful three-headed golden dragon. His fists were like shooting stars, and virtually every punch slammed towards Yang Feng with the terrifying momentum of a mountain. Yang Feng urged the black dragon force inside him to the limit, operated the secret method recorded in the black dragon morph, and, as if he had turned into a humanoid black dragon, fought with Sid. In the center of the hall, a three-headed golden dragon and an ancient black dragon clashed repeatedly. Dragon roars rang incessantly, and frightening fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen looked at Yang Feng, who seemed to have turned into a humanoid black dragon, and were slightly startled. So strong. His lordship was actually this powerful. How terrifying. Prior to this, Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen only followed Yang Feng because they wanted to become greater aristocrats of the Morin's Empire. As the pinnacle martial artists of the Feisua Plain and human sacred swordsmen, they naturally had their pride. They always believed that without using magic, Yang Feng wasn't their match. But now that Yang Feng had turned into a humanoid black dragon, his fighting strength was far beyond their imagination. Only now did they realize that the lord they followed was unfathomable and extremely powerful. He could fight against the freaks of the Feisua Plain who had awakened their god bloodline. Kafalina looked at Yang Feng in the center of the hall, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Amazing. It seems that this Ian really has some skill. Sid's attacks were continuous, without the slightest pause, giving Yang Feng no chance to cast a spell. Yang Feng could only keep resisting, unable to squeeze out the time and energy to chant an incantation to release the extraordinary plants. Amazing. This is the strength of a top freak. Truly amazing. Using the black dragon armor, I already possess great warlock rank strength, yet I'm still at a disadvantage. Even so, I was still at a disadvantage. If I didn't use the power of the black dragon battle armor, I would have lost to him within 10 moves. Sure enough, there's always someone better. Yang Feng squeezed out his potential to resist Sid's attacks. A thought flashed through his mind. Traces of blood overflowed from the corners of Yang Feng's mouth and dripped to the ground. Each of Sid's fists was as heavy as a mountain, and Yang Feng had a hard time resisting them. Even though the black dragon armor reduced 70% of the damage, but the remaining damage still injured Yang Feng quite badly. After arriving at the Feisua Plain from the Zhangji Plain, who knew how many powerful enemies had been defeated by Yang Feng's warlock knowledge? As such, he felt vaguely proud of himself. But now, Sid's most tyrannical stance made Yang Feng sober up. Without the help of external forces and equipment, he still wasn't a match for the freakish geniuses who had awakened their god bloodline. After all, before he came to the Zhangji Plain, he was just an ordinary earthling. To progress to this point in a short 3 years was already his limit. Sid fought for a long time, and a touch of impatience welled up inside him. This human has some skill. If I can't defeat him as soon as possible, then how can I show my skill? Between his thoughts, Sid roared and blasted Yang Feng back with a punch. His figure shook, and he retreated briskly while reciting an incantation. In just a breath of time, Sid's body was shrouded in golden light. Before the golden light had completely dissipated, a 10-meter-tall three-headed golden dragon phantom, covered in golden dragon scales and exuding endless dragon might, slowly took shape. A terrifying starry sky warlock rank might slowly spread from the three-headed golden dragon phantom. The starry sky warlock rank pressure exuded by the three-headed golden dragon phantom was far from being comparable to the pressure of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone, but the terrifying junior demigod rank pressure already made it hard for Yang Feng to breathe. Under the pressure of the junior demigod three-headed golden dragon, the black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng trembled, as if wanting to surrender to the formidable might of the three-headed golden dragon. Esramia was moved when she saw this scene. Atavism. Amazing, this Sid is really worthy of being called an outrageous genius of the country of dragons. He's not even a legend rank, yet he can perform atavism. That's really amazing. Atavism was a secret method that bloodline life forms could display by tracing back to the source of their bloodline. Once Yang Feng practiced cultivation to the great warlock realm, he could use atavism to directly transform into a great warlock rank ancient black dragon. Sid wasn't even a legend rank, yet he could perform atavism and transform into a three-headed golden dragon, which was simply heaven-defying. Sisons, Cicerin, Raylo, Kafalina, Faldina, and the other two young geniuses looked at the three-headed golden dragon midair with a touch of graveness and bitterness in their eyes. Sid's strength was already formidable to begin with. Now that he launched the secret method atavism, he became even more terrifying. Once he finished his transformation, apart from Esramia and Ben, no one else would be his opponent. Yang Feng's complexion flickered. His figure shook, and he shot toward Sid like a ghost. He poured his power into the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand and mercilessly slashed at Sid. A golden shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Sid. When Yang Feng's sword slashed at the golden shield, a copious amount of force came from the golden shield and sent Yang Feng flying by a dozen meters. Sid's majestic yet sarcastic voice came from the golden light, "It's no use. Ian, when I perform atavism, my defense is comparable to that of a junior demigod rank expert. A low legend rank expert like you who relies on external forces to advance your cultivation base can't injure me." Esramia raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes flashed with graveness, and she said unhurriedly, "Ian, it's not too late to admit defeat. Don't try to show off meaninglessly. Otherwise, even I might not be able to save you in time." Cassius' complexion changed greatly, and he shouted, "My lord, forget it. Come back." If Yang Feng died here, then the greater aristocratic dreams of Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen would be over. They only had hereditary lordship status. Without Yang Feng, it was impossible for them to become hereditary barons. Karina's pretty face changed slightly, and she hurriedly got up and shouted anxiously, "Ian, forget it. He's too strong. Don't try to show off." Demigod rank experts were already the most powerful existences in the secular world. If some fearsome pinnacle demigod rank existences wielded god armaments, they could even slay gods. Even if Sid was only a junior demigod after atavism, but the terrifying power of the three-headed golden dragon wasn't something that legend rank experts could contend against. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sighed slowly. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black umbrella appeared in his hand. He aimed the umbrella at the three-headed golden dragon in midair, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the black umbrella. The black umbrella opened, mysterious spirit runes suddenly appeared on its surface, and a pitch-black, star-like radiance condensed at the tip of the umbrella. Chapter 314. The black ray suddenly shot out, and a black supergravity ball shot out in a flash and slammed into the three-headed gold dragon in midair. The three-headed golden dragon, which was only a step away from completing its transformation, fell heavily to the ground. With a loud bang, the golden light protecting its body was shattered, and it spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Stunned, Sisons exclaimed, "What's that?" Leaning forward, Raylo stared at Yang Feng's right hand with incredulity in his eyes. "What's that?" A peculiar glint flashed past the abyss of Cicerin's eyes. A peculiar glint flashed past Kafalina's beautiful eyes, and she stared at the umbrella-shaped super-gravity gun in Yang Feng's right hand. "What's that? How can it have such terrifying power?" Staring at the super-gravity gun, Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered with an extraordinary splendor, and the corners of her mouth rose into a smile. He really has a lot of trump cards. The power of this treasure is really heaven-defying. The more she got along with Yang Feng, the more Faldina felt that Yang Feng was unfathomable, and that he never did anything he wasn't sure of. Since he wasn't willing to admit defeat, then he must have a terrifying trump card. What treasure is that? Is it a god armament? Esramia's pretty face changed, and her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at the umbrella-shaped super-gravity gun in Yang Feng's right hand. She was only slightly moved when Sid reverted to his ancestral form and transformed into a three-headed golden dragon. Karina clapped her hands and revealed a sweet smile. What an amazing treasure! After his attack succeeded, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and the super-gravity spear disappeared. His figure fluttered, and he appeared on the head of the three-headed gold dragon and mercilessly stabbed at the three-headed gold dragon head Sid has transformed into with his sword. I concede. A voice full of anger and unwillingness came from the three-headed golden dragon's mouth. Resplendent moonlight condensed around the three-headed gold dragon and formed a moonlight barrier, blocking Yang Feng's killing blow. What a pity! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret, his figure shook, and he took a few steps back. The three-headed golden dragon that Sid had transformed into trembled a few times, then opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood mixed with broken bones and internal organs. During the atavism process, Sid was severely injured by Yang Feng's super-gravity gun and suffered a terrifying backlash. He was seriously injured all over, and it was very difficult for him to even restore his human form. The faces of Sid's subordinates changed. They rushed into the hall, took out bottles of magic potions, and poured them into Sid's mouth. However, the backlash Sid suffered was too severe. As soon as the potions entered his mouth, they immediately flowed out. He also exhaled more than he inhaled, and his vitality was constantly draining away. Sisons and the rest watched as Sid walked towards death with a strange glint in their eyes. They all had top-notch recovery potions on them, but none of them were willing to use them on Sid. When Sid's subordinates saw this, their complexions changed greatly, and they knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Esramia, and pleaded, "Your Majesty Esramia, please save our master Sid. I beg you. Since he's here, he's my guest. Naturally, I'll save him. Rest assured." Esramia smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand, and bright moonlight fell from the sky and fell on Sid. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Sid's injuries gradually healed. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, his eyes recovered a trace of divine light, and resplendent golden light enveloped him, forcibly restoring his original form. "Thank you for your help, Your Majesty." Sid staggered to his feet and gulped down quite a few bottles of magic potions. He saluted Esramia, then turned around and gave Yang Feng a resentful look, and gritted his teeth as he returned to his seat. Esramia said with a graceful smile, "In that case, Ian is a candidate to be Karina's suitor. You can stay in the Saint Moonlight City for 2 days. After 2 days, you must leave." The Saint Moonlight City was the residence of elves. Without an invitation, it was impossible for people of other races to appear in the city. Even if they were invited, they still couldn't stay here for long. Only legend-rank powerhouses who were dead set on joining the elves could stay in the Saint Moonlight City for a long time. Elves were all handsome men and beautiful women, and the ratio of men to women was as high as 1:9. There were beautiful elves everywhere in the Saint Moonlight City. The Saint Moonlight City was a paradise for countless men. The eyes of Sisons and the other 3 geniuses dimmed. They could only get up and follow the beautiful elves back to their residences. Only Yang Feng and his party were left in the hall. Esramia said with a sweet smile, "Ian, congratulations on passing the first test. Then let me tell you about the second test." Yang Feng smiled faintly and refused, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty Esramia. I only participated in this competition to help my friend Karina." I have no interest in the next test. The first test was to fight with the most outstanding genius of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng was even forced to expose his powerful trump card, the super-gravity gun. He didn't want to continue taking that test, as the risks were too great and the gains were too small. Esramia's beautiful eyes fell on Karina beside her like a knife. Karina hugged Esramia's pink arm and said cutely, "Mother, I really don't want to associate with them. They're really annoying. Besides, they don't really like me, they just want the identity of great elven monarch Esramia's son-in-law. They're only interested in my body and identity. They can't compare to Ian, who only cares about money." The identity of great elven monarch Esramia's son-in-law was extremely honorable. Once one became the son-in-law of Esramia, not only would they be able to monopolize most of the elven business, but they would also be able to travel freely within the elven empire and form an alliance with the elves. Killing many birds with one stone, and marrying a stunning beauty like Karina, even Yang Feng was somewhat moved. However, when he thought of the harsh elven test, Yang Feng inwardly beat a retreat. At the time, the human god who married a member of the Crossdale family was tormented by the rules of the Crossdale family. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed long ago. After that god, there were no more than 3 men from other races who could marry a member of the Crossdale family, and all of them were demigod rank powerhouses. Yang Feng was currently just a trifling level 3 warlock. He didn't want to complete a test that only demigod rank powerhouses could barely complete. Esramia smiled gracefully, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to see through a person's heart. "Ian, won't you think about it? If you become my son-in-law, I can give you 30% of the elven business." 30% of the elven business. Yang Feng's heart stirred. 30% of the elven business wasn't a small amount. As long as the 30% business was done well, they could become as rich as a state. The Red Earth Wasteland and the Funes province under Yang Feng's command would develop greatly. Half-blood beastman cities would also receive many orders and lead a better life. Esramia suddenly looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and said, "Ian, the Moonlight Divine Bow is a treasure of our race. Return it to Kafalina." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. With a flick of his wrist, the Moonlight Divine Bow appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the Moonlight Divine Bow flew towards Kafalina. The Moonlight Divine Bow was a pinnacle legend rank Divine Bow. It was only a step away from becoming a demigod rank Divine Bow. Even Yang Feng was tempted by such a treasure. However, since Esramia had spoken, he knew that it was impossible for him to keep the Divine Bow. Kafalina grabbed the Moonlight Divine Bow, put it on her back, and glared fiercely at Yang Feng. Esramia said with a smile, "Think about it carefully. Karina, you take Ian and have a good time in our Saint Moonlight City." After she finished speaking, moonlight shone on Esramia, and she disappeared in the moonlight. Karina jumped up like a cheerful deer and said in high spirits, "Let's go. Ian, let's go for a stroll." "Okay." Yang Feng, who was also very interested in the beautiful Saint Moonlight City, quickly came to Karina's side and went outside with her. Yang Feng followed Karina around the Saint Moonlight City for a whole day and saw countless sceneries rarely seen in the outside world, before returning to a beautiful tree house inside the Moonlight Tree to rest. At night, darkness enveloped the land. Inside the Moonlight Tree, inside a tree house, Ciceron, who was lying on a bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a demonic light flashed in the abyss of his eyes. The door of the treehouse opened silently. Ciceron and his 8 subordinates slowly walked out of the treehouse. Within the Moonlight Tree, rays of moonlight sprinkled down, covering everywhere. The bright moonlight was the divine light of the Moonlight Tree. Under the illumination of the moonlight, elven powerhouses would discover any abnormalities inside the Moonlight Tree. Ciceron held a silver stone in his hand. Rays of incomparably bright silver light shot out from the stone and enveloped him and his subordinates. Under the illumination of the silver light, they seemed to be integrated with the moonlight. Chapter 3:15. At the same time as it blossomed with silver light, the silver stone in Ciceron's hand shrank rapidly. After passing through a corridor, a dozen elven warriors on patrol appeared in front of Ciceron. Suddenly, Ciceron launched an attack. His figure blurred, and, as if he had turned into a black shadow, he swept past the dozen elven warriors on patrol. Suddenly, fist-sized holes appeared on the chests of the dozen elven warriors on patrol, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the holes and scattered on the ground. Ciceron flicked his fingers, and specks of silver light fell on the chests of the elven warriors, leaving the team of elven warriors dumbfounded and standing still. "Hurry up! This little trick can't be concealed for long." Ciceron barked, his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and his figure flickered, and he quickly flew towards the bottom of the moonlight tree. Behind Ciceron were his subordinates. The further down the moonlight tree, the more elven warriors there were. But as soon as the elven warriors appeared, they were insta-killed by Ciceron, and then turned into zombie-like existences standing in place. In the deepest part of the moonlight tree, under the effect of countless spatial spells, a square with a diameter of 3 kilometers formed. In the center of the square, there was a silver crystal mountain that looked like it was piled up with silver crystals. The silver crystal mountain was transparent and clear. Inside the crystal mountain, a hexahedron, which looked like a crystal surrounded by gentle moonlight, could be seen suspended. Countless vein-like tendrils extended from the hexahedron of the crystal mountain and extended in all directions along the crystal mountain. At the entrance to the square, there were 4 treehouses. On the balcony of one of the treehouses, a very beautiful elf was sitting and reading a night novel written by a novelist of the Morince Empire with relish. "I didn't expect that there would be guests here." The beautiful elf threw away the night novel in her hand and grabbed a beautiful and luxurious battle bow beside her. Pinnacle legend rank fluctuations of power suddenly erupted from her delicate body, and bright moonlight enveloped the battle bow. In the blink of an eye, a moonlight beam shot out of the elven battle bow and shot towards the entrance. That beautiful elf instantly used the secret archery technique of the elves, the moon god's arrow. That moonlight was the arrow. Once hit by the moon god's arrow, even a demigod rank powerhouse would be gravely injured. A vast and boundless, terrifying demigod-level power fluctuation instantly came from the entrance, and a black shield with a fiend baron's head suddenly appeared. The fiend baron head engraved on the black shield suddenly came to life. Its eyes shimmered malevolently, and it opened its bloody maw and swallowed the moon god's arrow. Moon god's arrow, one of the 3 secret archery skills of the elf clan. It is indeed powerful. Elder Pollyanna, you're still as powerful as ever. Shrouded by demonic chi, Ciceron turned into an abyssal fiend baron with horns, a tall and sturdy figure, taut muscles, sinister demonic runes engraved on the forehead and face, and a pair of fiend wings on the back, exuding abyssal aura. With a faint smile on his face, he stepped inside. Pollyanna raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "I smell the stench of an abyssal fiend from you. You're Ciceron. Have you been eroded by an abyssal fiend, or have you sold your soul to a fiend lord in the deepest part of the abyss?" The endless abyss was said to be the gathering place of evil forces of the primary material planes, running through the 36 primary material planes. This plane was the origin of all evil forces, giving birth to countless evil and powerful beings. Even the Zhangji plane's 8 great warlock emperors could not truly conquer the endless abyss. At their strongest, they merely extended their forces into the abyss, plundered the treasures of heaven and earth formed in the abyss, and enslaved abyssal life forms as their tools of war. Once the power of the Zhangji plane's warlock dynasties weakened, the first to rebel were the various evil and powerful freaks of the endless abyss. Abyssal fiends were one of them. Abyssal fiend lords were as powerful as gods. Abyssal forces were also one of the most terrifying forces among the many planes. If it wasn't for the fact that the abyssal life forms in the abyss were also at war with each other. Even though abyssal life forms were suppressed by many planes, but there were still few planes that could resist the endless offensive of abyssal life forms. Walking forward step by step, Cicerone said with a look of regret, "The great abyssal fiend Earl Bavlicana is my master. I have offered my soul to the great master. Originally, I planned to become Asramia's son-in-law, and then find a way to invade the Moonlight Square. Unfortunately, Ian foiled my plan, so I can only attack by force." Abyssal fiend Earl. Pollyanna's heart shook slightly, and her eyes shimmered with graveness. In the abyss, abyssal fiend Earls were god-rank powerhouses with battle prowess comparable to weak divine force-rank gods. Moreover, fiends were proficient in all kinds of dark and evil spells, so they couldn't be underestimated. "Alright, now that I've said so much, you can go die." Cicerone smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black ice storm gushed out of his hand in an instant, turned into black icy gas, and swept towards Pollyanna. 3 terrifying legend-rank auras burst out from the other 3 treehouses. Along with the sound of chanting, 2 fire dragons descended from the sky and swept towards the black icy gas. The 2 fire dragons were engulfed by the black icy gas and immediately extinguished. Pollyanna clenched her teeth and unleashed the elven secret archery technique Moon God's Arrow. Moonlight shot from her bow and arrow towards Cicerone's heart. Cicerone frowned slightly and was forced to raise his shield to block. When the moonlight hit the shield, it was swallowed by the fiend Baron head above the black shield. Taking advantage of that split second, Pollyanna parted her cherry lips and uttered a magic sentence. Numerous alarms sounded in the moonlight tree. What's going on? What happened? Someone invaded the moonlight square. In an instant, the entire moonlight tree fell into chaos. Alarmed, a large number of top Sun Elven and Moonlight Elven powerhouses rushed towards the moonlight square. Cicerone said with a faint smile, "An alarm? Unfortunately, you're a step too late." Pollyanna was alarmed. As if she understood something, she turned her head and looked at the Crystal Mountain. She saw a merfolk powerhouse next to the Crystal Mountain take out a pitch-black bead that seemed to contain the power of corruption and darkness in the world and throw it at the Crystal Mountain. Pollyanna's pretty face flickered, and she let out a shrill scream, "No, don't." When the pitch-black bead hit the Crystal Mountain, it exploded, and a copious amount of darkness power gushed out of the 1-meter-long crystal bead and enveloped the Crystal Mountain. The silver Crystal Mountain was quickly corroded by the dark energy and turned black. The tendrils of the silver hexahedron crystal inside the Crystal Mountain withered and withered quickly. The moonlight that covered the entire moonlight tree began to collapse and disappear quickly. Cicerone said with a faint smile, "This is a corrosive magic ball created by Lolth, the ruler of the Dark Elves. It can easily destroy the core of the moonlight tree. Otherwise, even if it was the mighty abyssal fiend Earl Bavlicana, it wouldn't be that easy to destroy the moonlight tree." Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the space, and Asramia suddenly walked out of the void. Her face was pale, and as soon as she appeared, she spat out a big mouthful of blood. Using the power of the moonlight tree, Asramia could easily shuttle freely inside the moonlight tree. But this time, the moonlight tree was severely damaged, and while she was shuttling back and forth, she suffered a backlash and was seriously injured. Even so, a terrifying pinnacle demigod might slowly diffused from Asramia's delicate body and enveloped the entire moonlight square. Asramia was hailed as one of the strongest great elven monarchs in history, and her strength had also reached the pinnacle demigod realm. After his demonization, Cicerone only possessed junior demigod rank strength, so he was no match for Asramia. But spatial force surged inside Asramia and cut her skin to pieces, making it impossible for her to attack Cicerone right away. Asramia's pretty face was covered in a layer of frost, her beautiful eyes surged with killing intent, and her heart was filled with hatred. She uttered coldly, "Cicerone, you're dead." No matter who it is, no one can stop you. Cicerone said with a leisurely smile, Your Majesty Ezramia, my father is the Emperor of the Mermaid Empire. If you kill me, the Mermaid Empire won't take it lying down. Without the protection of the Moonlight Tree, will the Elven Empire still have the strength to deal with the Mermaid Empire? Ezramia clenched her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. Blood dripped from her cherry lips, wounds burst open on her snow-white skin, and blood splattered everywhere. She uttered word by word, If the Mermaid Empire dares to come ashore, I'll kill everyone that comes ashore. You beasts dare to destroy the foundation of us elves. The Elven Empire and the Mermaid Empire will never rest until one of us is dead. Chapter 3:16. In that case, Your Majesty Great Elven Monarch Ezramia, I'll find you an opponent. Cicerone smiled coldly and clapped his hands. The merfolk powerhouse next to the Crystal Mountain suddenly exploded, and copious amounts of blood flew out and entered the pitch-black Crystal Mountain. A pitch-black gate suddenly formed on the Crystal Mountain and slowly opened. A tall figure with plump buttocks and large breasts, dressed in pitch-black leaf armor, which barely covered her ample twin peaks, and a pair of pitch-black stockings on her slender legs and a pair of black gloves on her hands. Her snow-white skin, pitch-black leaf armor, and stockings formed a strangely sexy and flirtatious feeling that could arouse men's lust. Exuding a seductive charm and full of flirtatious aura, the peerless beauty with a pair of pointed elven ears slowly walked out of the gate. In terms of looks alone, the peerless beauty full of flirtatious aura was slightly inferior to Ezramia. However, when any man saw these two peerless beauties, they would choose the seductive beauty over 90%. The two peerless beauties stood on the moonlight square, reflecting each other's beauty. It was like a beautiful scenery. If Great Elven Monarch Ezramia was a peerless beauty who was as dazzling as the sun, then the peerless beauty who walked out of the black gate seemed to be a deep black hole that could devour all men's desires and plunge them into endless darkness at a glance. Ezramia's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered coldly, Dolores, it's you. Dolores was the great matriarch of the Fesua Plains underground world as well as the nominal great matriarch of all Dark Elves. Over the years, the Dark Elves left along with the formidable existences that invaded the Fesua Plain. The race spread to many plains and branched out on many plains. However, the Fesua Plain was the base of the Dark Elves. The true body of the goddess of darkness Lolth, the ruler of the Dark Elves, was also on the Fesua Plain. She was a member of the Darkness Gods and had a very high status among the Darkness Gods. For Dolores to be able to become the great matriarch of the Fesua Plains underground world, her strength could be well imagined. Dolores smiled, and her seductive laughter echoed in the area, That's right, it's me. Big Sister Ezramia, we're tired of living in the underground world. Now that we want to play on the surface, why don't you let us live in your elven woods? In any case, we are all elves, so we should help each other. Attracted by Dolores's gaze, Cicerone's body heated up, and he felt a chill run down his spine. So scary. This woman is so scary. Just her voice is so intoxicating. Cicerone turned to look at his subordinates, only to see them staring at Dolores in a daze. They were completely captivated by her bewitching voice. Ezramia glanced at Dolores and Cicerone and said coldly, With just you and Cicerone, only death awaits you when facing me. You're just throwing away your life in vain. Dolores smiled charmingly, Big Sister Ezramia, you are one of the most powerful great elven monarchs in history. How could I dare to come to you alone? Our Pope Gleistar is also here. The two of us should barely be able to tie you down, Big Sister. A top-notch beauty with a sexy mole on the corner of her mouth walked out of the black gate. She was dressed in a dazzling black pontifical robe with the upper body of an elven beauty and the lower body of a ferocious spider. She was tall and sexy, with a mixture of chastity and lasciviousness between her brows and a sexy beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. This great beauty was Pope Gleistar of the Dark Elven Church. A long time ago, the great matriarch of the Dark Elves concurrently served as the Pope of the Dark Elven Church. But with the passage of time, the Dark Elves of the Feisua Plain were divided into two leaders, the Great Matriarch and the Pope. The Great Matriarch was in charge of secular affairs, while the Pope was in charge of the missionary affairs of the Dark Elves. Gleistar held a scepter embroidered with the image of a beautiful woman with a human head and a spider's body. Black divine light shrouded her, and her aura rose from the junior demigod rank to the pinnacle intermediate demigod rank before stopping. The popes of various churches had trump cards. They could communicate with gods in the starry sky and, through various secret methods, draw support from the power of the gods in the starry sky. Dolores smiled charmingly, and a frightening advanced demigod rank aura emanated from her delicate body and enveloped the moonlight square. Esramia's pupils constricted slightly, and she said coldly, "We elves have many experts. With just the few of you, you can't possibly be a match for us." Gleistar and Dolores, two pinnacle dark elven experts, joining forces was enough to fight Esramia. However, the moonlight tree was the lair of the elves. There were countless elven experts inside, and there was no shortage of demigod rank powerhouses. The elven race has the elven divine system. The elven divine system has more than 10 gods, and there are more than 10 popes in the elven divine system. Even the weakest of those popes can reach the demigod rank after borrowing the power of the gods. So long as the experts in the moonlight tree reacted, only death would await the two powerhouses Gleistar and Dolores. Dolores smiled sweetly and took out a pitch-black demigod armament dark elven blade. Dark force diffused from the dark elven blade, condensed on her delicate body, and formed a pitch-black armor that covered her whole body. Gleistar silently recited an incantation and pointed at Dolores with the scepter in her hand. Black divine light descended from the sky and sprinkled on Dolores, blessing her with layer after layer of strengthening spells. Esramia gritted her teeth and forcibly stimulated the power inside her. Terrifying pinnacle demigod rank aura erupted in an instant, and her body suffered a backlash from the space force. Her body burst open, and blood splashed about. She was seriously injured. With a flick of her lily-white hand, the demigod armament elven sword suddenly appeared. She disappeared from where she stood in an instant, and then appeared in front of Dolores and stabbed at her like a meteor. Ding! Dolores raised her blade to block the attack. A frightening force erupted in an instant, and a violent shock wave spread in all directions, blowing the clothes of Ciceron and the other onlookers. Under Esramia's all-out sword strike, Dolores retreated 5 steps in a row before stopping the decline. Amazing! As expected of one of the strongest great elven monarchs. Dolores's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. She smiled sweetly, turned into numerous afterimages, and rushed towards Esramia. As the three powerhouses fought endlessly in the moonlight square, terrifying fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Great warlock rank great fiends jumped out of the door of darkness in a steady stream. As soon as the great fiends emerged from the door of darkness, they arrived in front of the already eroded crystal mountain, silently recited incantations, pointed at the crystal mountain, and black demonic light entered the crystal mountain. The moonlight tree was dim, and demonic light enveloped the moonlight tree, completely sealing the tree holes where the elven powerhouses resided. What's going on? Shit! There's a problem in the moonlight square. The complexions of the elven powerhouses changed greatly, and they frantically attacked the tree houses they resided in. Berserk power pervaded the entire moonlight tree. One after another, great warlock rank great fiends jumped out of the door of darkness and rushed towards Pollyanna and the other 3 elven legend rank powerhouses. You guys have fun here, I'm going to take my leave first. Ciceron smiled faintly, then turned around and walked towards the outside. Esramia's strength was astonishing. Even though the 2 powerhouses Gleistar and Dolores had joined forces, she still forced them to retreat in defeat. Even if Ciceron joined, he would at most maintain an undefeatable situation. He had no intention of contributing to Dolores and the other two elven powerhouses. Pollyanna and the other three legend rank powerhouses could only watch helplessly as Ciceron left, their hearts burning with anxiety. Now that the demigod rank powerhouses in the Moonlight Tree were temporarily sealed, no one could withstand a blow from Ciceron. Esramia's pretty face shifted slightly, and she retreated briskly. She raised a green bow, and a moon god's arrow turned into a bright moonlight shooting towards Ciceron. Ciceron's complexion changed greatly. With a flick of his wrist, the shield engraved with the Fiend Baron's head blocked in front of him. When the moonlight shot into the shield, the Fiend Baron's head on the shield blasted into pieces with a boom. The remaining moonlight stabbed into Ciceron's abdomen and ran through it, and a copious amount of blood splattered from his abdomen and scattered on the ground. With just one arrow, the insufferably arrogant Ciceron was seriously injured by Esramia. "Your Majesty Esramia, you really deserve your reputation. I'll go find your daughter and properly repay this debt." Ciceron smiled malevolently, then blurred into motion and shot towards the outside. At the same time, he took out vials of potions and poured them into his mouth. Esramia sighed slightly, then suddenly ejected the elven sword in her hand and stabbed towards Dolores. While the fierce battle was going on in the Moonlight Square, pitch-black portals appeared all over the elven woods. Chapter 317. After the fiends came out of the teleportation portal, they quickly set up simple altars. Humans, elves, half-blood beastmen, demonic beasts, and other life forms were driven out of the teleportation portal like pigs and dogs. After all the life forms were driven out, the fiends pounced on them and tore them to shreds. The altar turned into hell, and a strong smell of blood wafted from the altar. Blood-colored rays of light rose from the ground and shot into the sky. In the center of the blood-colored rays of light, the Saint Moonlight City no longer shone. Instead, a pitch-black ray of light shot into the sky. Above the elven woods, the weather changed, the sky was overcast, and the sunlight was nearly covered in black clouds, forming a huge whirlpool that stirred the vigor of heaven and earth of the Fesua Plain. The many stars hanging above the Fesua Plain seemed to have dimmed a bit. What happened? Yang Feng opened his eyes at once. His keen level 3 warlock rank intuition made him feel a little uneasy. He got up, blurred into motion, and rushed outside. As soon as he left the room, Yang Feng felt that the Moonlight Tree was dim, without a trace of moonlight. His complexion changed slightly, and he raised his speed to the limit. After a few ups and downs, he arrived outside the Moonlight Tree. What's going on? Yang Feng watched as a black beam of light soared into the sky and formed a huge whirlpool in the sky. He was suddenly alarmed and had an ominous premonition. All of a sudden, a vast and boundless divine might descended from the sky, giving rise to an irresistible feeling of terror. Under the frightening divine might, Yang Feng trembled all over. This was the instinctive fear of a low-level intelligent life form towards a higher-level intelligent life form. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. God, this is God rank pressure. Didn't the gods of the Fesua Plain sign a treaty of the gods not to interfere in the secular world? How come there are gods taking action? A golden divine light fell from the sky and broke through the layers of black clouds with great difficulty. A series of golden arrows descended from the sky, containing divine might that could destroy everything, and shot towards the altars below. How shameless. Didn't you sign the treaty of the gods that you wouldn't interfere with anything that happened in the mortal world? Why can't you hold back from making a move now? Accompanied by a sinister laugh, a terrifying claw covered in black scales that seemed to be able to cover the sky slowly emerged from a crack. Endless dark demonic aura enveloped the terrifying claw. Yang Feng looked at the terrifying giant claw from afar. Massacre, bloodthirst, tyranny, and other kinds of evil desires welled up inside him. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot and he issued beast-like roars. The host has been eroded by an evil force. The stimulation therapy will now begin. A message sounded in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, and an intense pain pervaded his sea of knowledge. He immediately came back to his senses. What a terrifying evil existence. Slightly alarmed, Yang Feng cast a secret method to guard his mind, and barely managed to resist the evil power emanating from the terrifying claw. In the endless plains, there were many terrifying existences, many of which could kill a level 3 warlock with a glance. The power that those terrifying existences unconsciously emitted could kill countless low-level life forms. The terrifying claw grabbed at the countless golden arrows in the sky. The golden arrows shot at the terrifying claw, erupted with fearsome divine might in a flash, and ran through the claw. Drops of black blood dripped from the terrifying claw to the ground. When the drop of black blood fell to the ground, the area was shrouded by terrifying demonic aura, and the environment changed completely. The elven secret method Moon God's arrow is really powerful. Mofasaraja, you can actually hurt me from so far away. Unfortunately, even if you act now, it's already too late. The planar tide has already begun, and once it starts, it can't be stopped. Dusk of the Gods is coming. I'm looking forward to you becoming a member of my harem collection in the future. The terrifying giant claw let out an evil and licentious laugh and directly grabbed towards the sky. Along with the sound of cloth tearing, as if a big hole was torn in the sky, meteors flew out of the big hole and flew towards the Feisua plain like raindrops. A tyrannical radiant spear descended from the sky and pierced through the giant claw. An endless radiant divine force erupted in a flash and purified the giant claw. Prados, you dare to destroy my right hand. From the abyss, I'll watch your divine country fall, and all your believers will become food for my subordinates. A heart-wrenching roar of pain and curses came from the huge crack that extended from the claw. Fiend Duke Droyardo, after the planar tide, I'll go to the abyss, cut off your head, and hang it in front of my divine country. A dignified, domineering, and sacred voice came from the sky and reverberated in the world. After hearing this voice, except for intelligent life forms with official warlock rank cultivation base, the rest of the life forms prostrated themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with trepidation. Fiend Duke Droyardo smiled wickedly. After the planar tide, you may not still exist in this world. I'll be waiting for you on the 93rd floor of the abyss. The huge crack disappeared at once. That boundless divine might also receded like a receding tide. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching radiance, and his heart brimmed with excitement. Planar tide, this is my chance. The planar tide was a unique phenomenon in the world where the gods existed. Every tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, planes with gods would experience a planar tide. During the planar tide, god rank experts and above would be greatly suppressed, and their power would be reduced to the legend rank or demigod rank. According to the speculations of the Zhangji Plains warlocks, the planar tide might be a self-protection mechanism of the plane. In the view of the Zhangji Plains warlocks, gods were like parasites of the plane. They possessed strength far exceeding that of experts of the same rank and a lifespan of millions or tens of millions of years. As long as they were in their divine country, it was very difficult to kill them. If a feeble divine force rank god stayed in their divine country, then even an intermediate divine force rank god might be killed by the feeble divine force rank god after entering their divine country. If it was outside their divine country, then a feeble divine force rank god was not the opponent of an intermediate divine force rank god. In theory, a moonlight warlock was in the same realm as a feeble divine force rank god. However, most moonlight warlocks would only be defeated by a feeble divine force rank god. If a feeble divine force rank god was proficient in combat, they could even contend against 3 moonlight warlocks. Long lifespans and formidable fighting strength, this was the reason why many human warlocks rushed to set foot on the god path. Of course, because the resources that gods consumed were too great, the number of gods that each plane could accommodate was limited. This was the reason why the elves were resisted by the gods of the Feisua plane when they came to the Feisua plane. The more gods there were on a plane, the more frequent the planar tide would be. One of the provisions of the Treaty of the Gods signed by the gods of the Feisua plane was to prevent foreign experts from ascending to godhood on the Feisua plane. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to ascend to godhood on the Feisua plane. Only those who were extremely lucky and talented could ascend to godhood. The planar tide was also known as the dusk of the gods on many planes. The planar tide was the time when the control of the gods over the secular world was at its lowest. When the planar tide was at its peak, the starry sky gods could not interfere with the secular world. They could only make arrangements before the planar tide fully began. Either they would descend to the secular world with their true bodies, or they would send powerful angels or braves to directly interfere with the secular world. During the planar tide, gods were suppressed to the extreme. If gods descended to the secular world with their true bodies, they would be killed by heroes among the mortals. Many of the divine weapons in the mortal world were also treasures left behind by the gods who were killed during the planar tide. Ambitious gods would descend to the secular world with their true bodies in an attempt to integrate the power of the secular world and upgrade their godhead rank. The strength of gods' true bodies was far greater than that of their avatars. Gods who sought stability would descend to the secular world with their avatars, while gods who wanted to advance further would go all out and descend to the secular world with their true bodies. Once the planar tide arrived, the Feisua plane would fall into a terrifying chaos. The meteors falling from the sky were legend rank or demigod rank powerhouses from other planes that entered the Feisua plane. There were even god-rank powerhouses who braved the danger of being suppressed to break into the Feisua plane. The Feisua plane was one of the 36 primary material planes, and only this plane could accommodate a large number of gods. Apart from the prime material plane, there were very few planes that could accommodate 100 deities. Many planes couldn't even accommodate a single god. The Tsangji plane's warlocks divided planes into 9 grades. The first grade was the Tsangji plane, which could accommodate 1 million gods. The second tier was the 36 prime material planes, which could accommodate the birth of more than 10,000 gods. The third grade planes could accommodate no more than 1,000 gods. The fourth grade planes could accommodate no more than 100 gods. The fifth grade planes could accommodate no more than 36 gods. A sixth grade plane could accommodate no more than 10 gods and below. The seventh grade planes could accommodate no more than 1 god. The eighth grade planes could only give birth to demigod rank powerhouses. The ninth grade planes couldn't give birth to gods, and their strongest powerhouses were merely legend rank powerhouses. Chapter 318. Obviously, many powerhouses of other planes who aspired to become gods colluded with the abyssal fiend Duke Droyard, which was why they were able to rush into the Feisua plane the moment the planar barrier collapsed. The Feisua plane was originally protected by a formidable barrier set up by the gods. Once experts with cultivation base surpassing the legend rank entered the barrier, they would be discovered by the gods, who would dispatch their subordinates to kill the invaders. The Tsangji plane's demonic fighting sect had a planar passageway hidden in the Feisua plane, which allowed them to freely travel between the two planes. Even so, the demonic fighting sect's experts didn't dare to openly use the planar passageway to conduct planar trade, for fear of alarming the gods of the Feisua plane. On the Feisua plane, even human warlocks of the Tsangji plane didn't dare to rashly expose their identities, or else only death would await them. The planar barrier was shattered by the fiend Duke Droyardo taking advantage of the planar tide to launch a planar tide, giving the covetously eyeing powerhouses from the outside an opportunity to descend on the Feisua plane. Who knew how many experts from other planes descended on the Feisua plane, taking advantage of the planar tide to look for opportunities to become gods. When the planar tide came, the divine countries of the gods in the starry sky would be at their weakest. Who knew how many powerful existences would choose to attack the gods of the Feisua plane, hunt them, and replace them as gods? Gods were the most powerful existences in their divine countries. Once a strong divine force rank god entered the divine country of an intermediate divine force rank god, they might even be defeated by the other party. The importance of a divine country to a god could be well imagined. A divine country was a residence built by the gods with the semi-plane as the base, the laws of the Feisua plane as the core, and the faith force of living beings as the energy source. In their divine countries, the laws grasped by the gods would be promoted to a terrifying realm. Before the planar tide arrived, the gods of the Feisua plane were as stable as Mount Tai. Anyone who tried to enter their divine countries to kill gods would just be throwing away their lives in vain. Only powerhouses with heaven-defying strength like the warlock emperors of the Zhangji Plains' 8 warlock dynasties could ignore all laws and lead countless powerhouses into their divine countries to kill gods. Now that the planar tide arrived, the core of the divine countries built by the gods was greatly weakened, and the power of the divine countries weakened to the extreme. This was the opportunity that powerful existences of other planes were waiting for. The planar tide was also known as the twilight of the gods because many powerful existences of other planes would take advantage of this opportunity to hunt the gods who had lost the protection of their divine countries. Whenever the planar tide arrived, the experts hidden everywhere would take action, and gods would perish like clouds. After the planar tide passed, many gods would fall. This was the meaning of Ragnarok. Even a great divine power rank deity might not be able to withstand the siege of the most terrifying powerhouses from other planes. The roar of spells came from the moonlight tree. From within a moonlight tree with a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng took out the demigod armament black dragon armor and donned it in an instant. His figure fluttered, and he shot towards the depths of the moonlight tree. Within a dozen breaths of time, Yang Feng arrived at a treehouse. Inside the treehouse, 6 advanced abyssal fiends were besieging Faldina. Abyssal fiends were divided into junior abyssal fiends, level 1 warlocks, intermediate abyssal fiends, level 2 warlocks, and advanced abyssal fiends, level 3 warlocks. Advanced abyssal fiends were terrifying existences comparable to level 3 extraordinary life forms, and were proficient in darkness-attributed spells. The 6 advanced abyssal fiends cast darkness-attributed spells barreling towards Faldina. At that critical juncture, Faldina's hidden strength was finally fully displayed. Magic crystals revolved around her body, and the magic crystals flickered with radiance. Shields kept flashing and resisting the attacks of the 6 advanced abyssal fiends. At the same time, her petite body fluttered in the wind as she shuttled back and forth among the 6 advanced abyssal fiends. When Yang Feng rushed into the treehouse, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of an advanced abyssal fiend and slammed a fist containing frightening dragon force into the head of the advanced abyssal fiend. The advanced abyssal fiend's head burst open, blood splattered everywhere, and a corpse collapsed on the ground. After killing the advanced abyssal fiend with one blow, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of another advanced abyssal fiend. He stabbed his hand into the advanced abyssal fiend's heart and dug it out. The complexion of an advanced abyssal fiend changed greatly. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, pointed at Yang Feng, and suddenly unleashed the level 3 spell fiend gaze. A huge eye exuding frightening fluctuations of dark power suddenly appeared in the void and locked onto Yang Feng. Once the level 3 spell fiend gaze was successfully unleashed, even a legend rank expert would be frozen for a moment. Their mind would be invaded by evil, and if their willpower was slightly unstable, they would fall, be eroded by desire, and demonize into a demi-devil. Dispel. Faldina raised her lily-white hand, and a magic radiance landed on the huge eye midair. The huge eye collapsed and dissipated. Yang Feng flipped his hands, grabbed backward, and stabbed the hearts of 2 advanced fiends. He casually dug out the hearts of the 2 advanced fiends. The complexions of the remaining 2 advanced abyssal fiends changed greatly. They silently recited an incantation and conjured the level 3 spell dark mist transformation. They turned into 2 clouds of black mist and fled towards the rear. Dark mist transformation was a life-saving spell of fiends. This spell was the most troublesome spell for many human sacred swordsmen. Once fiends conjured dark mist transformation, many sacred swordsmen would be unable to stop them from escaping. Fire snake. Faldina pointed with her lily-white hand, and a long fire snake suddenly appeared, opened its maw, and swallowed the clouds of black mist. The 2 clouds of black mist issued miserable screams, and then condensed into the form of advanced abyssal fiends before being burned to ashes by the flames. The magical mechanical cloak on Yang Feng's back trembled slightly, and transparent filaments extended into the corpses of the advanced abyssal fiends and quietly sucked them dry. Faldina's innocent big eyes revealed traces of resentment and a heart-stirring delicacy, and she said pitifully, "You're late. If you were any later, I would have been torn to shreds by those big ugly fellows. Is this how you treat your woman?" Yang Feng looked at Faldina's enchanting appearance and said with a faint smile, "When did you become my woman? Why didn't I know?" Faldina said with a resentful expression, "You're too shameless. You clearly have me, yet you still don't acknowledge it. Okay, stop playing around. Things don't look good. We seem to have gotten involved in a storm. Do you have any clues?" Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and strode towards the tree house where Cassius' group of 3 were located. Faldina put away her seductive demeanor and analyzed in a very capable manner, "There's not enough information. I can only be sure that the elves are in big trouble. Since abyssal fiends have appeared so openly, then the Democalypse shouldn't be far away." The Democalypse was a disaster formed when the abyss invaded the Feisua plain and covered almost all the continents of the Feisua plain. The abyssal fiends that poured out of the abyss would kill all living beings they could see. Their mission seemed to be to kill, kill, and kill. There was no room for communication, and they wouldn't leave any captives. The entire Feisua plain would turn pale at the mention of Democalypse. Yang Feng's thoughts were stirred, and he said lightly, "Democalypse? The prices of food and weapons on the continent should rise quickly." Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she said with a light smile, "That's right. Once this news spreads, the prices of food and weapons on the continent will skyrocket. We can use this news to make a lot of money." Yang Feng smiled faintly, declining to comment. When they arrived in front of the tree house where Cassius' group of 3 lived, there were dozens of corpses ranging from junior fiends to advanced fiends scattered around the tree house. The dozens of fiends were no match for Cassius' group of 3 sacred swordsmen. When Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen saw Yang Feng, they saluted and said, "Greetings, Lord." Ian, it's me, it's Karina." At this moment, Karina, who was bouncing like a fawn, jumped down from a tree house, landed in front of Yang Feng, and said with a flustered expression, "It's bad, Ian, the moonlight square of our elves has been occupied by abyssal fiends. I beg you, please help us elves." Yang Feng frowned slightly when he heard that. He was silent for a while, and then asked doubtfully, "Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Ezramia and many powerhouses of your elven divine system are in the Moonlight Tree. Why do you need my help?" As if a helpless puppy, Karina looked pitifully at Yang Feng and pleaded softly. Her beautiful big eyes were already shrouded in a hazy mist. "My mother has already gone to the Moonlight Square to fight those fiends. The rest of the aunties have been sealed in their residences. The only person I can think of now is you. Please, help me, Ian, okay?" Yang Feng pondered for a while. His thoughts revolved lightning fast. Finally, he looked at Karina's helpless expression and said solemnly, "Okay. I'll help you." Karina suddenly smiled brightly, "Thank you. Thank you so much." Under Karina's lead, Yang Feng and his party moved towards the Moonlight Square. Along the way, the abyssal fiends that appeared were insta-killed by Faldina and the 3 sacred swordsmen. In a wide hall, Ciceron walked over. When he saw Yang Feng and his party, his eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. "Ian, interesting, we meet again. It seems that this is fate. Fate has brought us together again. Last time, for the sake of the overall situation, I could only lose to you. Now I finally have a chance to take revenge. Besides, you actually brought 2 little beauties with you. Thank you very much. After I break your limbs, I'll let you enjoy the sight of me toying with them. Haha." Chapter 319. Ciceron spread the fingers of a hand, and freezing air shrouded in endless black snow turned into a black ray of light and gushed towards Yang Feng's group of 4. Faldina's cherry lips parted slightly, and she uttered a magic sentence. She pointed at Ciceron, and a fire snake burning with endless flames suddenly appeared and pounced at Ciceron. The black ray of light brushed past, and the fire snake collapsed and disappeared. Unabated, the black ray of light pounced at Yang Feng. The black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng boiled. He opened his mouth and spat out the level 4 innate spell dragon breath. A dragon breath burning with black flames suddenly sprayed out and blasted into the black ray of light. Just as Yang Feng spat out the dragon breath, 4 button-sized black objects quietly flew out from behind him and quietly flew towards the 4 corners of the hall. When the black dragon breath, which could even burn great warlocks to ashes, collided with the black ray of light, the black dragon breath immediately extinguished. Seeing this scene, the complexions of Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen changed greatly, and they roused their sacred swordsman rank chi to frantically strengthen their physique. Faldina's body also lit up with magic shields. Karina's delicate body was covered with a green shield. The black ray of light brushed past, and Yang Feng was frozen by a huge chunk of black ice. Without exception, Faldina, Karina, and the 3 sacred swordsmen were all frozen by the huge chunk of black ice. So weak. Ian, I thought of you as an opponent before in vain. Now it seems that you're just relying on the power of your equipment. You can go to hell. Ciceron smiled coldly and pointed with his hand. A black ray of light shot out of his hand, pierced into the chunk of black ice, and stabbed Yang Feng's right leg. Crack! Following brittle sounds, Yang Feng's right leg turned into ice fragments that splashed about. Boom! Suddenly, the black ice block sealing Yang Feng exploded into pieces. With a flick of his wrist, the super-gravity gun appeared in Yang Feng's hand. Magic light gushed out of Ciceron's eyes, flashing with madness, and he said with a sinister smile, "Ian, I've long guessed that you pretended to be frozen by me in order to lure me over. Losing a leg must feel terrible, right? I will slowly break your limbs one by one. It will be very interesting." Apart from those powerhouses with the strongest willpower or those who had secret techniques or treasures to protect themselves, most people would be corroded by demonic energy once they fell and became demons. They would become crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty, and bloodthirsty. This was one of the main reasons why the Abyss demons were hated by everyone no matter where they went. You fool who has already been corroded by devil chi. Today, this will be your burial ground. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He raised the super-gravity gun and pulled the trigger, and a black super-gravity ball suddenly erupted and shot towards Ciceron. You are so stupid. Ian, although this secret treasure is powerful, but no matter how powerful it is, it's just a waste of energy if it can't hit its target. Flash is a spell that even legend wizards know, so how can I, an expert who has awakened the sea god's bloodline and possesses pure fiend blood, not know about it? Ciceron's eyes flashed with ridicule. A powerful spatial force shrouded him, making him blurry, as if he was about to disappear in an instant. In that instant, black beams suddenly shot out from the 4 corners of the hall and converged at the top of the hall, forming a very strange closed space. Ciceron's distorted body became clear once again, and terrifying spatial backlash force erupted inside him. Countless wounds appeared in a flash, and large amounts of blood sputtered out of his body. Just as Ciceron was horrified, the super-gravity beam slammed into him. His body suddenly sank, as if pressed by a mountain, and he fell to the ground with a bang. He spat out a big mouthful of blood and shattered the ground. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he strangely appeared in front of Ciceron and fired another shot at him. Following a loud bang, as if pressed down by a mountain, Ciceron's body sank again and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. With a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel in hand, Yang Feng launched the level 4 spell dragon force. Brimming with power, as if the embodiment of a humanoid dragon, he mercilessly slashed at Ciceron's head. Ding! Amidst the sound of metal striking metal, Yang Feng seemed to have slashed at a substance many times harder than diamond. The divine blood steel secret treasure sword in his hand that could cut through gold and jade could only split Ciceron's head, unable to cut him in two. At the same time, the sword was embedded in Ciceron's skull, unable to be pulled out. Abyssal fiends were terrifying extraordinary creatures comparable to dragons. As a terrifying existence at the demon baron level, Ciceron's skull was even many times harder than diamonds. Without a sufficiently powerful weapon, it was impossible to injure them. Many powerful beings were basically unarmed and didn't use secret treasures. That was because those powerful beings themselves were the most powerful weapons. Unless there was a secret treasure of the same rank, a low-grade secret treasure would have no effect on them. Ciceron issued a heart-wrenching roar, "Ian, you can't kill me. With this kind of lousy weapon, you can't kill me. Shut up." Yang Feng fired at Ciceron. A supergravity beam slammed into Ciceron. Ciceron's body sank, the ground cracked again, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured once more. "If one sword can't kill you, then I'll use more swords until I kill you." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he drew a sword forged from divine blood steel and stabbed at Ciceron's eye. Ciceron's complexion changed greatly. He tried to resist the sword forged from divine blood steel, but as if a mountain was pressing down on him, he couldn't budge. He could only watch as the sword pierced his right eye. "Ah!" Ciceron issued a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream. The terrifying scream reverberated in the hall, causing Yang Feng's ears to ache. Without demur, Yang Feng fired another shot at Ciceron. Ciceron's body sank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. Yang Feng took the opportunity to stab Ciceron's left eye with another sword forged from divine blood steel. Once again, Ciceron let out an incomparably mournful scream. Yang Feng maintained a fixed rhythm. Every time he stabbed Ciceron with a sword, he would immediately follow up with a supergravity beam. The demigod rank expert Ciceron was powerless to resist. His body was full of swords forged from divine blood steel. If an ordinary person was pierced by a dozen swords, they would have died long ago. However, Ciceron had awakened the sea god's bloodline and had fiend blood flowing in his body. His vitality was extremely tenacious, yet he still held on and didn't die. "If I can subdue this guy and make him my subordinate, it'll be of great benefit to me in the future." Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred. He took out a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir and stabbed it into Ciceron. Two terrifying forces erupted inside Ciceron, and 99% of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir was killed by Ciceron's immune system. Less than 99% of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir has been eliminated. Please continue injecting the elixir. Otherwise, the remaining elixir will be eliminated by the target after 30 seconds. The injection was actually successful? What's going on? Yang Feng was somewhat curious. He immediately contacted the super-optical computer of the Feisua Plains portable fortified fortress to inquire. At the same time, he injected vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir into Ciceron. After a careful examination, Yang Feng understood the whole story. Originally, an expert like Cicerone, who had awakened the sea god's bloodline and had fiend blood flowing in his body, couldn't be eroded and dominated by the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. However, after the super-optical computer analyzed the demon Emperor Cartman's bloodline, its database was greatly enriched, and its technology advanced by a level. Coupled with Cicerone's weak body, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir successfully eroded and dominated him. Warning! Warning! The target has a formidable contract force. According to the analysis, the target has sold his soul to a powerful god rank existence or above. The existence can seize the target's soul at any time through secret methods. The value of the target has decreased. Do you want to continue to dominate the target? Warning suddenly flashed in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and asked, "Can I deceive that powerful existence through the robots of blasphemy? I can deceive the other party's soul perception." Yang Feng ordered very decisively, "Then continue to dominate." Cicerone, a powerful existence with a distinguished identity, would be a very good chess piece. The Feisua plane would soon fall into chaos. Such a demigod-rank chess piece would be a very formidable fighting force. Yes, understood. Continue to erode and dominate. Yang Feng injected 100 vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir in a row before he could completely dominate and erode Cicerone. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the 4 spatial lockers flew into his hand. Cicerone exerted his strength, and the swords forged from divine blood steel inserted in his body flew out and landed in front of Yang Feng. Cicerone got up and immediately stared at Yang Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. But in the next moment, an intense pain spread throughout Cicerone's body, making him wish he was dead. He miserably rolled on the ground, snot and tears flowing down his face. Chapter 320. Cicerone trembled, his eyes flashed with fear, and he screamed, "What did you do to me?" Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Shut up, release them all, and then follow behind us stealthily. You can only attack when I tell you to." Cicerone was alarmed to find that he couldn't control his body and mind at all. He pointed with his finger, and black light shrouded Faldina and the others. The black ice covering Faldina and the others cracked and crumbled inch by inch. Cicerone's body twisted, and under the effect of advanced stealth, he hid in the darkness. When the black ice covering Faldina and Karina shattered, they collapsed to the ground, their pretty faces blue from the cold, and a white mist formed in front of them with every breath they took. Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen also turned purple from the cold. They coughed, and every time they coughed, they would spit out a piece of ice. Cicerone was a terrifying being who awakened the sea god's bloodline and had fiend blood flowing inside him. He was extremely strong, and human sacred swordsmen like Cassius couldn't contend against him. Human sacred swordsmen of the Feisua plane had strong offense but weak defense. If they had a powerful enough weapon, they could even cut Cicerone in 2. However, a few level 3 spells could kill them, let alone the attacks of a demigod-rank powerhouse like Cicerone. Yang Feng waved his hand, and vials of potions flew towards Faldina and the others. Faldina and the others took the vials of potions and downed them. After drinking the potion, Faldina and Karina's faces looked a little better. After Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen drank the potions, they still coughed and coughed up pieces of frozen blood. Cassius gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, we can't follow you to continue fighting. Now that our meridians have been frostbitten, we'll only be a burden to you if we continue. Please allow us to retreat." Cicerone's strike contained fiend power and the sea god's freezing power, and its might was terrifying. Although Cassius and the other 2 barely survived, but their meridians had been frostbitten, and their fighting strength had been greatly weakened. Even if Yang Feng's potions were better, they still wouldn't be able to heal their injuries within a short period of time. In terms of physical constitution alone, human sacred swordsmen were the worst among the many races on the Feisua plain. This was due to their congenital deficiencies. Only after evolving to become a demigod or a deity, after going through 2 life metamorphoses and evolution, the physical fitness of a human deity would be able to compete with the deities of other races of the same level. Faldina and Karina only escaped because Ciceron wanted to capture them alive. Otherwise, they would have frozen to death long ago. Yang Feng promptly made a decision. All right. After you leave this place, hide immediately. Recover well. Yes. My lord. Cassius and the other 2 saluted Yang Feng and quickly returned the way they came. The figures of Yang Feng and company flickered, and they continued to move towards the Moonlight Square. After passing through several winding corridors, a spacious and empty elven residential area full of tree houses appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. In the residential area of the elves, a large number of abyssal demons were crazily slaughtering the elves. On the Feisua plain, elves were natural archers, and their archery in the forest was unmatched. However, although they weren't weak in close combat, but compared to the abyssal demons who excelled in physical strength, they were far inferior. Under the frenzied attacks of the abyssal demons, the elves in the residential area suffered heavy casualties. Rivers of blood flowed in the residential area, and mournful screams and wails lingered. The corpses of 2 abyssal great fiends collapsed on the ground. 2/3 of their heads were blown off. Apart from that, there wasn't a trace of injury on their bodies. Clearly, they were killed by a single shot. For abyssal great fiends were besieging Kafalina. Although Kafalina was an elven genius, but under the siege of 4 abyssal great fiends, she was already injured all over. There were also 3 abyssal great demons fighting with 5 elven legendary powerhouses. By relying on their endless stream of dark spells as well as their frightening physical constitution, the 3 abyssal great fiends completely suppressed the 5 legend rank elves. From the entrance of the passageway leading to the Moonlight Square, there was still a steady stream of abyssal fiends pouring out. When Yang Feng entered the area, he swept the area with his gaze, silently recited an incantation, and waved his hand. Suddenly, thick vampiric rattans flew out, expanded in the wind, and turned into thick tendrils that swept in all directions. When the junior and intermediate abyssal fiends were swept by the vampiric rattans, their blood poured out like floodgates opened, and they were completely devoured by the vampiric rattans, turning into dried corpses. Caught off guard, 2 advanced abyssal fiends were also swept up by the vampiric rattans and had their blood sucked dry. The abyssal fiend crowd fell into a small chaos. Yang Feng suddenly erupted. Transforming into a humanoid black dragon, he rushed towards the abyssal great fiends entangled with 5 legend rank elves, and mercilessly clawed at the heart of an abyssal great fiend. The abyssal great fiend contended with 2 legend rank elves. Caught off guard, the abyssal great fiend's heart was pierced by Yang Feng's sneak attack, and then its head was beheaded by another sacred swordsman. Damn you! The eyes of an abyssal great fiend shimmered with madness. With a furious roar, it suddenly burst out and flapped its fiend wings. Shrouded in dense demonic chi, it clawed at Yang Feng's heart at a terrifying speed surpassing the speed of sound. Virtually at the same time, the other abyssal great fiend unleashed Blink, silently appeared behind Yang Feng, and stabbed at Yang Feng's abdomen. The Blink spell was a terrifying spell mastered by level 4 legendary mages. Legendary mages who mastered the Blink spell had terrifying mobility. Blink was an inherent innate spell of abyssal great fiends. When used, they were much more fearsome than many legend wizards. Faced with the siege of 2 abyssal great fiends, Yang Feng roared furiously and unleashed the level 4 spell Dragon Breath. He opened his mouth and belched a black dragon breath that slammed into the abyssal great fiend in front of him. In a flash, the terrifying dragon breath enveloped the abyssal great fiend and set it ablaze. The abyssal great fiend screamed in pain and collapsed on the ground, rolling and struggling. The other abyssal great fiend took the opportunity to slam its claw into Yang Feng's back, producing ear-piercing sounds, but was forcibly blocked by the demigod armament Black Dragon armor. Yang Feng's body shook. With his dragon-like physique, he blocked the backlash of the abyssal great fiend's all-out attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he stabbed the abyssal great fiend in the heart with his claw, dug out the abyssal great fiend's heart, and threw it into his magical mechanical cloak. Inside Yang Feng's magical mechanical cloak, the abyssal fiend Baron Heart continuously devoured the blood essence and hearts of the abyssal fiends, becoming more and more powerful. The more powerful the abyssal fiend Baron Heart became, the more powerful and frightening Yang Feng would become when he transformed into a fiend baron in the future. Seeing Yang Feng kill the 3 abyssal great fiends effortlessly, the 5 elven legend rank experts took a few steps back and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. If Yang Feng was their friend, then it wouldn't matter. But if he was their enemy, then as long as they were the slightest bit careless, they would be killed by him. Karina's sweet voice came from behind. "Elder Kelly, he's Ian, my friend. He came to help us. Elder Kelly, let's eliminate these fiends together." Yang Feng smiled faintly, then his figure shook and he rushed towards the 4 abyssal great fiends besieging Kafalina. The 4 great fiends besieging Kafalina quickly responded and issued shrill howls. More than 30 advanced fiends suddenly rushed towards Kafalina and released formidable dark spells barreling towards her. The figures of the 4 great fiends shook and they split into 2. One of them rushed towards Yang Feng, while the other 3 rushed towards the 5 legend rank elven experts. The archery of elves was too frightening. The great fiends weren't willing to give the elves a chance to display their fearsome archery. Dark rays. Dark erosion. Dominate humans. Mind corruption. Desire eruption. Weakness. The advanced abyssal fiends, intermediate abyssal fiends, and junior abyssal fiends also cast dark spells and shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng gave a furious roar, and the black dragon armor erupted with a terrifying dragon-like life force. When the low-level spells hit him, they collapsed and disappeared. Adult dragons had an innate immunity to low-level spells. Unless it was a level 4 offensive spell, low-level spells couldn't cause any harm to adult dragons. After Yang Feng put on the black dragon armor, he was immune to most low-level spells. Unless it was a level 4 spell, low-level spells were ineffective against him. The abyssal great fiend used blink and appeared in front of Yang Feng, then craftily grabbed at Yang Feng's crotch. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. Without dodging, he grabbed at the head of the abyssal great fiend. With a flash of blink, the abyssal great fiend appeared beside Karina, smiled malevolently, and grabbed at Karina. Blink endowed abyssal great fiends with super mobility. Unless a large-scale space-sealing spell was used, otherwise, any legend rank powerhouse would have a headache when dealing with abyssal great fiends. Abyssal great fiends were very cunning and good at using their innate spells. Chapter 321. Karina had been pampered since childhood, and was the little princess of elves. Although she relied on her extraordinary talent to cultivate to become a powerful level 2 warlock rank existence, but her actual combat experience was extremely low, and she was powerless to resist. She could only watch as the abyssal great fiend's giant claw grabbed at her. "Go, kill him." Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and ordered coldly. A claw suddenly twisted out of the space, pierced into the abyssal great fiend's heart with lightning speed, and dug out the abyssal great fiend's heart. The abyssal great fiend's eyes flickered with endless horror, then it trembled and fell to the ground. Yang Feng's figure shook, and like a humanoid dragon, he pounced at the advanced abyssal fiends besieging Kafalina. Strengthened by the frightening dragon force, Yang Feng's punches and kicks possessed dragon force. Every time he punched an advanced abyssal fiend, the tendons and bones of the advanced abyssal fiends would be broken, and they would be sent flying like broken ragdolls. Within a dozen breaths of time, the advanced abyssal fiends in front of Kafalina were killed by Yang Feng. "Thank you." Kafalina gave Yang Feng a deep look, and a glint of gratitude streaked past the abyss of her beautiful eyes. She uttered in a mosquito-like voice, then reached out and grasped the Moonlight Divine Bow in her hand. Great warlock rank power erupted, and a bright moonlight suddenly shot out of the Moonlight Divine Bow. The elven secret method Moon God's arrow was unleashed in a flash. The bright moonlight drew a mysterious arc, easily pierced through the heads of 2 abyssal great fiends, and then shot towards the 3rd abyssal great fiend. The 3rd abyssal great fiend only had time to move a little before the moonlight brushed past its cheek, directly cutting off a quarter of its cheek, and one of its ears was shattered into pieces. The abyssal great fiend screamed and immediately launched Blink in an attempt to escape. Spatial disruption. An elven legend wizard silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and chaotic spatial fluctuations enveloped the abyssal great fiend. The spatial fluctuations around the abyssal great fiend disappeared, and it stood there with a look of horror on its face. Taking advantage of this, Yang Feng blurred into motion, appeared in front of the abyssal great fiend, stabbed the abyssal great fiend in the chest with his hand, and dug out its heart. After the 7 abyssal great demons were killed, a steady stream of abyssal demons poured out of the passage and rushed towards the elven powerhouses. The 5 elven legend rank powerhouses went all out and led the elven warriors to barely maintain the front line. Elder Kelly said decisively, "Ian, please go to the Moonlight Square with Kafalina, Growlus, and Arachne to support Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Azramia." Kafalina, Growlus, and Arachne were all legendary powerhouses of the elves. Only legendary powerhouses were qualified to join the battlefield below the Moonlight Square. It was very difficult for ordinary elves to pass through that passage quickly. Karina also had an anxious look on her face as she said, "Elder Kelly, I also want to save my mother." Callie frowned and said sternly, "No. Karina, you're too weak. Whether it's magic or martial arts, your cultivation base is too weak. In such a battle, you'll only be a burden to Ian. You have to stay here." Karina's pretty complexion changed. After a while, she turned around, stared at Yang Feng, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Ian, I'm counting on you. If you save my mother, I'll treat you as a real suitor." Yang Feng teased, saying, "Just a suitor? I thought you were going to devote your life to me." Karina gave Yang Feng a blank look. "It's not that simple. We elves are very strict when it comes to choosing a partner. Once we've decided on one, it's for life." Elves were very strict when it came to choosing a partner. Once they chose a partner, they would be faithful and would never betray him. Of course, Yang Feng, who got information on the Feisua Plains races from the demonic fighting sect, knew that only when elves were willing partners would there be such a good thing. Some elves who were married to the leaders of many major forces of the Feisua Plain as spies, God knows how many times they had stabbed their partners in the back. Kelly took a step forward and said solemnly, "Duke Ian, as long as you save Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Azramia, then henceforth, you'll be the benefactor of us elves. As long as you say the word, we elves won't refuse." Yang Feng pointed to Faldina and said, "All right. However, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my friend." Although Faldina could contend against a human sacred swordsman, but on the battlefield of abyssal great fiends, she could die if she wasn't careful. Faldina smiled faintly and stood quietly next to Karina. She clearly had no objection to Yang Feng's arrangement. Kelly nodded and said, "Okay. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I won't let anything happen to her. Let's go." Yang Feng took the lead. His figure shook, and with a flick of his wrist, the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel turned into sword rays that swept towards the fiends. In the wake of the sword rays, the fiends were turned into countless fragments, and their blood scattered on the ground. Although it was somewhat difficult for the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel to kill a demigod rank expert like Ciceron, but it was as easy as chopping tofu for abyssal fiends. Kelly's heart shook, and she exclaimed in admiration, "So strong." With an elven shield in hand, Growlithe guarded in front of Kafalina and Arachne. Arachne was a legend wizard. With an emerald green magic staff in hand, she silently recited an incantation, pointed forward, and unleashed the level 4 spell Demonic Vine Strangulation. Countless thick demonic vines extended from the walls of the Moonlight Tree and shot towards the abyssal fiends like flood dragons. Crackle, crackle. As if insects, the abyssal fiends were crushed by the thick demonic vines, and copious amounts of blood and internal organs scattered on the ground. A large number of abyssal fiends were killed by the demonic vines, and a path to the Moonlight Square was cleared. Yang Feng's group of 4 rushed into the passage and advanced towards the Moonlight Square. Along the way, a steady stream of abyssal fiends poured out of the Moonlight Square. With the secret treasure sword in hand, Yang Feng unleashed the demonic fighting sect's secret demonic fighting sword art. Sword rays dazzled, and the abyssal fiends were quickly killed as soon as they appeared. As soon as an abyssal great fiend appeared, it was shot in the head by Kafalina's moon god's arrow. Every time she shot a moon god's arrow, Kafalina would take a vial of cyan elixir to restore her consumed physical strength and spirit force. The elven secret method moon god's arrow was extremely powerful, but at the same time, it consumed an astonishing amount of physical strength and spirit force. If Kafalina hadn't taken a lot of recovery elixirs, she would have exhausted all of her strength by now. Seeing Yang Feng's exuberant energy and seemingly inexhaustible power, Kafalina and the other 2 elven legend rank experts were secretly apprehensive. Kafalina, who originally looked down on Yang Feng, finally changed her mind. Amidst the constant slaughter, Yang Feng's grasp of the demonic fighting sect's sword art became more and more proficient, and his understanding of fighting continued to improve. Along the way, countless abyssal fiends fell to Yang Feng's sword, and the party finally reached the Moonlight Square. At this time, the Moonlight Square was densely packed with abyssal fiends. Together with the 2 demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Gleistar, nearly 100 abyssal great fiends besieged Great Elven Monarch Azramia. Great Elven Monarch Azramia shone with golden light, looking like a dazzling sun. Her every movement contained the divine energy of the sun. Wherever the sword rays of the elven sword in her hand passed, the abyssal great fiends would be seriously injured. The abyssal great fiends recited incantations and pointed at Great Elven Monarch Azramia, an extremely vicious level, for darkness spells blasted into Great Elven Monarch Azramia. Even as strong as Great Elven Monarch Azramia was, she couldn't be completely immune to level 4 darkness spells, and her body became heavier and heavier. Originally, the 2 demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Gleistar weren't a match for Great Elven Monarch Azramia even if they joined forces. But now, with the help of the abyssal great fiends, they began to suppress Great Elven Monarch Azramia step by step. Every time Great Elven Monarch Azramia killed an abyssal great fiend, she would receive 1 or 2 wounds blasted by the 2 demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Gleistar, and drops of blood containing traces of black gas dripped onto the ground from her wounds. Besieged by countless abyssal fiends, Great Elven Monarch Azramia eventually exhausted her strength and fell. When Yang Feng's group of 4 appeared, gazes focused on them. "Azramia, you're really popular, to have so many children come to save you. I'll tear them to shreds right in front of you. Just like those few stubborn lesser elves just now." Dolores issued enchanting laughter, then retreated briskly, disappeared with blink, and appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Shrouded in endless dark force, the demigod rank dark elven blade slashed at Yang Feng with the pressure of a mountain. In an instant, as if endless darkness enveloped the land, a premonition of death welled up in Yang Feng's mind. It seemed like no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape the fate of death, and would eventually die under this blade. Chapter 322. Dying at her hands doesn't seem too bad. Yang Feng's eyes were filled with Dolores's sexy figure. Affected by the power of the dark elven edge, his will to fight dissipated, and he only wanted to die under Dolores's blade. The demigod armament dark elven edge was not only extremely sharp, but it also had the innate ability to charm, seduce, shake the mind, and many other permanent spells that could corrode the mind and will of people. When ordinary humans, even knight rank experts, saw the demigod armament dark elven edge, they would fall into a daze, pick up the dark elven edge, and cut off their heads. Dolores was an advanced demigod rank expert. Not only was she a peerlessly beautiful woman, but she also cultivated a special secret method. Her every move was filled with a seductive and depraved charm. Together with the dark elven edge, even a demigod rank expert like Cicerone would fall for it. The cultivation base of Yang Feng's true body was only that of a level 3 warlock. The disparity in strength between him and Dolores was too great, and he couldn't resist. The host is eroded by a charm spell. Activating stimulation therapy. A string of information sounded in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Shortly after, an intense pain welled up in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, pulling him out of Dolores's charm spell. Kill her. When Yang Feng regained his clarity of mind, he immediately issued a fierce roar. Cicerone, who was hiding in the darkness and silently following behind Yang Feng, suddenly appeared. In his fiend form, he suddenly burst out and sent a claw at Dolores's heart. At the same time, the magical mechanical cloak on Yang Feng's back fluttered in the wind and surged with energy. 2 mechanical syringes were stabbed into his neck, and tremendous fiend power was ready to enter his body at any time. Fiend Baron transformation was Yang Feng's last hidden card. He originally didn't want to transform into a Fiend Baron in public. On the Feisua plane, abyssal fiends were existences that everyone wanted to kill. The number of experts that could utilize abyssal fiend power could be counted on one's fingers. Once people associated Yang Feng with the Zhangji plane, then the foundation he laid on the Feisua plane would be destroyed. However, being forced into a desperate situation, Yang Feng couldn't care less. If Dolores insisted on killing Yang Feng, then at the same time, her heart would be dug out by Cicerone. Cicerone. What do you want? Dolores' pretty face changed. At that critical moment, the dark elven blade turned into a mysterious arc and fiercely slashed at Cicerone's claw. Dang! When Dolores's dark elven blade slashed at Cicerone's claw, it was blocked by a block of black ice. The dark elven blade was only blocked for a moment before black mana gushed out and cut the black ice block that was harder than diamond in two. Cicerone took the opportunity to use blink and retreat 100 meters away. The moment before the dark elven edge turned around, a black blade ray shot out from the dark elven edge and slashed at Yang Feng. It cut open a long hole on the demigod armament black dragon armor with astonishing defensive strength, and nearly chopped off Yang Feng's right arm, revealing eerie white bones. The demigod armament black dragon armor had very frightening defensive strength. Unfortunately, Yang Feng was too weak and couldn't display the full might of the demigod armament, which was why he was injured by Dolores's blade. If a demigod rank expert had stimulated the black dragon armor's defensive strength, then unless the dark elven edge personally slashed at it, a trifling blade ray wouldn't be able to injure the black dragon armor in the slightest. Everyone, listen to my command. Immediately besiege Dolores and Gleistar. They betrayed us, betrayed the great Earl Bavlicana. These two bitches colluded with the elves to catch us in one fell swoop. Kill them. In the name of the great Earl Bavlicana, I order you to kill them. Under the control of Yang Feng's will, Cicerone involuntarily pointed at the two dark elven demigod rank experts Dolores and Gleistar and roared wildly. Cicerone had a starry sky warlock rank cultivation base. Among abyssal fiends, he was an abyssal fiend baron among abyssal fiend lords. His rank was above all abyssal fiends, and he was also the commander of this abyssal fiend army. Under Cicerone's command, the abyssal great fiends paused slightly. Eventually, the fear of the abyssal fiend Earl Bavlicana engraved in their souls made them frantically attack Dolores and Gleistar. Like raindrops, a dense rain of level 4 darkness spells barreled towards Dolores and Gleistar. Gleistar's pretty face fell. Holding the scepter in her hand, she cast the level 4 divine spell darkness defense, and a black shield enveloped her and Dolores. When the darkness spells slammed into the black shield, they were neutralized. One abyssal great fiend after another rushed at Dolores. Dolores brandished the dark elven edge in her hand. In the wake of blade rays, one abyssal great fiend after another was chopped in two, and their blood was completely absorbed by the dark elven edge. Great elven monarch Azramia's figure blurred, and she withdrew from the battlefield. She reached out with her lily-white hand, and the demigod rank sun bow, a secret technique of the sun elves, appeared in her lily-white hand. As soon as the demigod rank sun bow fell into Azramia's hand, she radiated dazzling divine light of the sun, and a resplendent arrow that seemed to contain endless light and heat quickly formed on the sun bow, and a vast might reverberated in the moonlight square. Retreat! Dolores's pretty face flickered, and she barked. Her figure blurred, and she turned into a black ray of light that shot towards the pitch-black portal, completely ignoring Gleistar who was still bitterly resisting various attacks. Dark elves were selfish. As long as they could escape, they wouldn't care about the life or death of their allies. Even powerhouses of the same race didn't have much affection for each other. As soon as Dolores fled, Gleistar felt that great elven monarch Azramia's spirit had locked onto her. A premonition of death welled up in her mind. Gleistar clenched her teeth and silently recited an incantation. The demigod rank spider queen's staff in her hand radiated black divine light, and she cast the level 5 divine protection spell goddess Lotha's protection. A beautiful woman with the head of a human and the body of a spider, with the upper body of a seductive, amorous, and peerlessly enchanting aura, and the lower body of a huge, sinister spider, suddenly appeared in front of Gleistar, the phantom image of goddess Lolth holding a huge, pitch-black shield engraved with a huge spider suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Gleistar. Traces of boundless divine might spread out from goddess Loltha's illusory figure. When the abyssal great fiends sensed goddess Loltha's divine might, their complexions changed dramatically, their bodies stiffened, and fear shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. The abyss ran through the 36 primary material planes, and the abyssal fiends of the abyss had fought with the powerful existences of the 36 primary material planes for countless years. Among them, the most powerful existences of the primary material planes were gods. In the same rank, whether it was dragons, high elves, ancient fiends, or ancient devils, their fighting strength was far inferior to that of gods. Even human warlocks of the Tsangji plane needed several people of the same rank to besiege them to defeat or kill the true body of a god. Whenever gods descended to the abyss, countless abyssal fiends would die tragically at the hands of gods. Over the countless years, the fear of gods had been engraved in the bones of abyssal fiends. Only fiend lords above fiend baron rank could ignore the divine might of gods. Sun God Arrow. Azramia unleashed a secret archery skill of the sun elves. Like a shooting star, an arrow containing frightening sun god light that could purify everything shot towards Gleistar. Filled with endless light and heat, the ray of sunlight was extremely dazzling. Yang Feng just glanced at the ray of sunlight, when his eyes stung slightly, and he unconsciously shed tears. The projection of goddess Lolth raised the large shield in her hand and blocked the ray of sunlight. Boom! The entire moonlight square shook. The ray of sunlight pierced through the large shield, turned into endless rays of sunlight, and burned and purified the projection of goddess Lolth. Before Gleistar could catch her breath, a ray slightly inferior to the previous ray of sunlight suddenly shot out and easily pierced through her abdomen. Frightening sun god light enveloped her and frantically purified the darkness force and darkness divine power inside her. Gleistar issued a miserable scream, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Her whole body burned with sun god light, looking extremely miserable. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed with shock. Sun God Arrow 2 consecutive shots. The Sun God Arrow 2 consecutive shots was a legendary archery skill recorded in Sun God Arrow. Among the Sun Elves, there were less than 3 people who had mastered this archery skill. One of them was the ancestor of the Sun Elves, the first-generation elven Sun God Thamridius. The second was one of the current elven gods, the intermediate divine power rank Sun God Alexia. The third one was Esramia. The Sun God's arrow was able to pierce through a level 5 divine spell with one arrow. That kind of power was already extremely terrifying. With the addition of the silent second arrow, it was simply impossible to defend against it. There were not many demigods who could block the Sun God's arrow twice in a row. After Esramia shot the 2 consecutive Sun God arrows, her face was pale, and drops of blood dripped from her hands. The skin on her lily-white hands was lacerated. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Chapter 323. Seeing this scene, the eyes of an abyssal great fiend shimmered with suspicion, and he asked Ciceron, "Sir Ciceron, what's going on? Didn't you say that Gleistar and the others are colluding with the elves? What's going on? Please explain." Abyssal fiends were very ferocious and cunning extraordinary life forms. After receiving Ciceron's order, the abyssal great fiends had many questions in their minds. However, the hierarchy among abyssal fiends was extremely strict. As the great commander of this operation, Ciceron had great authority. Besides, he was a fiend baron with a distinguished status. Thus, the abyssal great fiends couldn't disobey his orders. Now that Esramia shot Gleistar dead with an arrow, the abyssal great fiends could no longer suppress their doubts. They stopped and stared at Ciceron with puzzled looks on their faces. "How dare you? You lowly thing, you dare question me, a noble fiend baron? Go to hell." Ciceron turned hostile and roared angrily. His figure blurred, and he shot to in front of the abyssal great fiend. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his claw into the abyssal great fiend's heart with the force of a thunderbolt and dug it out. Seeing Ciceron suddenly turn hostile, the abyssal great fiends were shocked and didn't know what to do. Abyssal great fiends were legend-rank existences. On a grade 9 plane, they were already pinnacle existences. But in the abyss, where powerhouses were as common as clouds, abyssal great fiends were nothing. An aristocratic lord like Ciceron could execute abyssal great fiends at will. In this abyssal fiend operation, the great commander was Ciceron, a fiend baron who awakened the sea god's bloodline. Now that he attacked and killed the abyssal great fiends, the abyssal great fiends couldn't react for a while. Kafalina took out her moonlight divine bow, raised her lily-white hand, and unleashed the moon elven secret method moon god's arrow. A bright moonlight ray flickered in midair, turned into an arc, and ran through the heads of 4 abyssal great fiends. Great elven monarch Esramia shot sun god bow, and an arrow ray suddenly turned into an arc and ran through the heads of 6 abyssal great fiends. Yang Feng opened his mouth and released the level 4 spell dragon breath in a flash, and a fearsome dragon breath suddenly sprayed out. In the wake of the dragon breath, the abyssal great fiends were burned to ashes. Arachne silently recited an incantation and cast healing spells to treat Esramia's injuries. Great elven monarch Esramia had been resisting the siege of the 2 dark elven tycoons in the Moonlight Square and had sustained heavy injuries. Growlus held a large shield and silently chanted an incantation, condensing various magic shields one after another, firmly guarding in front of Arachne and Kafalina. Growlus was a powerhouse who cultivated both magic and martial arts. Her martial arts and magic cultivation methods were inclined towards defense. She was a powerhouse who specialized in guarding magic, water, and archers. Ciceron, on the other hand, took the opportunity to rush into the midst of the abyssal great fiends and wantonly slaughtered them. Since Ciceron was the commander of the Abyssal Fiend army, the Abyssal Great Fiends didn't dare to resist him, and could only flee in a sorry state. The dense crowd of Abyssal Fiends didn't dare to attack Ciceron. Instead, like a tide, they surged towards Yang Feng in an attempt to tear him and his party to pieces. Yang Feng was like a reef. When the countless Abyssal Fiends hit the reef, they were immediately torn apart and turned into countless fragments. Blood dyed the surrounding land red. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and vampiric rattan seeds suddenly flew out and turned into frightening vampiric rattans that danced wildly, rolled up the Abyssal Fiends, and sucked them dry. The Abyssal Fiends weren't weaklings. They cast spells, and abyssal demonic fire bombarded the vampiric rattans like raindrops, easily burning the very troublesome vampiric rattans into ashes. The dense crowd of Abyssal Fiends recited incantations and fired abyssal demonic fire at Yang Feng's black dragon armor as well as the various magic shields conjured by Growlithe, continuously consuming their strength. Even with the support of the demigod armament black dragon armor, Yang Feng still felt traces of exhaustion welling up inside him. So this is how it feels to be stacked to death by my battle robots. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would be stacked to this extent with human wave tactics. Eyes bloodshot, Yang Feng drank vial after vial of elixirs. His humanoid dragon-like body emitted sounds of exhaustion from various parts of his body. However, the dense crowd of Abyssal Fiends was still endless, making people feel exhausted and desperate. However, Yang Feng couldn't retreat by even half a step. Once he retreated, the archers Kafalina and Arachne and the wizard behind him would be exposed to the Abyssal Fiends' attacks. Arachne cast spatial disruption spells, preventing the Abyssal Great Fiends from casting Blink. Otherwise, if the dozens of Abyssal Great Fiends cast Blink and besieged Yang Feng at the same time, even someone as strong as Yang Feng wouldn't be able to resist. Great Elven Monarch Azramia was a pinnacle demigod rank super expert. But under the siege of countless Abyssal Fiends as well as the two demigod rank powerhouses Gleistar and Dolores, she was already seriously injured. Coupled with the divine skill Sun God's 2 consecutive arrows, her injuries worsened. Her battle prowess was only at the junior demigod rank. She was constantly shooting Abyssal Great Fiends, and had no time to pay attention to the ordinary Abyssal Fiends. Your Majesty, we're here. Before the front line was about to collapse, Kelly's voice came from the entrance of the passageway. Elven powerhouses poured out of the passageway and shot a rain of arrows at the fiends in the Moonlight Square. The arrows formed a terrifying rain of arrows that completely covered the fiends in the Moonlight Square, and countless fiends died miserably. Elven wizards silently recited incantations and pointed at the surroundings. Magic radiance flickered, and a variety of demonic plants, extraordinary plants, suddenly appeared and swept towards the fiends. As soon as the elven army appeared, it immediately engaged the fiend army in close combat. Under the effect of countless nature spells, numerous demonic plants appeared in front of the elven army to act as meat shields. The fiend army continuously sprayed abyssal demonic fire and conjured various dark spells to destroy the demonic plants, before being able to attack the elven warriors behind the demonic plants. The abyssal great fiends of the fiend army were killed by great elven monarch Azramia and Ciceron one by one, and the situation quickly shifted in favor of the elven army. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, an abyssal great fiend quietly moved to the teleportation portal above the crystal mountain and plunged into it. As if an avalanche, the abyssal fiends rushed towards the teleportation portal above the crystal mountain. Hundreds of abyssal fiends fell to the arrows of the elven warriors, but by relying on their numerical advantage, more than half of them managed to escape. Great elven monarch Azramia gracefully walked up to Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with gratitude, and she said with a smile, "Ian, thank you very much. On behalf of the elves, I thank you. You don't need to take any more tests. From now on, you are qualified to be Karina's suitor." Moreover, you will be an honored guest of our elven clan. As long as your request is not excessive, our elven clan will help you with a favor. This is our elven clan's promise to you. If it wasn't for Xiaofan, great elven monarch Azramia could only escape from the Moonlight Square. The huge abyssal fiends would definitely take the opportunity to sweep through the entire Moonlight Tree, and the popes of elven gods sealed inside the Moonlight Tree would be divided and killed by the abyssal fiends. The elven royal family inside the Moonlight Tree would suffer a catastrophe, and the entire elven race would suffer a heavy blow. The elven powerhouses looked at Xiaofan with gratitude in the abyss of their eyes. No one objected to great elven monarch Azramia's words. Xiaofan pointed at Gleistar, who was paralyzed on the ground and struggling in pain, and said, "Your Majesty, can you give this person to me?" Azramia creased her eyebrows slightly, then relaxed and revealed a smile, saying, "Okay." Callie couldn't help saying, "Your Majesty. This is Pope Gleistar of the Dark Elven Church. If we offer her as a sacrifice to the mighty gods, we can obtain the favor of the gods." Pope Gleistar of the Dark Elven Church hid in the Fesua Plains underground world all year round in the temple of the Dark Elven Church, which was surrounded by countless barriers. Even someone as strong as Azramia wasn't willing to challenge Gleistar in the temple of the Dark Elven Church. If Gleistar hadn't left her nest, practically no one would have been able to capture the Pope of the Dark Elven Church. Once Azramia offered the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar, through a special ceremony, as a sacrifice to the elven primary god Mofusaraja, Gleistar's soul wouldn't return to the divine country of the goddess Lolth. As such, Gleistar's soul wouldn't return to goddess Loltha's divine country, but would instead enter goddess Mofusaraja's divine country and become her plaything. In that case, Mofusaraja would definitely bestow divine grace upon Azramia and the entire elven race. Demigod rank powerhouses weren't so easily born. Geniuses and powerhouses were as common as clouds in the elven race. In the secular world, there were no more than 5 demigod rank powerhouses. In the secular world, dark elves only had 2 demigod rank powerhouses, Dolores and Gleistar. For Azramia to offer such a living prey to Xiaofan, the upper echelon of the elves were filled with reluctance. Chapter 324. Great elven monarch Azramia waved her hand and interrupted the elven upper echelon with a domineering tone, saying full of dignity, "Say no more. If it wasn't for Ian, I wouldn't have been able to injure Gleistar so easily. Besides, how can a trifling Gleistar compare to your lives? If it wasn't for Ian, who knows how many of our people would have died. We can't let people say that elves are stingy and don't know how to repay favors." Callie felt somewhat regretful, yet she still retreated willingly, "Yes. Your Majesty." The elven upper echelon thought about it, felt moved, and no longer spoke. Not bad, it seems that the risk was worth it. When Xiaofan saw great elven monarch Azramia being so forthright, his eyes glimmered with admiration. The dark elven demigod rank powerhouse Gleistar was of great importance to him. Even if he had to use up the promise of the elves, he had to get his hands on her. Now that great elven monarch Azramia so straightforwardly agreed to give Gleistar to him, he was filled with a favorable impression of her. Xiaofan quickly came to Gleistar's side and looked at her. At this moment, there was a frightening big hole in Gleistar's abdomen, and golden divine energy of the sun was burning her delicate body, covering her sexy and graceful body with ugly scars. Her originally beautiful face was burned to the point that it looked like a ghost, hideous and terrifying. Xiaofan took out a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, inserted it into Gleistar's hand, and injected it into her body. Strong erosion. The target has divine power of the Queen of Spiders Lolth in her body. The elixir has been eliminated by 60%. Please continue injecting the elixir. A line of information flashed in Xiaofang's eyes, and he continued to take out 10 vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir and injected them into Gleistar. According to the analysis of soul studies, the target soul has been locked on by another powerful existence. After the target's death, the other party will take away her soul. At present, it is impossible to lift the lock, nor to prevent the target's soul from being taken away. Continue the erosion. Along with Yang Feng continuously filling the portable fortified strongholds database with all kinds of knowledge, the portable fortified strongholds optical computer's analytical power also increased frantically. Yang Feng ordered, after the death of the believers of the gods, they will be received into the divine country of the gods. I currently have no way of stopping this, but in the future, I will build a divine kingdom that belongs to me. When that time comes, I will naturally find a way to bring her soul over. Continue the corrosion. Yes. The liquid metal nanorobots rapidly eroded Glystar, eventually completely eroding her. Heal. Following Yang Feng's order, the liquid metal nanorobots stimulated Glystar's life force, causing her to erupt with a frightening power that dispelled the sun divine energy. Then, under the effect of the formidable life force, the injury on her abdomen quickly healed. An ordinary person with a large hole in her abdomen would have died long ago. However, Glystar was a demigod-rank powerhouse. Her life force had undergone a transformation and sublimation, and she had become extremely powerful. As long as she was treated, the injury with a large hole in her abdomen wouldn't be fatal. Glystar quickly healed. Yang Feng pretended to take out a pair of ineffective magic suppression shackles and handcuff them on Glystar's hands. At the same time, he used the blasphemy hair band constructed from the blasphemy robots and put it on Glystar's head. With a thought, a god could see what they wanted to see through the eyes of their believers and hear what they wanted to hear through the ears of their believers. As Glystar was the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, the gaze of the goddess Lolth often fell on her. If Yang Feng didn't use the blasphemy robots to deceive the goddess Lolth, then everything would be exposed to the goddess Lolth. It's true, it actually failed. Those dark elves and abyssal fiends are a bunch of good-for-nothings. I gave them so much convenience in vain. In a treehouse of the moonlight tree, endless darkness enveloped the treehouse, concealing the true face of the owner inside. A faint sigh came from inside the treehouse. However, there may still be a chance. An inaudible voice quietly reverberated inside the treehouse, and then was absorbed by the soundproofing boundary around the treehouse. As Ramia walked up to the crystal mountain, looked up at the crystal mountain that had been completely eroded by darkness divine power, and wrinkled her eyebrows deeply. The moonlight tree was a holy land that the elven gods had left in the secular world and granted to the elves in the secular world. If the crystal mountain hadn't been eroded by darkness divine power, then once as Ramia mobilized the power of the moonlight tree, she could have easily suppressed Dolores, the abyssal fiend legion, and Glystar. Now that the control core of the moonlight tree had been eroded by darkness divine power, if the darkness divine power wasn't dispelled, then the holy land of the elves, the moonlight tree, would lose its function. As Ramia might even be forced to destroy it with her own hands, so as to not let the moonlight tree be used by the dark elves and other darkness life forms. As Ramia's eyebrows creased slightly, and she said solemnly, "Ian, come over and see if there's any way to purify the moonlight core. If you can find a way to purify the moonlight core, then I'll let you enter the treasury of the elves and choose a treasure." As Ramia was shrewd and experienced, so she naturally understood what humans liked the most. Since she couldn't bestow Yang Feng her people, she could only use treasures to tempt Yang Feng into working for her. Yang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He quickly got up and took Glystar towards the crystal mountain. As the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Glystar was experienced and knowledgeable. Yang Feng decided that if he didn't know anything, then he would ask her. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the crystal mountain, he pressed with his hand, and a mechanical tentacle pierced into the crystal mountain and quickly analyzed everything inside. Soon, a variety of solutions appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, I have a demonized plant called God-absorbing demonic grass, which can absorb the darkness divine power inside the crystal mountain. In about 5 days, the darkness divine power inside the crystal mountain will be completely absorbed. Ezramia heaved a slight sigh of relief. Her eyes flashed with relief, and she said with a smile, "Then I'll leave it to you. As long as the darkness divine power inside the crystal mountain is removed, then we'll have a way to restore it." Suddenly, a strange and mysterious magic array appeared at the bottom of the crystal mountain. A hexagram containing boundless malice, mystery, and spatial power appeared in mid-air. A copious amount of darkness power surged inside the hexagram and frantically extracted the power of the crystal mountain. Black light scattered on the ground from the hexagram and formed a huge barrier of darkness that enveloped Ezramia, Yang Feng, and Gleistar near the crystal mountain. Dimensional banishment. Ezramia looked at the dark hexagram midair, and her pretty face flickered at once. Dimensional banishment was a level 5 spell. Among level 5 spells, it was the most difficult to cast and master. It was even more difficult to master than some level 6 spells. Some formidable beings who had mastered level 6 spells hadn't mastered the level 5 spell dimensional banishment. Once hit by dimensional banishment, even a god-rank powerhouse would be banished to the astral boundary, unable to find their way back. The astral boundary was a mysterious plane in the universe. There were countless paths leading to other planes in the astral boundary. At the same time, there were abominations as well as all kinds of incredible powerful phenomena and terrifying beings. Even a great divine power rank deity would die if they entered some of the most dangerous places in the astral boundary with their true bodies. Before entering the astral boundary, one must make numerous preparations, the most important of which was to manufacture a treasure that could locate one's coordinates. Otherwise, once one entered the astral boundary, one might get lost and never find their way back. Dimensional banishment. Yang Feng's complexion turned very unsightly. Once he was banished to the astral boundary, then even with his true body's coordinates, he would only be able to return to the Zhangji plane after expending a great deal of effort. It would be very difficult for him to return to the Feisua plane. Although the demonic fighting sect threw Yang Feng to the Feisua plane for a trial run, but they wouldn't necessarily spend a lot of resources to open a planar passageway and send him here a second time. Spatial interference. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, recited a series of incantations, pointed at the air, and cast the level for spell spatial interference. A spatial vortex appeared above the dark hexagram. In the next moment, the spatial vortex formed by spatial interference was swallowed by the dark hexagram and shattered. Black rays of light descended from the sky, and the dark hexagram barreled towards Yang Feng's group of 3. Ezramia gritted her teeth, took out a leaf shining with sunlight, and shouted at Yang Feng, "Grab me." Yang Feng pounced on Ezramia and tightly hugged her slender waist. A captivating fragrance wafted from Ezramia's lovely body. Gleistar also pounced on Yang Feng and tightly hugged his waist. The dark hexagram crushed down from the sky and swallowed Ezramia's group of 3. At the moment when the dark hexagram swallowed the 3, a speck of sunlight suddenly lit up in the center of the dark hexagram, and then disappeared. When Karina saw the dark hexagram swallow Ezramia and Yang Feng, she rushed over and shouted with tears streaming down her face, "Mom!" Ian. Chapter 325. In a space shrouded in darkness, a speck of light suddenly lit up. The space distorted, and 3 figures fell from the distorted space onto the ground. "It hurts." Yang Feng's head hit the ground fiercely and he screamed in pain, yet he didn't loosen his grip on Ezramia's hand. "Ian, let go. You're strangling me to death." Ezramia's magnetic, elegant, and pleasant voice came from the side. However, there was a trace of pain in that voice. Yang Feng promptly loosened his grip, "Sorry." After donning the black dragon armor, although Yang Feng didn't unleash dragon force, but the terrifying strength of a level 3 Black Dragon Warlock was still very frightening. If it wasn't for the fact that Azramia was a pinnacle demigod rank powerhouse with a tyrannical physique, then Yang Feng might have broken quite a few of her bones. What a pity! Subconsciously, Yang Feng reluctantly loosened his grip. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He couldn't bear to part with Azramia's slender, soft, and flexible wasp waist. Gleistar also loosened her grip on Yang Feng's waist. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Feng's face, and a bewitching glint flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Then, her gaze fell on Azramia, and a glint of hatred flashed in her eyes. As soon as Yang Feng loosened his grip, Azramia collapsed to the ground. Her wounds suddenly burst open, and copious amounts of blood spilled on the ground. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, and he asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" Clenching her pearly white teeth, Azramia endured the pain and said, "I'm fine." Suddenly, Gleistar's coquettish and enchanting voice came from the side, "Master, she used the Sun Leaf, a treasure of the Sun Elves, to disrupt dimensional banishment." Although the dimensional banishment was broken, but the spatial backlash force erupted on her body. Coupled with her previous injuries, she's now even more injured. How can she be fine? As the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar was proficient in countless dark secret methods, and her every move contained a moving charm. She was only slightly inferior to the great matriarch of the Feisua Plains Dark Elves, Dolores. Gleistar looked at Azramia with a smile that wasn't a smile and said sweetly, "Master, she says she's fine, but in fact, she wants to guard against you. After all, she's seriously injured and can't stop you." Azramia's pretty face twitched slightly, but she remained silent. In this dark area, ordinary people couldn't even see objects within 3 centimeters of them. But Gleistar was a dark elf and had the innate talent of night vision, so she easily saw Azramia's expression. "Master, the potion you use to control me is so powerful. I simply cannot resist the power of that potion. Why don't you use that potion on her as well?" In this way, great elven monarch Azramia, the noblest, most beautiful, and most powerful beauty in the Feisua Plains secular world, will become your woman. And so long as you control her, the entire elven race won't be able to escape your grasp. At that time, you can become the uncrowned king of the elves, and you can play with any elven beauty you want. The planar tide has already begun. The control of the gods in the starry sky over the secular world will continue to weaken, and then slowly drop to a freezing point. At that time, you can use the elves to ascend to godhood and become one of the great immortal gods in the starry sky. Gleistar spoke slowly in a voice brimming with temptation, as if the whisper of a devil. Gleistar's voice was full of a strange rhythm, which could make those who heard her more easily convinced. When she heard that, Azramia's tender body tensed up, and her heart filled with fear and nervousness. After Red Earth Duke Ian drowned the Notice province, the top forces on the continent began to focus their attention on him. As the great elven monarch, Azramia had also paid attention to Yang Feng's intelligence. She knew very well that the man in front of her wasn't a good person. Gleistar's proposal was full of temptation for any ambitious man. Yang Feng said resolutely, "Say no more. Although I, Ian, am not a good person, but I can be ruthless and use any means against my enemies. But I will never use such means against my friends. If it weren't for Azramia's help, we would have been banished to the astral boundary. I won't bite the hand that feeds me." Azramia heaved a slight sigh of relief. Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment. At the same time, an indescribable feeling welled up inside her. Yang Feng bent over slightly, grabbed Azramia's lily-white hand, operated a secret method, and poured life energy into her body. Then, he cast a secret method and used his spirit force to scan her body. Azramia suddenly felt her tender body itch, as if she was being caressed by countless small hands. She clenched her white teeth, clenched her fists, and blushed. However, she knew that Yang Feng was examining her injuries, and didn't do anything drastic. Yang Feng loosened his grip and said with a smile, "Spatial backlash force and darkness divine power, these are the main two forces. Esramia, with your physique and my potion, you should be able to withstand it. You'll be able to fully recover in about a month." Esramia possessed a terrifying pinnacle demigod physique, which made her virtually invulnerable to all diseases and poisons. If it weren't for the spatial backlash and darkness divine power being too terrifying, she would have recovered long ago. Esramia said with a grateful smile, "Thank you." Yang Feng looked around, creased his eyebrows slightly, and asked in a deep voice, "Where is this place?" "Still on the Feisua plain?" The Black Dragon's blood meridians endowed Yang Feng with many formidable innate abilities, one of which was night vision. Even in this world shrouded in endless darkness, he could still clearly see his surroundings. At the very top was a rock wall covered by a layer of moss and rocks. The height between the rock wall and the ground was about 80 meters. On the ground, there were moss and many mushrooms and shrubs that lived in the dark environment. There were many differences between the Feisua plain and Earth. Many extraordinary plants didn't need sunlight to survive. Esramia opened her eyes wide and looked around. Her eyebrows creased slightly, and she whispered, "This should be the Feisua plain. The dimensional banishment spell has been destroyed. We can't be banished to the astral boundary. As for the specifics, I don't know." Esramia didn't have Yang Feng's and Gleistar's talent. If she didn't use the magic night vision, then by relying on her pinnacle demigod rank physique, she would only be able to see up to 500 meters away in such a dark environment. Suddenly, the demigod armament Queen of Spiders staff in Gleistar's hand flew out and floated in midair. Dark divine light gushed out of the Queen of Spiders staff. As if connected to an unknown space, a vast divine might descended from the sky and landed on the Queen of Spiders' staff. The Queen of Spiders' staff exuded vast divine might, which slowly condensed in midair and formed a projection of the beautiful and malevolent goddess Lolth with a human head and spider body. When she saw the projection of the goddess Lolth, Gleistar unconsciously prostrated herself on the ground, her tender body trembling, and her beautiful eyes brimming with fear. The gods of the darkness pantheon used terror and slaughter to frighten their believers, filling their believers with fear and terror. Devout faith was a kind of power, and so was fear and terror. The gods of the darkness divine system had always been temperamental and powerful beings. The Queen of Spiders Lolth even took pleasure in provoking the dark elves to kill each other. In the hands of the Queen of Spiders Lolth, the dark elven experts felt a fate worse than death. When Gleistar saw the Queen of Spiders Lolth descend, her body filled with fear, and she instinctively prostrated herself on the ground. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then took out the super-gravity gun and pulled the trigger at the projection of the goddess Lolth midair. One after another, super-gravity beams shot towards the projection of the goddess Lolth midair. In midair, the projection of the goddess Lolth slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with indifference, dignity, and a trace of ridicule. "Mortal like an ant, do you think that you can hurt the great gods with your little tricks?" The goddess Lolth smiled indifferently and pointed with her lily-white hand, and the super-gravity beams that could even seriously injure demigod rank powerhouses collapsed and disappeared. "In front of a god, an ant like you who isn't even a legend rank must remain humble." The goddess Lolth shot Yang Feng an indifferent look, and a vast divine might fell from the sky and pressed down on Yang Feng. Crack! Yang Feng resisted the frightening divine might, and his body issued the sound of bones breaking inch by inch. Even though he operated secret methods desperately, he still couldn't resist the frightening divine might. With the help of the black dragon armor, Yang Feng still stood unyieldingly on the ground and stared loftily at the goddess Lolth midair, anger and unyieldingness burning in the abyss of his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in goddess Loltha's beautiful eyes. She revealed a beautiful and seductive smile that was filled with viciousness and cruelty. "Interesting. A man like you is really interesting. I can't help but want to capture you and break your bones inch by inch. Let's see if you can still show such an expression. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. Ant-like man, I'll do you a big favor and give you a big gift. All of a sudden, Goddess Lolth showed a very strange smile and pointed at Azramia's forehead. Chapter 326. Yang Feng was greatly alarmed. He clenched his teeth and wanted to release the battle robots hidden in the dimensional crest, only to find that apart from thinking, he couldn't budge. As an intermediate divine force rank god, Goddess Lolth was an expert of the same rank as the Tsangji Plains Bright World Warlocks. Her divine might was boundless, and she wasn't a weakling even among the gods. This was just the divine might released by her projection, yet it was still extremely formidable. It wasn't something that Yang Feng could contend against. Azramia said very calmly and frigidly, "Great Goddess Lolth. According to the Treaty of the Gods, unless blasphemy is committed, gods can't personally attack mortals. Do you want to violate the Treaty of the Gods? Even you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of that. The great goddess Mophisareja and Alexia are looking at you through my eyes. As long as the gods willed it, they could see everything through the eyes of their believers and hear everything through the ears of their believers. This was one of the terrifying abilities possessed by the gods. This ability could make gods appear omniscient and omnipotent. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Indeed, I can't violate the treaty of the gods. Otherwise, I could have easily killed the three of you. However, there's a spell I left behind sealed in the Queen of Spiders' scepter. This spell had only been activated at this moment. In fact, my true body didn't even take action. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured by the backlash." Goddess Lolth smiled sweetly and pointed at the space between Azramia's eyebrows with her lily-white finger. A pitch-black incantation containing a bewitching charm appeared on the space between Azramia's eyebrows like a sexy mole. Azramia only felt her heart skip a beat, as if something bad had happened to her, yet she was powerless to do anything about it. A scorching force gushed out of her and spread to her limbs and bones. Her whole body heated up, her pretty face flushed, and she revealed a weak, beautiful, sexy, and charming expression. Goddess Lolth glanced at Azramia and revealed a bewitching and sexy smile, then glanced at Yang Feng, "You're lucky, human ant. But I think it will be very interesting to see the expressions of those two bitches Mophisareja and Alexia." Lolth turned to look at Gleistar, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness and cruelty, and she revealed a tyrannical and coquettish smile. "Finally, since you have been captured and controlled, you can die." Pitch-black flames suddenly ignited on Gleistar's delicate body, causing her to issue miserable screams. As the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar had been eroded by darkness divine power for a long time and was brimming with it. The darkness divine power belonged to Goddess Lolth. With a thought from her, the frightening darkness divine power turned into demonic flames that could burn everything and devour Gleistar's life. It's a pity that this bit of power is too little. Otherwise, I could have stayed here and enjoyed that interesting scene. Goddess Lolth sighed regretfully. Her body instantly collapsed and turned into dust, scattering in all directions. In the darkness, only the blushing Azramia and Gleistar, who was covered in black demonic flames, remained. As soon as Goddess Lolth disappeared, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, conjured the spell mage hand, fished out a vial of elixir from his bosom, and poured it into his mouth. When the vial of elixir entered his body, Yang Feng's physical potential was stimulated in an instant. His broken bones began to heal rapidly, and he felt an unbearable itch and pain all over his body. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, stimulated his spirit force, pointed at Gleistar, and suddenly launched healing water. An azure stream of water swept towards Gleistar. Wherever the healing water passed, Gleistar's delicate body was nourished and repaired. With a thought from Yang Feng, the liquid metal nano-robots inside Gleistar quickly launched, stimulating her aperture points, causing her to erupt with a formidable life force that resisted the burning of the black demonic flames. "Save me! Master, save me! As long as you save me, I'll listen to you henceforth. I'll do whatever you want me to do." Gleistar didn't even cast charm spells. She screamed miserably, her coquettish voice full of fear. When ordinary priests betrayed the god they believed in, they would only lose their power and suffer heavy injuries. The more powerful a priest was, the more severe the backlash they would suffer once they betrayed the god they believed in. A demigod rank expert like Gleistar was completely eroded by goddess Loltha's darkness divine power. Once the divine power backlash began, the darkness divine power would burn her alive from the inside out. After her death, her soul would return to goddess Loltha's divine country, where she would receive cruel torture. When Gleistar thought of goddess Loltha's cruel methods, her heart filled with fear, and she frantically begged Yang Feng. "Don't worry. Since I'm your master, I won't let you die." Yang Feng clenched his teeth, blurred into motion, and arrived beside Gleistar. He took out vials of elixirs and poured them into her mouth. "It would be great if there was a man who would risk his life to save me." Paralyzed on the ground, Ezramia watched Yang Feng do his best to save Gleistar, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy and bewilderment. Deep in her forehead, the black rune resembling a beauty mole exuded bewitching black light, shaking her firm mind. Originally, Ezramia had an extremely firm will. When she saw this scene, she would only smile faintly and praise Yang Feng for being affectionate and righteous. She wouldn't envy him at all. As for the vicious curse cast by goddess Lolth between her eyebrows, it was gradually dissolving, eroding her firm will. Gleistar was a junior demigod rank expert, and the might of the demonic fire inside her was extremely terrifying. Even though she had drunk a lot of demonic fire, she still couldn't completely dispel it. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, his mind filled with anxiety. What do I do? I'm still too weak. Curses. I can only do this. Clenching his teeth, Yang Feng took out a small bottle with a pained expression on his face, opened it, and dripped drops of cyan liquid on Gleistar's face, heart, kidneys, and other vital points. The small bottle contained the super elixir level 5 cyan jade divine liquid, which Yang Feng collected from the Tyrannid subcontinent. It had a heaven-defying effect. As long as a person still had a breath left in them, they could be saved. This was Yang Feng's life-saving treasure. He only had this small bottle in his hands. Wherever the cyan jade divine liquid dripped, the demonic fire immediately extinguished or, as if they had a life of their own, swam towards Gleistar's limbs. Yang Feng promptly chopped off Gleistar's limbs with his sword, and blood spilled on the ground. When Gleistar's limbs fell to the ground, they were burned to ashes by the demonic fire. Yang Feng's eyes flashed apologetically, and he said, "I'm sorry, this is all I can do for now. Later, I'll find a way to heal your hands and feet." Gleistar heaved a sigh of relief and showed Yang Feng a charming smile. "It's fine, I know. Thank you, Master. If it weren't for Master, I would be dead by now." To an ordinary person, having all 4 limbs severed was definitely a terrifying injury. But for peak existences of the Feisua plane like Gleistar and Ezramia, they could find the corresponding potions and treasures to regrow their limbs. Gleistar swept Ezramia with a glance, a bewitching glint in her beautiful eyes, and said with a sweet smile, "Master, Ezramia was hit by one of the most vicious spells, Kiss of Lolth. Once hit by this spell, she will be locked on by the dark elven treasure Lolth. No matter where she goes, she will be found by dark elven powerhouses. I've never been here before, but according to the environment, this should be the entrance to the dark forest, one of the most dangerous forbidden areas in the underworld. If we leave her behind, the 2 of us can escape from here." Ezramia was startled and filled with fear when she heard that. After hesitating for a while, she said weakly with a trace of sobbing tone, "Ian, don't leave me behind. Azramia shuddered inside when she thought of the cruel treatment she would receive if she fell into the hands of the Dark Elves. Finally, she abandoned her pride and weakly begged Yang Feng. This was the first time in her life that Azramia begged a man. "Don't worry. I won't leave you behind." Yang Feng smiled, then took out a magic carpet and tossed it into the air. After carrying Gleistar onto the magic carpet, he walked towards Azramia. Yang Feng bent over slightly and reached out to hug Azramia. When Azramia smelled Yang Feng, the bewitching black incantation on her forehead shone brightly. She was bewildered, her hands wrapped around Yang Feng's back like water snakes, and she kissed him on the lips. Yang Feng was slightly startled, and then fell into Azramia's passion. When Yang Feng was about to succumb to Azramia's charm, a drop of ice-cold water dripped on his face, and then was bounced off by his life force cover, waking him up at once. He used his supreme willpower to pull away Azramia, whose eyes were blurred, her beauty was unparalleled, and she exuded a seductive charm from head to toe. Chapter 327. Azramia, sober up. Yang Feng raised his hand and uttered a magic sentence, and a stream of healing water hit Azramia's pretty face. Washed by the ice-cold healing water, Azramia regained her sobriety. When she thought of her behavior just now, her pretty face blushed, and she was almost ashamed to death. Karina was Azramia's descendant born from the elven mother tree. Although Azramia treated people gently, but she was very proud and arrogant from a young age, and looked down on all men in the world. However, her unrestrained behavior just now made her angry, ashamed, and furious. She groaned, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her beautiful eyes. Gleistar said with a bewitching and sexy smile, "Master, that was a great opportunity." Great elven monarch Azramia, the noblest, most beautiful, and most powerful woman in the secular world of the Feisua Plain, took the initiative to make love to you. You didn't force her, but she took the initiative. She has nothing to say if you want her. By relying on Yang Feng's potions and Gleistar's terrifying physique, Gleistar began to rapidly recover her vitality. Feeling ashamed, Azramia turned her head, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. After Yang Feng carried Azramia onto the magic carpet, he frowned and asked, "What's going on with Gleistar?" Kiss of Lolth is the most vicious spell of the Dark Elves. Once hit by this spell, not only will you be discovered by the Mirror of Lolth no matter where you go, but this spell is also a curse. Moreover, this spell was a kind of curse. No matter how strong-willed and unyielding a woman was, she would fall step by step into depravity and become a slut. The predecessor of the dark elven goddess Maiden of Joy was the goddess of chastity. She was caught by the big spider, hit by this spell, and then degenerated step by step. If this spell isn't dispelled in time, the noble great elven monarch Azramia will become a lowly bitch in heat at the sight of men. Gleistar said with a smile, taking pleasure in Azramia's misfortune. The reason why Gleistar was seriously injured and caught by Yang Feng was because of Azramia's terrifying arrow. Her hatred and anger towards Azramia were deeper than the sea. When she heard that, Azramia shuddered and was filled with fear. If she was going to become like that, she would rather die. Azramia looked up at Yang Feng with tears in her beautiful eyes, looking indescribably beautiful and lovely. She implored weakly, "Help me, Ian. When I return to the elves, I will definitely repay you. I can open the elven clan's treasury and let you choose 1, no, 5 treasures." When he saw Azramia's delicate and beautiful appearance, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned to Gleistar and asked, "How do you dispel this spell?" Loltha's kiss was one of Loltha's most vicious curses. In the Tsangji Plain, only the top sects have the spell model of Kiss of Lolth. Yang Feng's status in the demonic fighting sect wasn't high enough. As such, he couldn't come into contact with such terrifying and powerful spell models. Gleistar smiled bitterly. "I don't know. Reportedly, only Goddess Lolth herself can dispel this spell." Of course, if the radiant primary god of the Xalia divine system takes action, then with his radiant divine spell that can purify everything, he should be able to purify this curse. Apart from that, only some legendary treasures that can restrain curses can suppress this curse. Goddess Lolth was an intermediate divine force rank god as well as a primary god of the Dark Elven divine system. She was extremely powerful. In the Elven divine system, only the strong divine force rank Elven primary god Mophisareja, the intermediate divine force rank sun god Alexia, and the intermediate divine force rank moon goddess Kristen could defeat her. In terms of fighting strength, none of the other Elven gods were Goddess Lolth's match. Even on the Fesua plane, there weren't many existences that could defeat Goddess Lolth head-on. The might of the curse she set up could be well imagined. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, since the radiant primary god can purify this curse, then there should be someone among the Elven divine system who can dispel this curse, right? Gleistar replied, I don't know about this. I think Ezramia should know more about the Elven gods than I do. Yang Feng's gaze fell on Ezramia. Ezramia's beautiful eyes flashed with bitterness, and she sighed faintly. Among the mighty gods, the Elven primary god, the sun goddess, and the moon goddess should have a way to dispel the curse on me. However, there is an agreement among the gods that they cannot directly interfere in the secular world. If it was a curse set up by Goddess Lolth, then I think that even Pope Iskudera of the Elven Church wouldn't be able to dispel it. Pope Iskudera of the Elven Church was a pope who served the Elven primary god Mophisareja. She was a demigod rank powerhouse second only to Ezramia. Even if she conjured a level 5 divine spell, she might not be able to dispel the curse set up by Goddess Lolth. Ezramia was silent for a while, then finally sighed faintly, forget it. Ian, I only ask one thing of you. Please kill me the moment I turn into a woman in heat at the sight of a man. In this way, before my soul is tainted, I can still return to the divine country of the gods. I'm counting on you. In this way, I'll be grateful to you in the divine country of the gods. Gleistar's eyes swiveled, and she revealed an extremely wicked smile. Heh, there's no need for that. Ezramia, I have a secret method that can dispel the curse. It's nothing more than using a curse to fight a curse. Ezramia's beautiful eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, what secret method? Gleistar showed a bewitching smile, cast the secret method, and told Ezramia about it in a low voice. Ezramia's pretty face suddenly welled up with crimson. Staring at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes flickered with flames of fury, and she gnashed her teeth, saying, I won't use this secret method even if I have to die. Yang Feng was baffled, not knowing why Ezramia's attitude changed so much. He hesitated for a while before asking, Gleistar, what secret method is it? Ezramia said anxiously, Gleistar, don't say it. If you do, I won't let you get away with it. Gleistar looked at Ezramia's somewhat flustered and exasperated expression, and then revealed a pleasant yet wicked smile. Your Majesty Ezramia, do you still think that you're the noble and powerful Elven great monarch? You're now just a burden to my master. If my master abandons you, you'll end up miserable. What qualifications do you have to threaten me? Ezramia blushed at Gleistar's words, and she gritted her teeth, unable to speak. Gleistar smiled charmingly at Yang Feng, saying, Master, we Dark Elves have a secret method. Once it's used, one's body and mind will fall, and everything will be dedicated to that person. So long as Ezramia uses this secret method, she'll only fall in love with you, Master. Wouldn't that be a happy ending? Yang Feng smiled awkwardly, realizing why Ezramia was staring at him like that. He laughed, as if nothing had happened. He picked up Gleistar, looked into the distance, and asked her about the Fesua Plains underground world. After Ezramia calmed down, she realized that it wasn't Yang Feng who instructed Gleistar, and the anger inside her subsided a little. The carpet had flown less than 500 meters when a series of buzzing noises suddenly rang out in the distance. Numerous scorpion-tailed wasps, each about the size of 2 fingers, with mouthparts that resembled locusts and tails that resembled scorpions, abruptly flew out and flew toward them as if they had turned into a swarm of wasps. Gleistar's beautiful eyes creased slightly, and she whispered, "Master, there are many extraordinary demonic insects in the underground world. Apart from dragons and some scaly legend-rank demonic creatures with pressure, it's best not to fly in the sky. Otherwise, you'll attract the attacks of many extraordinary demonic insects. Singly, those extraordinary demonic insects are very easy to kill. If there are many of them, then even demigod-rank powerhouses will be stung. When we travel in the underground world, we generally smear a lot of insect-repelling potions." Yang Feng nodded. Looking at the dense insect swarm, his eyes shimmered with graveness. "I was negligent about this. On the Tyrannid subcontinent, when Yang Feng's robot legion slaughtered its way into the underground world, it crushed everything in its path. When the extraordinary demonic insect scorpion-tailed bee swarm appeared, tens of thousands of flamethrower robots sprayed a few rounds of flames to burn the insect swarm. Now that Yang Feng was the only one left, he naturally couldn't resist the dense swarm of extraordinary demonic insects. The flying speed of the scorpion-tailed bees was terrifying. Before long, they arrived in front of Yang Feng and company. Yang Feng pressed the black dragon armor on his chest, and a frightening dragon might gushed out of the black dragon armor and spread in all directions. When the scorpion-tailed bees sensed the frightening dragon might, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, they circled around Yang Feng and split into 2, revealing a passage. Gleistar uttered worriedly, "Master, if you use dragon might, you can indeed quickly avoid the insect swarm. However, in the underground world, there are some frightening life forms that hunt dragons for food. If you do this, you may attract existences more dangerous than the extraordinary demonic insects." The underground world was full of dangers and the living environment was extremely harsh. Therefore, the races that lived in the underground world were generally stronger than those of the surface world. However, because of the harsh living environment, their numbers were naturally far less than those of the surface world. Chapter 328. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment. Then, following Gleistar's instructions, he descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Yang Feng took out a dragon skin belt and tied Gleistar in front of him. At the same time, he tied Azramia on his back with a dragon skin belt. When Azramia was on Yang Feng's back, she immediately uttered a cry, blushed, and powerlessly collapsed on Yang Feng's back. The black curse rune between her eyebrows glowed with a gloomy light. Yang Feng took out a piece of black dragon skin paper and shook it slightly. The dragon skin paper flashed with demonic light and turned into a black unicorn with lifeless eyes. With a light leap, Yang Feng flew onto the black unicorn demonic horse and shook the reins, and the black unicorn demonic horse made from alchemy quickly galloped into the distance. On the Feisua plain, magic had all kinds of miraculous powers. The magic artifacts left behind by some alchemists were even more miraculous than the technological creations of Earth. Azramia and Gleistar were bigwigs of elves and dark elves respectively, and they were extremely knowledgeable. Naturally, they wouldn't be surprised by a trifling black unicorn. While riding the black unicorn, Yang Feng took out vials of insect-repellent potions from a storage ring and sprinkled them on the 3 of them. The insect-repellent potions Yang Feng obtained from the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world. Although the strength of the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world was far inferior to that of the dark elves of the Feisua plain. However, they had also lived in the underground world for many years, and were very interested in making various insect-repellent potions. Gleistar looked at Yang Feng in surprise, and her evaluation of him rose by a few notches. Along the way, under Gleistar's guidance, Yang Feng avoided one dangerous area after another, and cautiously walked towards the surface world. Nourished by the liquid metal nano-robot elixir and various potions, Gleistar's severed limbs finally began to slowly grow back. It would only take 10 days for her severed limbs to fully recover. Ezramia was very surprised by Gleistar's recovery speed. His limbs had been severed. Unless he used the best level 4 healing magic, only the best potions could heal him so quickly. Ezramia's injuries, on the other hand, became even more difficult to recover from. Whenever the potion entered her body, the weird curse between her eyebrows would absorb more than half of its power, and the remaining power would begin to repair her body, making her recovery extremely slow. In a corner of the Feisua Plains underground world, the space distorted, and a blonde, burly young man walked out of the space. He looked at the surroundings, showed a smile, looked into the distance, and muttered in a low voice, "According to the calculations of the old guys, that thing should appear in the near future. If I can get that thing, I will be able to dominate a region when I return to the Tsangji Plain." After he finished speaking, the young man was shrouded in endless darkness, and he disappeared completely. In another corner of the Feisua Plain, a tall and burly young man dressed in oriental attire, with black hair tied into a single ponytail, a large blade on his back, and a lascivious aura walked slowly on the ground. Suddenly, the oriental man stopped and closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes, and his eyes radiated bright light. I sensed it. Sure enough, that thing has begun to appear. The figure of the oriental man blurred, and he rushed towards the dark forest, a forbidden area of the dark elves. In every corner of the Feisua Plain, powerhouses from other planes appeared one after another and moved towards the dark forest. In the underground world shrouded in endless darkness, an alchemical demonic eagle with solidified night vision flew in the sky. Its eyes flickered with mystical light, and it took in everything in its surroundings. A group of dark elves riding a large group of tamed extraordinary demonic beast dark demonic leopards walked in a huge mushroom forest. Surrounded by the large group of dark elf warriors, a dark elf powerhouse with blonde hair, plump buttocks, and a sexy and hot figure, with only some pitch-black leaf armor covering her vital parts, exposed large areas of her smooth skin, suddenly looked up. Her eyes locked onto the alchemy demonic eagle in the sky, and she very nimbly took out a magic bow and shot an arrow into the sky. With a flash of pitch-black light, the arrow pierced through the alchemical demonic eagle flying in the sky like a meteor. With a loud boom, the alchemical demonic eagle was blown to pieces by a terrifying force, and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. In a huge mushroom forest in the distance, Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with worry, saying slowly, "The scout eagle was destroyed." The dark elves came so quickly. Through the scout eagle, Yang Feng saw countless dark elven experts coming from all directions to surround him. If it was just Yang Feng alone, he would have countless ways to easily escape the dark elven encirclement. But Ezramia had been hit by the extremely vicious curse kiss of Lolth. Unless he abandoned her, Yang Feng would have no way of escaping. The dark elven experts pouring in from all directions had formed a huge encirclement. If Yang Feng broke through the encirclement, only death would await him. Who is this person? Yang Feng waved his hand, and magic radiances flickered and formed the figure of the beautiful dark elven woman who shot the alchemical demonic eagle midair. Under Yang Feng's control, the alchemical demonic eagle was very careful, yet it was still shot dead by an arrow from the beautiful dark elven woman. Yang Feng instinctively felt that the beautiful dark elven woman was very dangerous. Gleistar frowned slightly, her eyes flashed with graveness, and she said unhurriedly, "She is Charity, an expert of the new generation of dark elves, the commander of the Dark Leopard Cavalry Corps, and a pinnacle legend rank expert. She is one of the most cunning, cruel, and powerful dark elven experts. If she presides over the encirclement, then we'll be in danger." Yang Feng frowned slightly and suddenly asked, "Pinnacle legend rank? Why didn't Dolores come?" Dolores was a demigod rank expert. If she came in person, then Yang Feng's group of 3 disabled patients wouldn't be her match. Perhaps a level 3 warlock like Yang Feng wouldn't be taken seriously by a terrifying expert like Dolores, but the great elven monarch Ezramia was definitely worth Dolores taking action. If Dolores captured Ezramia alive and sacrificed her soul to the goddess Lolth, then Dolores would reap great benefits. She might even gain the favor of the goddess Lolth and promote to one of the gods of the dark elven divine system. Gleistar's eyebrows arched slightly, her beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and she stared coldly at Ezramia. We entered the moonlight tree through a teleportation portal opened by an abyssal fiend in the surface world. With Dolores's speed, it would take at least 5 days to return here from that place. Master, in our current state, we won't be able to escape Dolores's pursuit with the burden of Ezramia. Please make up your mind to kill her. Whether it's for her or for us, this is the best choice. After she dies, the elven gods will naturally help her eliminate the curse of the goddess Lolth. Ezramia shrank back slightly, her pretty face changed several times, and finally, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of unswerving determination. She sighed faintly. Ian, as Gleistar said, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of the dark elves with me. Kill me now. This is the best choice for both you and me. The curse of the kiss of Lolth turned Ezramia into a big light bulb. No matter where she fled, she wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the dark elven powerhouses. Once the advanced demigod rank expert Dolores returned, Yang Feng's group of 3 would have no leeway to fight back. Heh, we have to try to know. We still haven't reached the end of the line yet. Yang Feng smiled confidently, pulled the reins, turned the horse around, and galloped towards the dark forest. There were traces of dark elves in all directions. He could only move towards the dark forest to see if he could borrow the power of the forbidden area to block the dark elves and buy more time. They're escaping. They're escaping in the direction of the dark forest. Charity carefully looked at the mirror of Lolth in her hand for a while, then her eyes flashed with a decisive glint. She took out a communications crystal and ordered coldly, Hannah, Polly, you 2 immediately take people to cut off the path of retreat of the blasphemers to the dark forest. Yes. 2 delicate shouts brimming with heroic spirit came from the communications crystal. Charity whistled, and a 7-meter-tall legend-rank demonic beast flying scorpion lion with a lion's head, a scorpion's tail, and a pair of wings on its ribs flew over from the sky, exuding a fierce and ferocious aura. Charity leaped lightly and immediately jumped onto the legend-rank demonic beast flying scorpion lion. The flying scorpion lion flapped its wings and quickly flew towards Yang Feng's party along with a gust of wind. As a legend-rank demonic beast, the flying scorpion lion was extremely fast. In less than an hour, it caught up with Yang Feng's party. Chapter 329. Meteor-like black arrows dropped from the sky and shot towards Yang Feng. Superior warping force field. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a fearsome warping force field suddenly appeared and blocked midair. When the black arrows hit the warping force field, they were ricocheted, fell to the ground, and exploded like missiles, blasting open holes in the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the legend-rank demonic beast flying scorpion lion dropped from the sky and blocked Yang Feng and company's escape route to the dark forest. Charity glanced at Yang Feng's group of 3 and revealed a smile, a human arch-wizard, the great elven monarch Ezramia, and the former Pope Gleistar. Hello, I am Charity. Please stay here and wait for a while. Gleistar's beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said solemnly, Charity, for the sake of me taking care of you in the past, will you please step aside? Charity's eyes flashed fiercely and viciously, and she uttered with a seductive smile, Gleistar, you traitor. You betrayed the great goddess Lolth and were abandoned by her. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? After I catch you, I'll torture you. After you've suffered enough, I'll offer you as a living sacrifice to the great goddess Lolth. The goddess will definitely be very happy. The gods of the darkness divine system dominated their believers with terror, massacre, bloodshed, and fear, forcing believers to fear and worship them. At the same time, blood sacrifices, live sacrifices, and other sacrificial methods emerged endlessly in the darkness divine system. This was why they were rejected by the other gods of the Feisua plane. If it wasn't for the fact that the gods of the darkness divine system weren't weak, the gods of the darkness divine system would have already been wiped out by the gods of other divine systems. Even so, once the believers of the darkness divine system appeared in the surface world, they would be besieged by the believers of other gods. Charity stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips seductively. She said seductively, "As for you, Ian, as long as you hand over those 2 women, I'll let you have some fun. I have 30,000 dark elven beauties under my command. As long as you hand over those 2 women to me, you can play with those 30,000 beauties. I guarantee that you will taste the bliss of the world." Yang Feng pressed his chest. The dragon leather belt on his chest rolled up, and Gleistar, who was in front of him, was turned behind him and pressed against Esramia. When Esramia smelled Gleistar's enchanting fragrance that could kill both men and women, the black rune between her eyebrows blossomed with extremely wicked light, causing her tender body to tremble and her pretty face to flush. She could only resist the waves of heat inside her with her great willpower. Yang Feng willed, and the black dragon armor he wore released black light and promoted his cultivation base until it reached the great warlock realm. "Are you going to fight me, Ian? Why bother? My job is to stall you. This mission doesn't require a battle to complete." Charity smiled and pressed down on the flying scorpion lion beneath her. The flying scorpion lion flapped its wings and flew into the sky along with a gust of wind. What a cunning fellow! Yang Feng was startled. As long as Charity flew into the sky and fired continuously, he would be forced to use the black dragon armor to maintain his great warlock rank battle prowess to deal with her. With Yang Feng's current physique, even if he used the black dragon armor, he could only maintain his great warlock rank battle prowess for about an hour at most. After an hour, if Yang Feng didn't use the various battle robots inside the dimensional badge, only death would await him. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. A 10-meter-long mechanical aurora lightning python covered in pure white scales, with a pair of wings on its ribs, a horn on its head, and a lightning rune engraved on its forehead suddenly appeared. Esramia was startled when she saw the mechanical aurora lightning python that suddenly appeared, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. "That's a legend-rank demonic beast. What kind of treasure is that? It can actually contain living beings?" Legend-rank demonic beasts were very rare on the Feisua plane. Only major races like elves and dark elves would rear a few in captivity. Yang Feng, who was just an arch-wizard, actually possessed an aurora lightning python, a legend-rank demonic beast that was practically extinct on the Feisua plane. This was simply terrifying. Moreover, treasures that could contain living beings were very rare on the Feisua plane. In the entire elven race, there were no more than 3 such treasures. As expected of Master, he's really unfathomable. He has so many trump cards. Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Dark elves respected the strong. Now that Gleistar had become Yang Feng's subordinate, the stronger he was, the happier she was and the more she approved of him. Yang Feng jumped onto the back of the mechanical aurora lightning python, and the mechanical aurora lightning python was shrouded in arcs of lightning. With a burst of crackling electric arcs, the mechanical aurora lightning python was like a railgun. Amidst the countless electric arcs, it ferociously slammed into the back of the flying scorpion lion in an instant. It opened its jaws and ruthlessly bit down, directly crushing half of the flying scorpion lion's body. Charity's reaction speed was terrifying. At the moment of imminent peril, she jumped from the back of the flying scorpion lion, shot towards Yang Feng, and mercilessly kicked him in the face. Yang Feng unleashed the level 4 spell dragon force. As if he had incarnated into a humanoid dragon, endless power surged from all over his body, and he slammed his fist into Charity's slender leg. Boom! A fearsome explosion sounded from the place where their fists and legs collided, and Charity was sent flying into the distance like a broken rag doll. Yang Feng's body only shook slightly. Clearly, he had the upper hand in terms of strength. The mechanical lightning aurora python bit down on the flying scorpion lion's body, its huge body tightly wrapping around the flying scorpion lion. It frantically strangled the flying scorpion lion, causing the flying scorpion lion to let out a miserable cry. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, the level 2 spell wind control was unleashed. Surrounded by a strong wind, he flew to the head of the flying scorpion lion, took out a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel, and mercilessly stabbed. The secret treasure longsword forged from divine blood steel was incomparably sharp. Only a peerless demigod powerhouse like Ciceron, who possessed the sea god's bloodline and demon's bloodline, had terrifying bones that could withstand that secret treasure longsword. Although the flying scorpion lion was powerful, but it was only a legend-rank demigod-rank powerhouse. Its bones couldn't resist the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel. The secret treasure sword pierced through the flying scorpion lion's hard skull, entered its head, and twisted madly, crushing the flying scorpion lion's brain into pieces. When the flying scorpion lion's brain was crushed, its body only trembled a few times, and then it was twisted into a pile of minced meat by the mechanical aurora lightning python. Yang Feng raised his hand and put the flying scorpion lion's corpse into a storage ring. The flying scorpion lion was a legend-rank demigod. Its fleshly body could be made into a mechanical battle beast. Its blood meridian could also be extracted and used to produce the necessary blood meridian essence of the blood meridian warlock flying scorpion lion family. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, warlock knowledge could be found everywhere. However, it wasn't that simple to become an official warlock. The vast majority of people were still ordinary people. The flying scorpion lion's blood meridian could allow people to evolve to the great warlock rank at most. It was a precious blood meridian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Charity cast Imperial Wind, turned into a hurricane, landed on the ground, and then cast the level 4 spell blink one after another. Flickering, she disappeared into the mushroom forest. Yang Feng glanced at the mushroom forest and creased his eyebrows slightly. In that very short period of time, Charity's aura had completely disappeared. Unless Yang Feng used a special method to release countless mechanical insects to cover the mushroom forest, it would be impossible to find traces of Charity. Otherwise, with the spells he currently mastered, it would still be very difficult to quickly find Charity hiding in the mushroom forest. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he made his choice. Riding the mechanical aurora lightning python, he rushed towards the dark forest. Along with a rumble, the mechanical aurora lightning python brushed past the mushroom forest and flew away, startling the countless extraordinary demonic insects and extraordinary life forms inhabiting the mushroom forest. After the mechanical aurora lightning python passed through the mushroom forest, a figure flashed through the mushroom forest. With a light leap, she landed on the top of a huge mushroom like a leaf. It was Charity. Charity looked at Yang Feng's back from afar, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a bewitching glint, and she revealed a smile. This Ian really isn't simple. It seems that he's far from an ordinary arch-wizard. However, this isn't bad. I can borrow his hand to eradicate the two little bitches Hannah and Polly. In this way, the position of commander will be as stable as a mountain. After Yang Feng piloted the mechanical aurora lightning python for several kilometers, he dropped from the sky and landed on the ground. After storing the mechanical aurora lightning python into the dimensional badge, Yang Feng switched to the black wildebeest and continued to move towards the dark forest. The aurora lightning python was surrounded by electricity. In this dark underground world, it was like a beacon. It attracted countless demonic insects and all kinds of powerful extraordinary life forms with phototaxis. It wasn't a means of transportation that could be moved for a long time in the underground world. Chapter 330. Fire. Yang Feng and his party had just arrived near a shrub, when a dense rain of arrows suddenly shot towards them from the shrub. Advanced warping force field. Yang Feng grabbed a secret treasure shield forged from divine blood steel in one hand, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the sky. A strange and formidable warping force field suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. More than 99% of the arrows shot from the shrub were twisted and ricocheted aside. Only one arrow containing terrifying legend rank power hit the secret treasure shield in Yang Feng's hand. Boom! Along with a blare, the secret treasure shield in Yang Feng's hand shook, and a terrifying force transmitted from the shield into the black wildebeest below him. The black demonic wildebeest's body was directly shattered and turned into countless pieces of demonic skin that splattered in all directions. After all, the black wildebeest was just a level 1 alchemical secret treasure. It couldn't withstand the terrifying power of a great warlock rank spell. The center of the shield forged from divine blood steel in Yang Feng's hand caved in slightly, showing how terrifying the legend rank archer in the shrub was. Dark rays. Weakness. Darkness deterrence. Fear. Fireball. A dense rain of spells barreled towards Yang Feng. Most of the spells that slammed into Yang Feng were shattered by the terrifying life force field protecting him. However, the spells were constantly consuming his life force field. Once a warlock condensed a soul seed and became an official warlock, a terrifying life force field would surround the surface of their body. This was one of the basic extraordinary innate abilities of an official warlock. This extraordinary innate ability would strengthen along with the increase in the warlock's strength. Even level 3 spells would find it difficult to destroy the life force field of a great warlock. Only level 4 single-target offensive spells might be able to break the life force field of a great warlock. With the help of the Black Dragon armor, Yang Feng possessed great warlock rank strength for a short period of time. His life force field was also very powerful and terrifying, and could resist most low-level spells. But releasing his own life force would also be neutralized and consumed by the low-level spell. If Yang Feng was alone, he could rely on the extraordinary Black Dragon's blood meridians to disregard those low-level spells. But behind him were Azramia and Gleistar. If he didn't release his life force field, he would be unscathed, but the 2 women behind him would be blasted into dregs. Yang Feng patted the dimensional badge on his chest, and the mechanical lightning aurora python suddenly flew out. With a light leap, he landed on the back of the mechanical lightning aurora python. Rumble. Countless electric arcs flickered, and the mechanical lightning aurora python flew into the sky at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound. Virtually all the arrows brushed past the mechanical lightning aurora python. Only a black arrow containing legend rank power pierced through the void, stabbed the force field surrounding the mechanical lightning aurora python, and stabbed the abdomen of the mechanical lightning aurora python, penetrated its scales, and sank into the superalloy deck forged from divine blood steel. Boom! The black arrow exploded, and the frightening power caused the mechanical lightning aurora python to shake slightly. Dark exploding arrow was one of the most powerful secret archery arts of the Dark Elves. The arrow contained dark force. Once it pierced an object, it would detonate, and its might was extremely frightening. If Yang Feng hadn't used divine blood steel to comprehensively strengthen the mechanical lightning aurora python, this arrow would have seriously injured it. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll let you have a taste of my power. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and a vast dragon might spread from him. He opened his mouth and belched a black dragon breath that shot towards the direction from which the dark arrow came from lightning fast. The black dragon breath flew at an astonishing speed. Practically in an instant, it arrived in the mushroom forest and barreled towards a beautiful dark elven beauty with a sexy figure. The pretty face of the dark elven beauty with legend rank cultivation base flickered, and she reached out and grabbed a dark elven beauty beside her to block the black dragon's breath. The dark elven beauty with level 3 warlock rank strength, who was used as a shield, was engulfed by the black dragon's dragon breath. She uttered extremely mournful screams, and then abruptly stopped as she was burned to ashes. The dark elven beauty with legend rank cultivation base rolled on the ground and dodged the terrifying black dragon breath. But her reaction was still a bit slow, and her right hand was grazed by the black dragon breath. As if maggots on a bone, the black dragon breath spread along her right hand and devoured her flesh. The dark elven beauty spun the sword in her hand and decisively cut off the flesh on her right hand that was corroded by the black dragon breath. Blood flowed, revealing ghastly white bones. The dark elven beauty swept her right hand that was corroded by the black dragon breath, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, as expected of an expert who made the great matriarch eat a loss. Sure enough, this Ian isn't an ordinary arch-wizard. The might of that dragon breath isn't inferior to that of an adult black dragon. Charity had me and Polly intercept him. It seems that she wants to kill him with a borrowed knife. Framing and killing each other had never stopped among the dark elven race. What the goddess Lolth liked the most was to watch dark elven geniuses kill each other. On the one hand, it was because she was cruel by nature. On the other hand, when dark elven geniuses killed each other, their souls would return to her divine country and become her toys, servants, slaves, and troops. In addition, fratricide could also enhance the strength of dark elves. At the same time, it would cause internal strife, making it impossible for them to unite and contend against her rule. Hannah only blocked it for a moment. After discovering Yang Feng's strength and terror, she gave up on the idea of sniping him with all her might. A dark elven beauty walked up to Hannah and asked, "Lady Hannah, what should we do now?" Hannah's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and she ordered, "Continue the pursuit." The dark elven beauty responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." The 5,000 dark elven warriors riding dark leopards ran out of the mushroom forest and chased after Yang Feng from afar. Hannah, riding a dark leopard, moved unhurriedly among the crowd, showing no intention of pursuing Yang Feng by herself. She was well aware that following a large group was the safest choice. After breaking through Hannah's interception, Yang Feng landed on the ground, switched to another black wildebeest, and rushed towards the entrance of the dark forest day and night. The dark forest was located in the deepest part of the 9th floor of the Feisua Plains underground world. The dark forest was shrouded in a black fog all year round. Shrouded by the black fog, even dark elves with innate night vision could hardly see more than 10 meters away. Moreover, the black fog restrained all kinds of spells. Without the two powerful weapons, archery and magic, dark elves felt as if their hands had been chopped off in the dark forest. There were also countless terrifying demonic plants in the dark forest. Even many legend-rank dark elves who entered the dark forest died. There were even demigod-rank dark elven heroes who entered the dark forest, never to return. In the end, under the divine decree, the dark forest became a forbidden area for dark elves. No dark elves were allowed to enter. After breaking through the obstruction of Hannah and her party, Yang Feng and his party quickly arrived at the real entrance to the dark forest. Yang Feng looked at the dark forest, frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. "This is the dark forest." There were countless huge ancient trees growing in the dark forest. The huge ancient trees seemed to run through heaven and earth, piercing through the 9th floor of the underground world and growing towards the 8th floor of the underground world. Needles, sawtooth-like leaves, weird tree vines, huge man-eating flowers, and all kinds of branches brimming with dangerous auras and characteristics of dangerous extraordinary plants extended from the huge ancient trees. With his keen eyesight, Yang Feng could vaguely see eerie and strange skeletons hanging on the branches of the ancient tree. By relying on the keen intuition of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng could feel the waves of dangerous aura coming from the dark forest. Even someone as powerful as him could die in the dark forest if he wasn't careful. Gleistar took a look at the dark forest, frowned slightly, and said solemnly, "Master, kill Azramia." The dark forest was too dangerous. The dark forest was said to be the dwelling place of an existence of the Zhangji Plain, which was even more terrifying than devils and fiends. Even gods were not its opponent. Even deities who entered the dark forest could fall. This is a forbidden area. It's too dangerous for us to enter. A peculiar glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he quickly made a judgment. In the Zhangji Plain, existences stronger than gods are terrifying existences above the glorious Dawn Warlock rank. No, since this dark forest has not been invaded by anyone. In that case, the strength of this existence should be above that of a great divine power god. In other words, this is a relic site of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Chapter 331. Warlock monarchs were fearsome existences of the Zhangji Plain that could contend against mighty divine force rank gods. Even in the 8 warlock dynasties, warlock monarchs were the pinnacle powerhouses. After the collapse of the 8 warlock dynasties, warlock monarchs were the strongest powerhouses of the Zhangji Plain for a long period of time. Every warlock monarch possessed the terrifying power to move mountains and drain seas, pluck stars and grab moons, and destroy a plain. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Zhangji Plain's warlock civilization declined a lot. It has been more than 10,000 years since the birth of a new warlock monarch. At present, the strongest known powerhouses of the Zhangji Plain were merely infinity warlocks. Even if some treasures casually leaked out from a relic site of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, it would still be able to benefit the little warlock Yang Feng greatly. Of course, a relic site of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse was extremely dangerous, and even gods might die inside. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses could completely suppress their terrifying life force field. But that was only when they were alive. But once they were on the verge of death, they could no longer suppress their power, and their terrifying life force field would combine with the surrounding environment and form all kinds of frightening and strange phenomena. The various frightening and strange phenomena formed by the dissipation of life force before the death of a warlock monarch rank powerhouse could even kill gods. Yang Feng only thought for a moment before dispelling the idea of treasure hunting in the dark forest. He was well aware that this was the dark forest, a place where even god-rank powerhouses could die, and a god-rank powerhouse could squash him to death with a finger. At most, he could only move around in the periphery of the dark forest. If he entered the dark forest, he would undoubtedly die. Azramia hugged Yang Feng and sighed faintly, saying, "Ian, as Gleistar said, the dark forest is a dangerous forbidden area that even the gods fear. You should just kill me. In this way, I can still be reborn in the divine country of the mighty gods." Yang Feng sneered, "Heh, reborn in the divine country of the gods? That's when your soul is received into the divine country. Most of your memories and feelings will disappear, and some will even disappear completely. The new memories and feelings were given to you by God. Would you still be the real you if you were reborn like that?" Once the soul of a powerhouse like Azramia returned to the divine country of a god, if there was no special reason, most of her memories would be erased and instilled with all kinds of memories and feelings loyal to the gods, turning her into a tool that could evolve in the hands of the gods. It was not impossible to be reborn in the divine kingdom of the gods and retain the emotions and memories from when they were alive. However, it required a large amount of divine power or the use of treasures with special nomological powers to achieve that. Unless there was a special reason, the gods wouldn't do that. Slightly startled, Azramia exclaimed, "How do you know this secret?" This secret was only circulated in a small circle of powerhouses, and Azramia learned of it by chance. She didn't know how Yang Feng knew this secret that could shake the foundation of the gods. Yang Feng smiled and said nothing. This was a secret for the people of the Feisua Plain, but for the Tsangji Plains demonic fighting sect and the other 9 great sects, it was just common sense. This was the huge difference in information between the 2 planes. Let's go. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and stepped into the dark forest with Ezramia and Gleistar on his back. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the entrance of the dark forest, strange ripples rose in the space there, and a twisted black face suddenly appeared in the void, revealing a strange smile. The backs of Yang Feng and his party disappeared. The path leading to the inside of the dark forest covered in rotten leaves was empty, as if no one had entered. Shortly after Yang Feng and his party entered the dark forest, a 5,000-strong dark elven army riding dark leopards, led by a beautiful dark elf with a curvy waist, stopped in front of the entrance of the dark forest. A beautiful dark elven warrior came to the side of the dazzling dark elven powerhouse and respectfully asked, "Lady Polly, what should we do now?" Polly took a deep look at the depths of the dark forest, and her gaze fell on the path full of fallen leaves and exuding the smell of decay, yet devoid of footprints. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension, and she said solemnly, "Let's wait outside for them to come out." Another beautiful dark elven warrior frowned and said solemnly, "Madam Polly, Commander Charity ordered us to chase after Ian. Ian has escaped inside. We should chase after him." Polly's beautiful eyes flashed with an incomparably cold murderous intent, but she said with a smile, "That makes sense. In that case, Diana, take your group of people and immediately go inside to track Ian's traces. This is an order, don't disobey." Diana's pretty complexion changed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. "Madam Polly, this..." The dark forest was a terrifying and perilous place where even divine spirit experts would fall if they entered its depths. Diana only possessed level 3 warlock rank strength. Once she entered the dark forest, she would most likely die. Polly smiled gloomily, her beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she uttered while stressing each syllable, "Diana, this is an order. Do you want to disobey it?" Diana was a spy planted by Charity in Polly's side, and Polly had been looking for an opportunity to eradicate her for a long time. Now that she got such a good opportunity, Polly naturally wouldn't let her go. Polly's confidants and personal guards surrounded Diana, and their beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Diana gritted her teeth and said with a look of helplessness and hatred, "Yes, Madam Polly. I'll take my men inside." Polly said coldly, "Don't dawdle, go inside at once." "Yes, Madam Polly." Under Polly's urging, Diana quickly gathered her troops and entered the dark forest one by one. The dark elven warriors saw strange ripples set off in space, and then Diana and the other dark elven warriors disappeared into the ripples. As if they were swallowed by something, they didn't appear on the other side. When the dark elven warriors saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts, and no one proposed to enter the dark forest again. Hannah came from the rear with 5,000 dark elven warriors. When she saw Polly, she asked, "Polly, why didn't you take anyone inside?" Polly said with a sweet smile, "I already sent people inside to track Ian and them." "Hannah, since you're here, then I'll give you the credit for hunting down Ian." Hannah took a deep look at the dark forest, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. She instinctively felt the great terror lurking inside the dark forest. Hannah suddenly said with a smile, "In that case, I'll stay here and help you, Polly." Polly also smiled slightly, "Okay." The nearly 10,000 dark elven warriors immediately surrounded the entrance to the dark forest, and no one dared to rashly enter the dark forest. "What are you two doing? Didn't I order you to pursue Ian and them? Why are you still here?" Commanding the main force of the Dark Leopard Corps, Charity came from the rear. When she found Hannah and Polly, she berated them sternly. Polly immediately reported, "Great Commander, I've sent people into the dark forest to track Ian and them. As long as there's news of them, I'll send people inside to support them." Charity frowned, and said coldly, "This is a divine decree from the great goddess Lolth. Ian and the other two must be captured at all costs. I order you two to enter the dark forest and continue to pursue Ian. A cold glint flashed in Hannah's eyes, and she said with a cold smile, "Yes, great commander. However, the dark forest is too dangerous. The two of us and our subordinates are a little understaffed. Great commander, please enter the dark forest with us." Polly also said with a cold smile, "That's right. We're too weak by ourselves. Great commander, please enter the dark forest with us." Anger flashed in Charity's beautiful eyes, and she said coldly, "You take the people inside first, I'll follow." A cold glint flashed in Polly's eyes, and she said aggressively, "That won't do. Even if it's you, great commander, if you violate the divine decree, won't you end up badly? Let's go in together, great commander. No need to argue. Let's all go in together." Accompanied by a cold yet alluring voice, the charming and coquettish Dolores slowly walked in, a fragrance wafting from her. "Greetings, great matriarch." When Charity and the other two saw Dolores, their pretty faces changed, and they lowered their heads and said respectfully. Dolores was a frightening advanced demigod rank powerhouse. In the era when gods stood high above the stars, she was one of the most powerful people in the Fesua Plains secular world. After Pope Gleistar was declared a traitor, she grasped practically all the power of the Dark Elves. Dolores said in a cold voice, "Have all your subordinates go in. You come with me. This time, we must capture Ian and them. No, whether dead or alive, Ezramia must not be allowed to leave the underground world alive. Otherwise, you'll all be made into evil spirit dolls." When they heard that, Charity and the other two stiffened, and their beautiful eyes filled with fear. The evil spirit puppet dolls were monsters made from living dark elves using all kinds of evil secret methods. The method used to make the evil spirit puppet dolls was cruel, bloody, and terrifying to the extreme. It was one of the most vicious punishments of the dark elven race. Chapter 332. Charity's eyes flashed with unswerving determination, and she said resolutely, "Yes. Great matriarch, we'll do our best to prevent Ezramia from leaving the underground world alive. Charity would rather die than be made into an evil spirit puppet doll. If she died, she could be reborn in Goddess Lotha's divine country. But once she was made into an evil spirit puppet doll, she would live a life worse than death, living in endless pain and torture. That was the cruelest thing." Hannah's group of two also said resolutely, "Great matriarch, we won't let Ezramia leave the underground world alive at all costs." Under the orders of Charity and the other two commanders, the Dark Leopard Corps entered the dark forest. As if a terrifying monster, the dark forest devoured the Dark Leopard Corps. When all the warriors of the Dark Demonic Leopard Corps disappeared into the dark forest, a strange demonic face suddenly appeared and revealed a sinister smile. "A bunch of idiots. This is the place where he once stayed. It's not time yet, so even gods don't dare to enter. What a bunch of uncultured barbarians." A young man with black hair and yellow skin, tied into a ponytail, dressed like an oriental swordsman unhurriedly walked out of the void, took a deep look at the dark forest, and revealed a contemptuous smile. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. "However, the dark elves really deserve their reputation. Every one of them is a beauty. Compared to us humans, they are much stronger. Since I've come to this plane, I must have a good taste of the legendary dark elves. Someone else is coming." The eyes of the young man dressed like an oriental swordsman congealed, then ripples enveloped him and he disappeared. A tall and burly man, looking like a bear, trod on two black clouds, ran all the way from the horizon and plunged into the dark forest. Not long after, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man flew over from afar and disappeared into the dark forest. One after another, powerhouses from different places entered the dark forest. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the dark forest, he felt as if he was shrouded in a thick fog. He frowned slightly, keenly sensing that his connection with the weave had been severed. The weave was an existence created by the goddess of the weave by relying on the laws of the plane. It was said that it covered the entire plane and was everywhere. Even the elven race's moonlight tree could borrow the power of the weave. The dense fog of the dark forest cut off the connection between Yang Feng and the weave, indicating that the level of power contained in the dark forest may even surpass that of the goddess of the weave. Fortunately, I'm not a wizard of the Feisua plane, or else I wouldn't be able to use spells. But even so, the power of many spells cast here will be pitifully weak. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and cast the level 0 spell Mage Hand. Shortly after the transparent Mage Hand took shape, it collapsed and disappeared. This phenomenon made Yang Feng crease his eyebrows slightly. Logia and elemental spells use the caster's spirit force as the source of power and the spell model as the core to communicate with the mysterious laws of the plane and mobilize the vigor of heaven and earth to produce all kinds of powerful and miraculous phenomena. It was with the help of the power of heaven and earth that the spells of wizards and warlocks were so powerful that they could easily instill body-tempering martial artists of the same rank. However, in places with abnormal plane laws and abnormal vigor of heaven and earth, the strength of wizards would be weakened to a pitiful extent. Warlocks, on the other hand, had extremely tyrannical fleshly bodies after continuous evolution. They could quickly adapt to any environment, which was one of the strongest aspects of human warlocks. He. I am Yang Feng from the Zhangji Plain. I came to the Feisua Plain to hunt demigods. All of a sudden, the faces of babies appeared on a large tree. Strange laughter came from the faces of the babies. How could this be? Yang Feng's heart shook, his body trembled slightly, and fear and killing intent welled up inside him. Entering the Feisua Plain from the Zhangji Plain was one of Yang Feng's greatest secrets. No one on the Feisua Plain knew about this secret. Once it was known that Yang Feng came from the Zhangji Plain, everything he had on the Feisua Plain would be destroyed. Gleistar had betrayed her faith and lost all her power. At the same time, Goddess Lolth could no longer see or hear anything through her. Esramia, on the other hand, was a believer of the elven gods. As long as the primary god she believed in looked at her, he would know everything about her with a thought. Only by killing Esramia before the gaze of the primary god she believed in fell on her, and then destroying the memories of her soul, would Yang Feng have a chance at survival. I am Yang Feng, I came from Earth. My greatest reliance is the technology one inherited from the Shizu. The faces of the babies on the trees were grinning and their mouths were constantly opening and closing, revealing the secrets hidden in the depths of Yang Feng's heart that he was most afraid of being discovered by others. Don't say any more. You freaks. Eyes bloodshot, a fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and a bloodthirsty glint shrouded his eyes. He issued a fearsome roar, and wanted to rush over and smash the faces of the babies growing on the trees one by one. The host is being eroded by negative spirit force. Activating stimulation therapy. A sharp pain suddenly came from Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, making him, who was on the verge of erupting, hold his head in pain and gasp for breath. There were no sound fluctuations detected in the surroundings, it was just an illusion, the host. Just now, you were hit by an illusion, which was comparable to a level 5 spell. Because the spirit spell was too strange, the black dragon bloodline inside you could not completely offset the influence of the illusion. A line of information flashed in front of Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng was slightly alarmed, and cold sweat flowed down his back. So I was hit by an illusion, how strange. My black dragon bloodline didn't react, this illusion is really terrifying. Ancient black dragons were immune to the vast majority of spirit spells, and Yang Feng, who possessed the ancient black dragon bloodline, was immune to most spirit spells as well. Now, he was actually being eroded by that spiritual spell. The might of that spiritual spell was so strong and its rank was so high that it was simply shocking. When Yang Feng took a closer look at the tree full of baby faces, he saw a thick layer of bones under the tree full of baby faces. Countless skulls piled up on top of the decaying leaves, forming a strange and terrifying scene. Tree vines full of sharp thorns were scattered around the large tree. Once ordinary experts got close to the strange tree, they would be instantly pierced through by the tree vines full of sharp teeth. Yang Feng's complexion became very unsightly. He recognized the origin of the strange tree at a glance. This is a level 5 extraordinary plant baby face evil tree. The spirit spells released by the baby face evil tree can even unwittingly confuse gods. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I really had no choice. I wanted to live. Jenna. Behind Yang Feng, Gleistar sobbed uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembled, and she screamed miserably. Ramia also trembled and struggled behind Yang Feng, a look of pain and fear on her face. If it wasn't for the fact that she was seriously injured and couldn't muster any strength, she would have already seriously injured Yang Feng. With a thought, Yang Feng cast the innate level 4 spell Dragon Breath and belched a fearsome dragon breath that slammed into the strange baby face evil tree in a flash. When the terrifying dragon breath landed on the baby-faced evil tree, raging flames engulfed the baby-faced evil tree. The baby-face evil tree issued mournful cries, and countless tree vines buried in the ground surged and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished the sword in his hand, and sword rays shone and turned into sword afterimages that shot towards the tree vines. The vines of the baby-face evil tree were severed, and a copious amount of blood-like sap shot out from the severed parts and scattered on the ground. Almost at the same time, a series of blood-curdling screams from the baby-face ghost tree rang out from within the black demonic mist. The mournful screams of the baby-faced evil trees resounded according to a certain rhythm, forming a strange sound wave that bombarded Yang Feng as well as Gleistar and Ramia on his back. Yang Feng felt a stifling sensation in his chest, a fishy taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. His complexion turned extremely pale. Blood with a slightly fishy smell flowed down Yang Feng's back and dripped on him. Clearly, Ramia and Gleistar were seriously injured. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and raised his hand, and a 5x5 black magic tent suddenly appeared. He drilled into the magic tent. As soon as he entered the magic tent, the ear-piercing screams of the babies subsided by a lot. Yang Feng went to a corner of the magic tent and kept adding magic stones to it. Only with sufficient magic stones could the magic tent withstand the baby-face ghost tree's soundless mental attack and strange whistling sound. The baby-face ghost tree that was hit by the dragon breath screamed in pain and struggled. In the end, it was completely devoured by the dragon breath and turned into ashes. The spirit attacks of the baby-face evil tree were silent and impossible to guard against. Even god-rank powerhouses could be hit by them if they were careless. However, the baby-face evil tree feared fire the most, and a dragon breath could burn it to ashes. Chapter 333. Many extraordinary life forms had weaknesses. Some transcendent creatures were powerful but stupid. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of fire. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of sunlight. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of water. By finding the weaknesses of those extraordinary life forms, it would be easy for the weak to defeat the strong. The reason why the Zhangji Plains human warlocks conquered countless plains was because the human warlocks absorbed the knowledge of the countless plains and formed a unique warlock cultivation system. No matter what kind of harsh environment they were in, they wouldn't lose their fighting strength. In some special plains, where the vigor of heaven and earth was in disorder, wizards or life forms specializing in magic were extremely weak. However, warlocks could still possess a powerful physique comparable to that of extraordinary life forms. In this fog, the vigor of heaven and earth was blocked by a mysterious force, making it nearly impossible to cast spells. If it was an elemental warlock, they would find it difficult to cast spells, and could only rely on their tyrannical physique to fight. However, for a bloodline warlock like Yang Feng, he could stimulate the power of his bloodline and cast various innate spells. After the baby face evil tree was burned to ashes, Yang Feng heaved a slight sigh of relief and withdrew into the magic tent. Yang Feng looked at Gleistar and asked quickly, "The dark forest is very dangerous. We'll stay here for now. After you've fully recovered, we'll find a way to get out." "When will you be able to restore your demigod rank cultivation base, Gleistar?" A terrifying existence like the baby face evil tree had already appeared in the periphery of the dark forest. Who knew what terrifying existences were in the deepest part of the dark forest? Yang Feng wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could do better than those gods. Gleistar's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she sighed faintly, "No. The power to break through to the demigod rank came from the goddess Lolth. Now the goddess Lolth deprived me of this power, unless another true god accepts me and gives me enough divine power. Otherwise, even after I recover, I can only fight as a legend rank archer." The more powerful a clergyman was, the closer they were to the gods, and the more serious the divine power erosion. After losing the favor of the goddess Lolth, Gleistar was already very lucky not to die. It would be extremely difficult for her to restore her demigod rank cultivation base. "Then we'll wait for you to recover your legendary level combat power before we find a way to leave this place." A look of exhaustion in his eyes, Yang Feng took out several vials of elixirs and poured them into his and Gleistar's mouths, and then closed his eyes to recuperate and restore his physical strength and spirit force. After drinking the potion, Gleistar closed her eyes and urged her power to repair her limbs. Ezramia looked at Yang Feng in a daze, and the bizarre light of the curse on her forehead dimmed a bit. Clearly, the demonic fog had a strong suppressive effect on her curse. Time elapsed, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng's group of 3 were holed up inside the small magic tent, as if stones, motionless. On the 3rd day, Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and pressed with his hand, and the magic dragon leather ribbons wrapped around Ezramia and Gleistar and flew onto his back. The magic tent also became transparent, allowing people to see the scene outside from inside the tent. Ezramia and Gleistar were smart women. When they saw that Yang Feng looked as if he was facing a great enemy, they remained motionless and vaguely guessed the truth of the matter. "Big sister Ezramia, you're actually hiding here. It really took me a lot of effort to find you." A charming, alluring, and enchanting voice came from the side, and the extremely enchanting and sexy dark elven great matriarch Dolores walked over with a smile on her face. Next to Dolores were 3 extremely beautiful dark elves. They were Charity, Hannah, and Polly. Dolores was untainted by even a speck of dust. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the dangerous dark forest. Charity and the other 2 were in tatters and riddled with scars. Their injuries were not light. The tens of thousands of dark elven warriors of the Dark Leopard Corps had already disappeared. Hiding inside the magic tent, Yang Feng looked outside and saw Dolores's enigmatic expression at a glance. Her gaze had already fallen on the magic tent enchanted with advanced stealth. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he rushed out of the magic tent. Looking at Dolores in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, countless thoughts revolving in his mind. Dolores showed a bewitching smile, her beautiful eyes full of ridicule and delight. "Big sister Ezramia, the most beautiful and honorable woman on the surface, your majesty the great elven monarch. You are in a very miserable state. I heard that you were hit by the curse kiss of Lolth. That's really pitiful. After being hit by the spell kiss of Lolth, even the most chaste goddess will degenerate into the most lowly sow. I feel indescribable delight at the thought of the most honorable great elven monarch Ezramia degenerating into the most lowly sow." In the battle in the Moonlight Square, the 2 demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Gleistar besieged Ezramia, yet they still weren't her match. That battle filled Dolores with jealousy of Ezramia. Now, she felt indescribable delight at the thought that the person she regarded as her greatest enemy and rival was about to degenerate into the lowest rung. As Ramia's pretty face turned extremely pale, she clenched her silver teeth, and her tender body trembled. Dolores revealed an expression of a cat toying with a mouse. She smiled charmingly and said viciously, "Big sister Ramia, don't worry. I won't hurt you. After the kiss of Lolth curse breaks out completely, I'll help you find 100 men. Of course, demonic beasts are fine as well. I'll let them satisfy you, and then send the magic image back to the elves. It must be very interesting." Face pale, Ramia clenched her silver teeth and said, "Dolores, even if we're enemies, it's fine if you just kill me. Why do you have to be so vicious?" A trace of frustration streaked past the abyss of Dolores's beautiful eyes, and her charming face revealed a trace of ridicule, "Because I'm a dark elf. Isn't it the nature of us dark elves to be vicious, cunning, and cruel? Only the most vicious, cunning, and cruel people can win the favor of the great goddess." The competition among dark elves was extremely cruel. In order to rise to the top, they would resort to almost any means. Conspiracies, betrayals, and massacres ran through the history of every upper-class dark elf. In order to ascend to the throne of the great matriarch, Dolores had also piled up corpses beneath her feet. Dolores's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled sweetly like a lover whispering in his ear, "Ian, give me these 2 women. As long as you give them to me, not only will I guarantee your safety, but I'll also let you have fun with them. One is the most outstanding woman of the elves, the great elven monarch, and the other is the former pope of the Dark Elven Church. You can play with them as you please, and it doesn't matter even if you're done with them. As long as you offer them to me, then apart from me, I'll give you any woman of the Dark Elves you like to have fun with. How about Charity? She's a famous cold beauty among Dark Elves, and she's also a very rare virgin." Dolores gently grasped with her lily-white hand, and Charity, who was standing beside her, was involuntarily caught by her. She casually tapped Charity with a finger, and Charity's delicate body went limp. Her pretty face blushed, and she revealed an extremely flirtatious expression. She twisted her delicate snake-like body, exuding an astonishing charm. Charity's eyes shimmered with shame, but she couldn't muster any strength to stop Dolores. Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "Your proposal is very tempting." Ramia's beautiful eyes shimmered dimly, and she sighed faintly in her heart. Gleistar's eyes swiveled, her thoughts unknown. Dolores glanced at Yang Feng, and the abyss of her beautiful eyes shimmered with contempt. In the end, men are only at this level. Yang Feng gave an unruly smile. His eyes flickered with a sharp glint, and he moved unscrupulously around Dolores's vitals. "However, I prefer to take the initiative." "Pray that I take the initiative to catch makes me more excited. Besides, Dolores, I think it would be very interesting to catch you and make you my pet in the future." Ramia covered her cherry lips and revealed a smile. A cold glint flashed past Dolores's beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly, "Ian, I thought you were a smart person. Now it seems that you're just an idiot. In that case, go to hell." As Dolores spoke, Yang Feng suddenly burst out and shot towards the baby-face evil tree grove. "It's no use." Dolores smiled sweetly and pointed with her lily-white finger. Strange fluctuations of magic diffused from her fingertips, and then collapsed and disappeared. "I forgot that I can't cast spells in this environment. However, Ian, the gap in strength between you and me is like a moat. No matter how you struggle, I'll crush you to death like an ant." Dolores showed a flirtatious smile, took a step forward, crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and appeared behind Yang Feng. Her lily-white palm, carrying no trace of smoke or fire, slapped towards Yang Feng's head. Baby faces strangely appeared on the surrounding trees, and a burst of laughter that didn't exist suddenly sounded in the forest. Dolores's beautiful eyes shimmered with confusion, and she stiffened and stopped in place. Chapter 334. The host is being eroded by negative spirit force. Activating stimulation therapy. Just as Yang Feng was about to lose himself in the illusion of the baby face evil trees, a sharp pain rose in his sea of knowledge. He clenched his teeth and frantically rushed into the distance. During the past few days, Yang Feng didn't do nothing. He released a large number of mechanical insects to find a way out of the baby face evil trees. Although he would still suffer from the mental attacks of the baby face evil trees, but he wouldn't suffer from physical attacks. There were hundreds of baby face evil trees in the forest, and Yang Feng didn't have the strength to spew more than 100 breaths of dragon breath. A series of strange laughter rang out from the baby face ghost tree group. Every time he heard such laughter, Yang Feng felt a stabbing pain in his sea of knowledge. Amid the whirlpool of pain, Yang Feng clenched his teeth and madly dashed along the way. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of childlike screams rang out from the baby face evil trees. Countless terrifying sound waves condensed into one and blasted toward the rear. Yang Feng took a look behind him and mused, did they make a move? I wonder who will win and who will lose this battle. Dolores was a terrifying high-level demigod powerhouse. If she was in the outside world, she could borrow the world's essence energy to cast all kinds of powerful spells. She could easily use fire spells to destroy the entire baby face evil tree forest. But in the dark forest, every bit of power she used consumed her own power. Even if it was a demigod rank powerhouse, without any powerful treasures, it would be difficult to destroy the baby face evil trees by relying on their own power. As soon as Yang Feng passed through the baby face evil trees, a wasteland of bones exuding a strong stench of corpses appeared in front of him. Flocks of skeletons were linked together. They had a pair of skeletal wings and were riding a gust of wind. The skeletal crows were constantly flying among the skeletons. Bone demonic crows were undead life forms comparable to level 1 extraordinary life forms. They were strange undead life forms formed from the powerful life energy and death aura emitted by warlocks and the condensation of bones. A single demonic skeleton crow wasn't too terrifying. However, there were countless demonic skeleton crows in the wasteland of bones. It was as though they covered the entire sky. As soon as Yang Feng and his party stepped into the wilderness of bones, as if smelling prey, the dense crowd of bone crows flapped their wings and flew towards them like dark clouds. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a 10-meter-tall, remodeled obsidian golem suddenly appeared in front of him. With a light leap, he jumped into the chest of the obsidian golem with Ezramia on his back. The obsidian golem's magic patterns flickered, and it cast advanced aura masking and mimicry. The aura of Yang Feng's group of 3 was completely concealed, and the obsidian golem's external appearance changed into a huge giant skeleton. The dense crowd of bone crows lost their target, and then circled around the obsidian golem transformed into a giant skeleton. Many bone crows landed on the obsidian golem transformed into a giant skeleton, looking like they were resting. The place where Yang Feng's group of 3 previously stood was occupied by countless bone crows. Looking outside through the obsidian golem, Yang Feng's group of 3 could see countless bone crows occupying the surroundings. The dense crowd of bone crows could scare people with trypophobia half to death. When she saw the countless bone crows, Ezramia's scalp couldn't help but turn numb. Even if she was at her peak, she would have no choice but to retreat when she encountered the terrifying flock of skeletal demonic crows. If she went all out and fought to the death, then even someone as tyrannical as her would eventually die of exhaustion. The wasteland of bones suddenly trembled violently. A skeletal demonic crow that was dozens of meters long with a body made of dragon bones and a skull of a giant on top of its head suddenly flew out from the endless skeletons. It was a skeletal demonic crow with a white jade-like luster. The huge bone crow exuded frightening starry sky warlock rank might. The frightening fluctuations of power emitted by the bone crow were even several times stronger than Esramia's. When Yang Feng's group of 3 hiding inside the obsidian golem saw the frightening bone crow, their countenances suddenly changed dramatically, and they fell silent. In the wilderness of bones, even if Esramia came here at her peak, she might not be the opponent of the Starry Sky Warlock rank bone crow. Yang Feng looked at the Starry Sky Warlock rank bone crow with a dignified glint in his eyes. What a fearsome fellow! How powerful was the former master of the Dark Forest! Just a trace of his life force fluctuations reached the periphery, yet such a fearsome monster was born. Squawk! The Starry Sky Warlock rank bone crow suddenly opened its maw, dark soul flames flickered in its skull-like eye sockets, and it issued a strange shriek. Squawk! 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 All of a sudden, the dense flock of skeletal devil crows began to cry out. The cries of countless bone crows reverberated in the wilderness of bones. Combining with the cries of the Starry Sky Warlock rank bone crow, they formed a strange soul sound wave that reverberated in the area. When Yang Feng heard the strange cries, his heart suddenly throbbed strangely, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the soul seed in his sea of knowledge shook slightly. The host's soul is shaken. According to the current strength analysis, the host's soul seed will shatter after 10 minutes, and the host's soul will leave the body and die. Immediately cut off the sound transmission. The inside of the obsidian golem quickly formed a vacuum layer, which cut off the soul trill. When the strange sound disappeared completely, Yang Feng felt that he could control his body. A wet feeling came from his face. Yang Feng wiped it with his hand, and his palm was covered in blood. Yang Feng looked at the blood in his hand, frowned, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. How dangerous! I almost died. Furthermore, I died in an unclear manner, without the power to fight back. The dark forest is really dangerous. The wilderness of bones was still the outermost part of the dark forest, yet the Starry Sky Warlock rank bone crow was actually proficient in the level 5 spell soul shock sound wave. This greatly exceeded Yang Feng's expectations. If it wasn't for the smart chip implanted in Yang Feng and the black dragon armor, he would have died silently to the soul shock sound wave cast by the Starry Sky Warlock rank bone crow. Suddenly, an incomparably tyrannical aura came from behind. Dolores, covered in wounds, forcibly rushed out of the baby face evil tree forest. Dolores had just rushed out of the baby face evil tree grove, when the strange sound wave that could shock people's souls slammed into her. Her soul shook wildly, and she stood in place, a look of pain on her pretty face. Wisps of dark force pervaded her body. On the Feisua plane, the powers that ordinary humans cultivated were called qi and magic, while experts of other races cultivated different secret methods. The power that dark elves cultivated was called dark force, the power that kindred cultivated was called blood energy, and the power that dragons cultivated was called dragon force. The power that Sangji Plains human warlocks cultivated was called life force. As time passed, blood slowly flowed out from the 7 orifices on Dolores's face. Traces of bright red blood flowed down her beautiful face, making her look like an extremely beautiful female ghost. Her beauty was mixed with great terror. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook, and a vast and boundless pressure gushed out from the deepest part of the dark forest. The Starry Sky Warlock rank bone crow suddenly issued a mournful cry and plunged into the pile of bones. Countless bone crows suddenly flew up, pounced on the Starry Sky Warlock rank bone crow, and formed a pile of bones on it. A mysterious gray aura slowly blew out from the dark forest. When the gray aura came into contact with the bone crows immediately collapsed and lost all signs of life. They turned into skeletons that scattered on the ground. Virtually in an instant, the gray aura hit the obsidian golem, and the spells cast on the obsidian golem immediately collapsed. The gray gas ignored the obsidian golem's outer armor, entered the cockpit, and blew towards Yang Feng, and a gloomy and cold feeling swept through him. When the grey aura blew at Esramia, the curse imprint on her forehead flickered, and, as if about to collapse, it eventually dimmed. She suddenly felt her body become a lot more relaxed. Gleistar, however, showed no reaction. Yang Feng pushed open the chest of the obsidian golem, rushed out, and pulled the trigger with the super-gravity gun in his hand at Dolores in the distance. One after another, super-gravity spheres shot out and bombarded Dolores's body. Boom! Dolores felt as if she was being pressed down by a mountain. Like a frog being run over by a car, she was pressed to the ground. Yang Feng opened his mouth and unleashed dragon breath. Suddenly, a fearsome dragon breath barreled towards Dolores like a meteor. Even if it was a demigod rank expert, once hit by the dragon breath, they would be seriously injured. Chapter 335. Dolores chanted a magic sentence and spatial power surged out and enveloped her. She activated Blink, instantly disappearing from where she stood and retreating 100 meters away. At this moment, Charity and the other two powerhouses walked out of the babyface ghost tree forest covered in blood. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a stream of black light and rushed into the depths of the dark forest. Although Dolores's injuries weren't light, but she was an advanced demigod rank powerhouse after all. So long as she recovered a bit of her strength, Yang Feng wouldn't be her opponent. Dolores's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment, and she uttered while stressing each syllable, "Ian, how dare you attack me? I'll capture you alive and let you have a good taste of our Dark Elven clan's 1365 kinds of punishments." In Dolores's eyes, Yang Feng, who only had a level 3 warlock rank cultivation base, was like an ant. The fact that such an ant, who she didn't care about at all, injured her made her feel offended and enraged. Although Dolores was furious, but she still didn't take any risks. She took out a few vials of elixirs and poured them down her throat, operated dark force, and enveloped herself in a layer of black light, restoring her body and the power she consumed. Dolores had always been very cautious, which was one of the reasons why she defeated countless competitors and ascended to the throne of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. The dark forest was full of dangers. Dolores almost died to the sound wave attack of the bone crows. The depths of the dark forest contained great dangers that could even kill gods. Naturally, Dolores wouldn't enter it while she was in a poor state. After passing through the wasteland of bones, a dense forest without a single passageway appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. All the trees in the forest had strange heads, including dragon heads, human heads, devil heads, and multi-armed trolls' heads. Countless tentacle-like vines extended from the trees, giving people a gloomy, strange, and terrifying feeling. These are extraordinary plants, headhunter trees. These are level 6 extraordinary plants. If they're not careful, even deities will be beheaded by these headhunter magic trees and their divine power will be sucked dry. When Yang Feng saw the strange trees full of different heads, his scalp turned numb and his eyes flashed with shock and fear. A level 6 transcendent plant like the headhunter devil tree was an extremely dangerous and terrifying devil tree. They were not like ordinary transcendent plants that waited for their prey to take the bait. Once they hunted their prey, they would extract their prey's blood essence and strength, leaving only their heads, which were embedded in the tree trunk. Once the headhunter magic tree had a head, it would gain the ability to move. Furthermore, it would possess a portion of the bloodline power of the prey it devoured. According to legend, the Warlock Emperor of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Lord, had studied the evolution system of Blood Meridian Warlock step by step with reference to this characteristic of the headhunter magic tree. The only weakness of headhunter trees was that they were afraid of fire. However, there were hundreds of headhunter trees forming a demonic tree forest. Yang Feng was afraid that he would be devoured by the headhunter trees as soon as he spat out a dragon breath. That's not right. These headhunter demonic trees don't have any life fluctuations. Is it because of the gray aura? Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he thought of the skeletal crows that collapsed due to the mysterious gray aura. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng clenched his teeth, rushed into the forest of headhunter trees with his ramia on his back, and frantically fled into the distance. The eyes of the heads embedded in the top of the headhunter trees were lifeless, and there were no fluctuations of life coming from them. They allowed Yang Feng to pass through the strange forest. After passing through the forest of headhunter magic trees, a vast and almost boundless desert appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng took a deep look at the desert made of golden sand. With the keen perception of a level 3 warlock, he perceived a great terror at the bottom of the desert. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment. Then, thinking of Dolores chasing after him, coupled with the mysterious gray aura and the strange headhunter trees, he clenched his teeth and pressed his chest, and the mechanical lightning aurora python flew out at once. Yang Feng jumped lightly onto the back of the mechanical lightning aurora python. Surrounded by countless bolts of lightning, the mechanical lightning aurora python immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the depths of the desert. The mechanical lightning aurora python's energy source was the crystal cores and high-energy crystals inside its body. Even if it couldn't use the vigor of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be affected much. After passing through the strange desert, a forest covered with all kinds of terrifying extraordinary plants appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. After passing through the forest covered with all kinds of terrifying extraordinary plants, Yang Feng and company passed through magma, mysterious lakes, weird mountain ranges with human faces, and other peerless danger zones brimming with a sense of danger. When Yang Feng passed through those areas, relying on his extraordinary perception of a level 3 warlock, he could sense some peerless existences hiding in places he couldn't perceive, and gazes full of malice fell on him. Yang Feng pretended that he wasn't aware of those terrifying existences. He braced himself and walked forward quickly, not daring to retreat. After passing through a strange extraordinary plant forest, a 5-kilometer-wide river exuding wisps of netherworld aura gushed out of a huge cave in midair. After extending for nearly 100 kilometers, the river strangely disappeared and appeared in front of Yang Feng and company, blocking in front of them. The river water was gray, and wisps of mysterious gray aura diffused from it. Above the river, there was a shabby boat made of gray wood quietly floating. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the river, he frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that there was a great terror hidden in the gray river. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a piece of dragon bast paper appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped the dragon bast paper, and it immediately flashed with light and transformed into a sparrow. The sparrow flapped its wings and flew towards the gray river in the distance. The alchemical sparrow had just flown above the gray river, when, as if it encountered an irresistible force, it fell into the gray river, completely severing its connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He flicked his fingers, and alchemical eagles, alchemical dragonflies, alchemical swans, and many other alchemical treasures flew into the distance. As soon as the alchemical treasures flew above the gray river, under the effect of a mysterious force, they plunged into the gray river, directly severing their connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out another stack of dragon bast paper, silently recited an incantation, and tossed it. The dragon bast paper rose into the air, turned into a 10-meter-long alchemical boat, and landed on the gray river. When the alchemical boat landed on the gray river, it was immediately eroded by the gray aura, and sank into the gray river inch by inch. What a strange river! It seems that I can only use that boat to cross it. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, then he stepped onto the small boat. After carrying Yang Feng's group of 3, the dilapidated gray boat, which looked like it would fall apart at any moment, still floated on the water, showing no signs of sinking. When Yang Feng saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief, then picked up the wooden oar and started rowing. When the oar rowed, the gray boat moved, and a strange and terrifying life force slowly spread from the depths of the gray river. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying life force, his body immediately became extremely tense. Under the terrifying pressure, he was practically unable to budge. The terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the gray river was a terrifying freak above ordinary gods. When the fierce and terrifying life force was released, the gray wooden ore released gray light and pressed down, and the fierce and terrifying life force disappeared. This thing, I didn't expect it to be a treasure. Yang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his back. He grabbed the gray wooden ore and looked at it for a while, his eyes flashing with a strange light. No matter how he looked at it, Yang Feng couldn't tell what material was used in the gray wooden ore, nor could he see anything strange about it. If it hadn't released the gray light just now, he wouldn't have known that the gray wooden ore contained such terrifying power. After crossing the strange gray river, Yang Feng jumped off the wooden boat, took out a dimensional badge, and activated it, attempting to store the gray wooden boat and the ore inside the dimensional badge. Bang! The dimensional badge collapsed and exploded, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. As if stimulated by something, the gray wooden boat moved on its own despite the lack of wind, and slowly but firmly swam towards the other side of the gray river. Sure enough, such a treasure isn't that easy to collect. Yang Feng looked at the gray wooden boat, and his eyes flashed with regret. He turned around and walked into the distance. After crossing the strange gray river, in the distance, a domineering palace towering into the clouds, as if supporting the entire world, appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Rays of mystical and resplendent light shrouded the domineering palace, making it seem like a temple where the gods lived in legends. Since there's no retreat, then I can only go in and take a look. Yang Feng looked at the palace that suddenly appeared, his eyebrows creased slightly, and then relaxed. His eyes flashed with determination, and he strode towards the palace. Chapter 336. When he arrived in front of the gate of the palace, Yang Feng looked at the palace with shock in his eyes. He saw the heads of countless formidable extraordinary life forms embedded outside the huge palace gate. There were heads of primordial dragons, heads of primordial giants, heads of abyssal fiend dukes, heads of strong divine force rank gods, heads of high elven monarchs, heads of nine-headed dragons, heads of primordial earthen beings, and other terrifying existences. Outside the palace, the heads of countless formidable existences merged with the palace. Even after who knows how many tens of thousands of years, they still exuded frightening might. Yang Feng stared at a 50-meter-long primordial dragon head with a peculiar glint in his eyes. The body of a primordial dragon contained the ultimate mysteries of dragons. If he could take out the primordial dragon head for research, then Yang Feng's embodiment might even have a chance to break through the bloodline shackles and possess god-rank battle prowess before ascending to godhood. Primordial dragons were already very rare on many planes. Furthermore, every primordial dragon was a bigwig with a world-shaking cultivation base. It was very difficult to obtain their blood and tissues. If the primordial dragon head was sold in the Zhangji plane, it might even be exchanged for a grade 9 plane. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out a piece of dragon bast paper and flicked his finger. The dragon bast paper turned into a demonic eagle, flapped its wings, rose into the sky, and flew towards the primordial dragon head. The demonic eagle had just flown to a distance of about 30 meters from the primordial dragon head, when it was shrouded by yellow light containing frightening power and quickly exploded. Yang Feng frowned slightly. This is a barrier, a very powerful barrier. This barrier isn't something that I can contend against at the moment. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at his eyes, and cast the spell Spirit Eye, and a misty cyan light enveloped his eyes. Yang Feng looked at the huge palace with wide eyes, only to see that the palace was surrounded by a frightening barrier. Only the entrance to the palace wasn't covered by the barrier. At the entrance to the palace stood a 6-meter-tall stone statue with a human head, a dragon head, and a devil head. The lower half of the statue was humanoid, and it held a trident in its hand. We've finally arrived. This is the legendary palace where the Zhangji Plains Taboo Lord once lived. With a sigh, a burly, hairy, middle-aged man with strange demonic runes on his face walked over. He looked at the palace with excitement in his eyes. Taboo Lord. The Second Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor. Yang Feng's heart shook greatly. Looking at the palace, tempestuous waves set off in his heart. The Taboo Lord was one of the strongest warlocks in the history of the Zhangji Plain. During his lifetime, all the plains around the Zhangji Plain were his territories. No one dared to resist his order. The bloodline warlock path was opened by the Taboo Lord, and it was still one of the 2 righteous paths leading to the pinnacle of power in the Zhangji Plain. My luck is pretty good. Before entering the Taboo Lord's palace, he would encounter 3 more prey. These 2 prey were the most beautiful elves I had ever seen in my life. How lucky! The gaze of the middle-aged man covered in long hair, looking like a bear, shifted and fell on Yang Feng and company, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The eyes of the bear-like middle-aged man flashed with a fierce glint, the demonic runes on his face lit up, and frightening great warlock rank might spread from him. He suddenly swelled and turned into a 4-meter-tall bear-like man with 1-meter-long claws. Lowly human, when you get to the netherworld, remember that the one who killed you is the Black Radiant Plains Antonia. The eyes of the terrifying bear-like man suddenly flashed with a fierce and sinister glint, and he swung his claws at Yang Feng. Idiot! You'll be the one to die. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. The black dragon armor shone, and formidable power poured into him from the black dragon armor. He unleashed the level 4 spell Dragon Force. As if the embodiment of a frightening humanoid dragon, he suddenly burst out and slammed his fist into the terrifying bear-like claw. Under the frightening Dragon Force, the bear-like Antonia was blasted away by Yang Feng's fist and violently retreated by dozens of steps. Suddenly, as if the embodiment of a black bolt of lightning, Yang Feng rushed to in front of Adonia, stabbed his claws into Adonia's chest, and tore open a huge hole. Yang Feng opened his mouth, and a dragon breath sprayed on Adonia's body, setting him ablaze. Antonia struggled frantically in the dragon breath. After a while, he turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared. Esramia's beautiful eyes shimmered with disgust, and she said unhurriedly, "Really, these guests from other planes are really savage." Yang Feng smiled faintly and didn't say much. Powerhouses capable of planar travel were at least great warlock rank powerhouses. These powerhouses didn't come from a higher plane like the Zhangji Plane, but rather from a lower plane. After countless fights, they stepped into the pinnacle of power. When such powerhouses went to other planes, they didn't regard the intelligent life forms of other planes as beings of the same level as themselves. In front of great warlock rank powerhouses, Yang Feng's trifling level 3 warlock rank strength wasn't enough. This meant that Yang Feng didn't have the qualifications to be taken seriously by them. Interesting, Ian, you're using the power of a dragon. In other words, you're from the country of dragons. No wonder you can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. A burly, domineering middle-aged man with a Tiger King tattoo on his forehead and a thick golden tail wrapped around his waist walked out from the side, stared at Yang Feng, and uttered with a faint smile. Esramia's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she uttered unhurriedly, "You're the guardian of the tiger men in the secular world, Golden Tiger Monarch." Golden Tiger Monarch swept Esramia with a glance, a look of disappointment flashed past the abyss of his eyes, and he sighed slowly, "Esramia, this is the first time we've met. However, I've seen you many times in magic images. You're really in a sorry state now, needing the protection of a human with dirty black dragon bloodline flowing through his veins. I'm really disappointed. I thought that in the entire Fesua Plains secular world, only you had the qualifications to be my woman. What a disappointment. I'm really disappointed. As Ramia warned, Ian, Golden Tiger Monarch is the guardian of the Tiger Men in the secular world, one of the two royal families of the Beastman Empire. He possesses demigod rank strength, and is one of the strongest lords in the Fesua Plains secular world. Demigod rank powerhouses were the most powerful existences in the Fesua Plains secular world. The entire Dark Elven race originally only had two demigod rank powerhouses, Dolores and Gleistar. Ian, give me Ezramia, and then get the hell out of here. I can give you two a chance to live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. You might be the bloodline descendant of some old dragon in the country of dragons, but that's not important to me. Golden Tiger Monarch stared coldly at Yang Feng. Shortly after, demigod rank might spread from him and swept towards Yang Feng. The advanced demigod rank might oppressed Yang Feng to the point of suffocation. Golden Tiger Monarch, I'm very sorry. Ezramia is my prey. Please let me have her, okay? Of course, I'll offer you the former Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar, as well as 100 beautiful Dark Elven virgins. Amidst the waves of enchanting and sweet sounds, Dolores wore a flirtatious smile on her face as she swayed with every step she took. Bursts of exotic fragrance drifted from her body along with the wind. When Golden Tiger Monarch saw the enchanting Dolores, his eyes flashed with an intoxicating glint, and he said with a hearty smile, "So beautiful, what a beautiful and coquettish woman." As expected of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. If you're willing to play with me for a few days, then I promise to give Ezramia to you after I'm tired of playing with her. In any case, you're going to sacrifice her to the gods, so it doesn't matter if I play with her for a few days. Dolores threw Golden Tiger Monarch a coquettish look and said with an enchanting smile, "All right. Golden Tiger Monarch, it's a deal." Yang Feng swept Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with determination. His figure blurred, and he rushed towards the entrance of the huge palace. Normally, Yang Feng wouldn't be so reckless as to rush towards the entrance of the palace. But with the two advanced demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch joining hands, he had no chance of winning. Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch just looked at Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes. Then, they glanced at the stone statue guarding the entrance of the palace, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. They used Yang Feng as a test prop. When Yang Feng was only 10 meters away from the stone statue, a bloody light descended from the palace and shone on the stone statue. Crack! Crack! As a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out, the stone on the surface of the stone statue peeled off inch by inch, revealing a monster with 3 heads, a human head, a dragon head, and a devil head. The lower half of its body was humanoid, and it held a trident in its hand. It was 6 meters tall and exuded a terrifying pressure that surpassed that of a god. As soon as the freak within the stone statue woke up, its scarlet eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent, and 2 blood-colored beams of light shot out from its eyes and shone on Yang Feng. Chapter 337. Yang Feng was brushed by the 2 scarlet radiances practically without any resistance. Under the suppression of a terrifying and peerless power, he was unable to move his body in the slightest. It was as if time had stopped for him, with only his thoughts remaining. Even the connection between Yang Feng and the smart chip implanted in his brain was severed. Like a statue, he stood quietly in place. When Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch sensed the fluctuations of power emitted by the freak, they spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered minor injuries. Dolores's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and fear. What a terrifying freak. I'm afraid it's even stronger than Goddess Lolth. As soon as the terrifying pressure from the 3-headed monster spread out, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. The powerhouses from different planes hiding in various corners were forced to reveal themselves. In this vast plain, there were more than 30 powerhouses from different planes. There was no change in Dolores's pretty face. She just focused her gaze on a young and handsome man dressed in a black traditional aristocratic attire, with a pale complexion, who looks like he hasn't seen the sun for thousands of years, but whose eyes are filled with vicissitudes of life, exuding both an old and a young temperament. The Golden Tiger King's gaze fell on an ugly and ferocious-looking man with a horn carved with strange runes on his head. He was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were crimson as he drooled. Among the more than 30 powerhouses from different planes, only the 2 powerhouses gave Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch a very dangerous feeling. Amazing, as expected of a gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord. The Asian man with a ponytail and a long saber on his back was also forced to come out of his invisible space. At this time, his appearance had completely changed into that of a Westerner. Looking at the 3-headed monster, his eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. "You have Master's aura on you, please come in." The 3-headed freak with the trident in hand suddenly knelt in front of Yang Feng. The 3 heads didn't speak, but a voice reverberated in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. A trace of shock flashed in Dolores's beautiful eyes. Her mind was shaken and her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. What's going on? Why would that monster kneel to him? Isn't he an ordinary magic shooter? The Golden Tiger King was also dumbfounded and murmured, "Isn't he just an ordinary dragon?" What was going on? Even if he was the illegitimate son of the dragon god, it was impossible for him to make the gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord kneel. Even if the dragon god himself came, he wouldn't be able to make the gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord kneel. All the experts who came from other planes were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. The experts who had gathered here all had a rough understanding of this place. They naturally knew how terrifying and powerful the master of this palace was. They had expected the gatekeeper chosen by the master of the palace to be powerful, but for such a powerful gatekeeper to kneel in front of Yang Feng was simply appalling. Crack! Crack! The golden gate behind the 3-headed monster slowly opened, and a majestic palace slowly emerged. Beams of incomparably powerful treasure light shot out from the palace gate, captivating people's hearts. "TSK TSK. Get in, you ant." The one-horned and sinister-looking demigod rank expert smiled malevolently, then strangely appeared behind a great warlock rank expert from another plane and extended his hand. A black incantation shot out from his right hand and, as if chains, locked the great warlock rank expert from another plane, and then threw him away. The locked great warlock rank powerhouse turned into a black ray of light and flew towards the gold gate. The black incantation sealed the great warlock rank powerhouse completely, leaving him unable to budge. He could only powerlessly fly towards the gold gate. A scarlet ray ejected from the gatekeeper's trident kneeling on the ground and landed on the great warlock rank powerhouse. The great warlock rank powerhouse from another plane issued a miserable scream, and then turned into ashes that scattered in the air. Those who attempt to blaspheme Master will die. Among the gatekeeper's 3 heads, the devil head raised its head and stared at the one-horned demigod powerhouse from another plane. 2 rays of red light shot out of its eyes. The single-horned demigod powerhouse let out an angry roar, and his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a 7-meter-tall, pitch-black ebony horn giant demonic ape that resembled a giant gorilla. It was a level 5 extraordinary life form, ebony horn giant demonic ape, that was 7 meters tall. Ebemy horn giant demonic apes were one-horn giant demonic apes of the grade 3 Ebemy plane. Adult Ebemy horn giant demonic apes possessed terrifying starry sky warlock rank strength, and the most powerful demonic apes could even fight gods. They didn't even fear dragons. The 2 red rays shot out of the gatekeeper's eyes and shone on the Ebemy horn giant demonic ape. In just an instant, the mature Ebemy horn giant demonic ape issued a mournful cry, and then collapsed and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. The two scarlet rays immediately retracted and entered the depths of the eyes of the gatekeeper kneeling in front of Yang Feng. Seeing this scene, the complexions of everyone in the vast plain changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear and shock. The complexions of Dolores, the golden tiger monarch, and the handsome young man with a pale complexion also changed dramatically, and fear and apprehension shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. The Abemi one-horned giant magic ape was a powerhouse on the same level as Dolores and the others. Even if Dolores wanted to defeat the Abemi one-horned giant magic ape, she would need over 1,000 moves. The gatekeeper turned the Abemi horned giant demonic ape into ashes with a glance. In its eyes, Dolores and the other experts were just ants that could be killed with a glance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he used a spell and silently transmitted, "Gatekeeper, can you help me kill a few enemies? Respected guest, unless it's the master's personal order. Otherwise, my duty is just to guard the gate and prevent others from entering. Besides, I can only fight back, and can't do anything else. This is the master's order, I can't disobey it." A voice came from the other side of the gatekeeper. Yang Feng sighed with some regret, and then stepped into the gold gate. After Yang Feng stepped into the gold gate closed immediately. In the vast plain, when the experts from different planes saw Yang Feng step into the gold gate, their eyes almost went mad with jealousy, but they were powerless to do anything. "So it's here. I finally found it." A majestic and loud voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Rays of incomparably bright light descended from the sky and pierced into the dark forest, dispersing the demonic mist that shrouded the dark forest. A giant hand formed from pure light, which looked like it could grasp the whole world, extended from the resplendent rays of light and mercilessly grabbed at the gold palace. "Shit!" A god-rank freak intervened. "This isn't something I can get involved in." The complexion of the man with a ponytail, a large blade on his back, and an unruly temperament changed greatly. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a green leaf. The green leaf blossomed with emerald light and enveloped the man with the blade on his back, causing him to disappear from where he stood. As if coming to life, the heads of the countless fearsome beings embedded in the gold palace exuded frightening power beyond the god rank. Beams of power shot out of their mouths, converged, and barreled towards the giant hand in the sky. Boom! Following an earth-shattering blare, fearsome shock waves spread in all directions. Swept by the fearsome shock waves, 6 of the 30-plus experts from other planes turned into ashes. Dolores, the golden tiger monarch, and the pale man retreated briskly, quickly distancing themselves from the gold palace. Under the attack of the fearsome beam of power, large chunks of blood fell from the sky, scattered on the ground, and then were devoured by the gold palace. The fearsome voice echoed in the area, "Taboo Lord," as expected of one of the most powerful experts in history. Even though he is dead, the things he left behind are still so troublesome. Prados, amigo, Mofasareja, Arketh, if you want to reap the benefits from the sidelines, then let's split up and I won't take action. 9 sacred Pegasi with a horn on their head, 4 wings on their ribs, and sacred light-exuding pinnacle starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power pulled a chariot shrouded in sacred light. Looking like a sacred sun, the chariot emerged from the void and floated in the void. Rays of holy and powerful light descended from the sky and scattered on the ground. Zalia Divine Systems Radiant Primary God. Dolores's pretty face fell, and she retreated briskly. Illuminated by the light, the dark force protecting her issued sizzling sounds and was consumed. If a dark force cultivator like Dolores stood next to the radiant primary god Prados, she would be quickly burned and purified into ashes. Chapter 338. A series of terrifying war drums suddenly rang out between the heavens and the earth. When the fearsome war drum sounded, the hearts of the more than 20 experts from other planes throbbed in an instant, and then beat according to a strange rhythm. No matter what secret methods they used, the more than 20 legend rank experts couldn't control their hearts, and their blood unconsciously boiled according to a strange rhythm. A 50-meter-long 9-headed hydra engraved with strange runes and exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power pulled a bone chariot forged from countless god bones through the void. The bone chariot was shrouded in a bloody aura of war, making it impossible to see what was inside the bone chariot. The bone chariot and the radiant chariot faced each other, and the rumbling of war drums and pure radiant light, two completely different frightening forces, reverberated in the area. The more than 20 legend rank powerhouses from other planes felt their chi and blood boil, and they almost split apart and died. Then, illuminated by the warm radiance, they recovered. Boom! The strange sound of the war drums suddenly stopped, and the bodies of 10 slightly weaker legend rank powerhouses from other planes swelled up and then exploded. The remaining dozen or so legend rank powerhouses from the alien planes also turned pale. They looked at the divine bone chariot and radiant carriage in the sky with fear in their eyes. These legend rank experts who infiltrated the Feisua plane from other planes were cultivation geniuses of their planes. When they entered the Feisua plane, they looked down on the weak aboriginals of the Feisua plane. Now that they saw the bone chariot and the radiant chariot in the sky, they realized how powerful the most terrifying experts of the Feisua plane were. A sacred golden oak leaf, which looked like a ship, drifted out of the void. The golden oak leaf, which was the size of a ship, had countless flowers growing on it, and formed a beautiful and moving flower cottage. The fragrance of flowers wafted out of the flower cottage. A 9-headed lion with several heads pulled a luxurious litter studded with all kinds of precious gems out of the void. Inside the luxurious litter sat a tall and sturdy lion man expert with lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a fearsome and domineering aura. The lion man expert was holding 2 beautiful foxy women in his arms and playing with them wantonly, not caring about the surrounding gazes. Greetings, mighty divine monarch. When the golden tiger monarch saw the tall and sturdy lion man expert, his face fell, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. The lion god Arketh was not only a god worshipped by the lion men, but also one of the 2 divine monarchs of the Beast Man Empire. He was respected, worshipped, and believed in by the Beast Man Empire. So it's you, Akina. It's very dangerous here. It's not a place for a little guy like you to stay. Get out. Arketh casually glanced at the golden tiger king and casually flicked his finger. A red divine light descended from the sky and landed on the golden tiger king. In the blink of an eye, the golden tiger king disappeared from where he stood. Seeing the golden tiger monarch disappear, the eyes of the dozen-plus legend rank powerhouses flashed with envy. They couldn't budge at all. If they made the slightest movement, they would become the battlefield and victims of the battle between the 4 strong divine force rank gods in the sky. Even Dolores stood at the very edge, prostrating herself on the ground, shivering, full of humility. In front of the gods, mortals must remain humble. This was clearly written in the Treaty of the Gods. Once a mortal provoked or blasphemed the gods had the right to take action and kill the mortal. Ferocious battle intent emanated from the bone chariot. Prados, let's have a fight. It's been a long time since I fought you, more than 100,000 years. Let me see how much you've improved. Countless war drums rumbled around the bone chariot, and wisps of the aura of war slowly diffused from the bone chariot. The hearts of the dozen-plus legend rank powerhouses thumped wildly, and their eyes turned bloodshot. A dignified voice came from the sacred radiant chariot, "Amigo, you stupid bull. Mofasareja and Akina are watching from the sidelines. Besides, they are also watching from the sidelines. None of the gods of the darkness pantheon have shown up. If you want to fight me, wait until today's matters are settled, then let's go to the astral boundary to fight." After the Treaty of the Gods was signed, wars between gods generally took place in their respective divine countries or in the astral boundary. If they fought in the secular world, the aftermath of the war between two feeble divine force rank gods could easily destroy one or two small principalities if they didn't control it a little. Gatekeeper, Taboo Lord died a long time ago. There's no point in you guarding the gate. Step aside and let us in. You're not our match. As long as you step aside, our Xalia divine system is willing to accept you and give you enough believers so that you can ignite the divine fire and ascend to godhood. You will become one of our Xalia divine system's gods. You will be high and mighty and have eternal life. The voice of the Xalia pantheon's radiant primary god Prados came from the chariot shrouded in radiant light. When he said that, the eyes of the dozen-plus legend-rank powerhouses, including Dolores, flashed with envy. Becoming a god of the Fesua plane was the ultimate goal of powerhouses who didn't hesitate to cross over from other planes to become a god. Once you ascended to godhood, even if it was a human, your life essence would undergo a tremendous transformation, surpass countless extraordinary life forms in one fell swoop, and have a lifespan of millions of years at the very least. Even countless human warlocks of the Tsangji plane, in order to live longer and obtain a longer lifespan, chose to leave the Tsangji plane and go to other lower planes to ascend to godhood. The position of a god was extremely precious, and many powerhouses would even give up everything for a god position. I refuse. Master ordered me to guard this palace. Unless Master gives the order himself, I won't leave this palace. Otherwise, I won't leave this palace. Standing loftily in front of the gold gate with a trident in hand, the three-headed freak looked up at the radiant primary god Prados in the sky with unyielding will in its eyes. The voice of the Xalia pantheon's radiant primary god Prados came from the chariot shrouded in radiant light. Since you're so stubborn, then go to hell. In the sky, the four strong divine force rank gods exuded frightening divine might, yet they didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, they fell into a deadlock with the gatekeeper. After all, the gatekeeper was a terrifying existence left behind by the Taboo Lord. No one knew how powerful it was. The relationship between the four strong divine force rank gods was extremely complicated. No one was willing to take the initiative and let the others take advantage of it. I'll go first, the four of you follow. If you're not willing to attack, then I won't. The mysterious voice sighed slightly, and another giant hand descended from the sky and mercilessly grabbed at the gold palace. In front of that terrifying giant hand, the majestic golden palace was like a toy, as if it could be grabbed by that terrifying giant hand at any time. How dare you? You dare to offend the Master's palace. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. The gatekeeper's 6 eyes widened, then it roared and suddenly leaped up with the trident in hand and stabbed at the giant hand. A resplendent blood-colored halberd ray burst out of the trident and slashed at the giant hand in the sky. You dare to cut off my arm? I will kill you. Accompanied by an incomparably furious scream, the terrifying giant hand was immediately split into two. It exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that rained down from the sky and scattered on the ground. The countless heads embedded in the gold palace opened their bloody maws and devoured the chunks of flesh and blood. Virtually at the same time, the sacred radiant chariot gushed out almost endless light and illuminated the inside of the gold palace. The gold palace suddenly trembled, and countless heads opened their eyes. The eyes of those fearsome existences shimmered with ferocious bloody light, and they ejected bloody light from their mouths that hit the light god's rays and resisted the erosion of the light god's rays. An emerald green arrow containing endless force of nature suddenly shot out from the flower hut on the golden oak leaf. Arrow of nature, this was the strongest archery skill grasped by the elven primary god Mofusaraja. It was by relying on the unpredictable arrow of nature that the elves, who only had the protection of a strong divine force rank god, could become one of the Fesua planes for empires. No powerhouse of the same rank was willing to face Mofusaraja's arrow of nature head-on. Virtually without a sound, the gatekeeper's chest was pierced, and a large hole appeared. A copious amount of force of nature reverberated in his chest, strange tree vines grew frantically along his body, and two tendrils stabbed at his eyes like flood dragons. Aoo! The gatekeeper coughed out a mouthful of blood and let out an earth-shattering roar. A blood-red power suddenly erupted from his body, and the vines on his body withered. The remaining dozen or so legendary powerhouses had their heads explode one by one, and only 6 of them barely survived. The gold palace ejected blood-colored rays that entered the gatekeeper's body, causing his power to rise steadily. The gatekeeper's 6 eyes turned and locked on the elven primary god Mofusaraja hiding inside the flower hut. Chapter 339. Bloody light enveloped the gatekeeper, and he instantly disappeared, reappeared in front of the golden oak leaf, and brandished the bloody trident to stab at the golden oak leaf. Gatekeeper, your opponent is me. Arketh suddenly shot out of the litter and unleashed the god-grade martial skill Lion God's Claw he created. Containing the fearsome might to tear the sky apart, his claw shot towards the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's devilish head turned 180 degrees, and 2 scarlet rays suddenly shot out, hit Arketh's Lion God's Claw, and blocked it. At that moment, the blood-colored trident pierced into the golden oak leaf. A large amount of golden blood sprinkled on the ground from the golden oak leaf. A peerless beauty with long emerald green hair, a curvaceous waist, twin peaks nearly bursting out of her clothes, skin as translucent as jade, a peerless countenance, and a noble temperament, dressed in an exquisite and luxurious green leaf armor, flew out of the golden oak leaf. There was a huge bloody hole in her abdomen, and a large amount of golden blood sprinkled on the ground from the bloody hole in her abdomen. After seriously injuring the elven primary god Mofusaraja with this strike, the gatekeeper weakened slightly. Arketh's Lion God's Claw grabbed the gatekeeper's right shoulder, and tore a large part of the gatekeeper's right shoulder. With a silver sword in hand, Amigo strangely appeared behind the gatekeeper and chopped the gatekeeper's left arm in 2. The gatekeeper roared, and fearsome bloody light erupted from him. In an instant, he turned into a 50-meter-long archaic gold dragon covered in golden scales and with 9 dragon heads. Vast and fearsome might came from the archaic gold dragon, and the 9 dragon heads belched 9 archaic dragon breaths barreling towards the 4 powerhouses. Radiant divine light radiated from the holy radiant chariot and swept towards the archaic dragon breath. Purified by the radiant divine light, the archaic dragon breath collapsed and disappeared before it could touch the holy radiant chariot. When Arketh's Lion God's Claw slammed into the archaic dragon breath, it tore through space and banished the archaic dragon breath into a spatial rift. Amigo slashed at the primordial dragon breath with the silver war god sword, shattering it in 1 strike. The remaining 6 archaic dragon breaths barreled towards Mofusaraja like shooting stars. Mofusaraja's pretty face flickered. She clenched her teeth and waved her lily-white hand, and a green jade plate suddenly appeared in her hand. A stream of green water of nature flew out of the god armament jade plate and swept towards the 6 archaic dragon breaths. When the archaic dragon breaths, which even magic water could not extinguish, were sprinkled by the green water of nature, they issued sizzling sounds and collapsed and dissipated. The bloody trident pierced through the green water of nature and pierced through Mofusaraja's body like a bolt of lightning, nailing her to the ground. Traces of blood-red corrosive power quickly spread towards Mofusaraja. Mofusaraja's face flickered, and she pointed upwards. In the void, a huge hole suddenly split open, revealing a lush and verdant divine country of nature filled with the aura of nature and countless beautiful elves. Green divine power of nature gushed out of the divine country of nature like a sea and entered Mofusaraja. The bloody trident stabbed into Mofusaraja's abdomen was sent flying by the frightening divine power of nature. As if sensing something, the countless beautiful elves inside the divine country of nature knelt on the ground and recited prayers. Streams of ocean-like divine power poured into Mofusaraja and quickly healed her injuries. The reason why gods were virtually invincible in one-on-one fights against those of the same rank was that they could use the endless divine power of their divine country and the ability to fight a protracted battle. Few existences could compare to god-rank powerhouses. Fool, this is the residence of Taboo Lord. How dare you open a divine country here and draw support from its power? How foolish. The gatekeeper smiled coldly and pointed at the projection of the divine country with the bloody trident in his hand. The grey river in front of the palace suddenly erupted. As if piercing through the world barrier, the grey river water soared into the sky and entered Mofusaraja's divine country of nature. Inside Mofusaraja's divine country, when the beautiful and powerful elves were swept by the grey river, their pretty faces changed, and they fell from the divine country into the grey river. This is the Styx. You can manipulate the Styx. Mofusaraja's complexion changed dramatically, and she cried out involuntarily. At the same time, she pointed with her lily-white finger, and the entrance to the divine country of nature closed completely. The netherworld was the final destination of the dead. Each plane had its own netherworld. Among the planes, there was a Styx with the Tsangji plane as its starting point and running through countless planes. Unless the souls of believers of gods were received into the divine country, the souls of the dead would enter the netherworld through the laws of the nether, and then have their memories washed away by the Styx. Within the divine country, apart from gods, as long as any existences came into contact with the water of the Styx, they would fall directly from the divine country into the netherworld. Mofusaraja was a strong divine power rank god. Unless her true body expended a huge amount of divine power, she could only save 1 or 2 elves from the water of the Styx at a time. Once the water of the Styx entered Mofusaraja's divine country of nature, the souls of her believers in the divine country would fall into the netherworld. The Styx can only be controlled by the nether gods of each plane who have mastered the laws of the netherworld, or by mighty existences like Master. However, with Master's power, I can control the Styx a bit. The gatekeeper's eyes flashed fiercely, and it slammed its huge dragon claws into Mofusaraja, causing her to spit out another mouthful of golden blood. A copious amount of radiant divine light suddenly converged from the chariot filled with sacred light and formed a 30-meter-long sword filled with radiant divine power, and fearsome might condensed on the sword. Radiant Blade of Judgment was one of the most frightening offensive divine spells of the radiant primary god Prados. As soon as the Radiant Blade of Judgment took shape, it entered the void, appeared in front of the gatekeeper in the next moment, and slashed down. A huge golden dragon head fell, and a large amount of red blood spilled from the severed head of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's huge dragon claw once again ruthlessly slapped great elven monarch Mofusaraja's delicate body, causing her internal organs to rupture and causing her to spit out a mouthful of golden blood. The gatekeeper that has transformed into 8 golden dragon heads spat out balls of primordial dragon breath that blasted towards the 4 powerhouses. 3 archaic dragon breaths were blocked by Prados and the other 2 powerhouses, while the other 5 dragon breaths slammed into Mofusaraja and burned her frantically, causing her to scream miserably. In the dark forest, Mofusaraja suffered too many restrictions, making her unable to exert her most powerful battle strength. She could not resist the crazy attack of the gatekeeper. The bloody trident pointed at Mofusaraja, and grey water of the Styx suddenly flew out and poured towards Mofusaraja. Mofusaraja's pretty face flickered, and she clenched her teeth and silently recited an incantation. Countless green tree vines suddenly ejected from her leaf armor and bounced off the 8 golden dragon claws. Her figure blurred, and she fled into the distance. Mofusaraja was aware of the gatekeeper's strategy, which was to seriously injure or even kill her. Although the gatekeeper was only one of her avatars that descended into the secular world, but it was extremely important. She spent countless divine power and precious treasures to create it. It was more precious than many god armaments. She couldn't let it fall here. A radiant blade of judgment descended from the sky and chopped off another head of the 9-headed golden dragon. Arkatha's lion god's claw slammed into one of the 9 golden dragon's heads. Wherever the might of the lion god's claw reached, the golden dragon's head exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. Amigo slashed down with the sword of the god of war and beheaded another head of the 9 golden dragon in an instant. The gatekeepers for dragon heads were chopped off, but he didn't seem to care at all. He flipped his claws and slammed them onto Amigo's body. Amigo fell from the sky and was pressed onto the ground. The blood trident slashed through the gatekeeper's claws and stabbed into Amigo's body. A stream of Styx water fell from the sky, and under the guidance of the blood trident, it turned into a whirlpool and stabbed into Amigo's body. Ah! Amigo's avatar screamed miserably, and wisps of gray gas pervaded his body. Styx's water was highly toxic to any living intelligent life form. Even avatars of gods would be seriously injured if they came into contact with Styx's water. The radiant blade of judgment slashed down again and beheaded one of the gatekeeper's heads. Arkatha's lion god's claw smashed the other head of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper didn't care. Its huge claws stabbed into Amigo's embodiment and tore it apart. Amigo's embodiment, eroded by the water of the Styx river, was torn to pieces. Chapter 340. Seeing Amigo perish, Arkath and Prados were shocked, and their countenances flickered. Although the fallen Amigo was only an avatar, but it was one of his strongest avatars. Now that he died at the hands of the gatekeeper, and the avatar's soul was polluted by the water of the Styx, even Amigo's true body would suffer a lot of damage. At this time, the gatekeeper's avatar of the archaic 9-headed gold dragon only had 3 heads left. An overbearing aura still pervaded his body, and drops of blood slowly dripped from the broken parts of his 6 heads, showing no signs of recovery. The archaic 9-headed gold dragon had a fearsome regenerative ability. However, Arkath and Prados' attacks, which contained the power of law, completely severed the regenerative ability of the gatekeeper's avatar of the archaic 9-headed gold dragon, making it impossible for him to heal himself. Prados' majestic voice came from the chariot shrouded in endless light. "Gatekeeper, you only have 3 heads left. If you continue to fight, you will die. As for us, we are merely an avatar here. Even if we have to abandon these 2 avatars, we must go in." "No. I still have countless heads." The gatekeeper shone with scarlet light, and his body changed into a 3-headed freak. Nearly 2/3 of the dragon head was cut off, and blood dripped from it. It was a miserable sight. The gatekeeper stretched out his hand and directly tore off his dragon head, and then casually tossed it onto the wall of the gold palace. He pointed with the trident in his hand, and a giant's head flew down from the wall and connected to his head. Crimson force diffused from the bloody trident and enveloped the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper turned into a 100-meter-tall 100-eyed giant with taut muscles and a fearsome aura of power that looks like it can split the heavens and the earth. As expected of the gatekeeper chosen by the Taboo Lord. "Unfortunately, my true body isn't here, or I would really like to fight you." A sigh came from the chariot shrouded in endless light, and the 9 sacred Pegasi faced upwards and neighed. Treading on sacred light, they pulled the chariot into the void and disappeared. As expected of the gatekeeper chosen by the Taboo Lord, "You're really powerful. It's a pity that my true body can't get away. Otherwise, would really like to fight you." Arkath shone, and he appeared in the luxurious litter in an instant. The 9-headed lion stepped on beams of incomparably dazzling divine light and pulled the luxurious carriage into the sky, disappearing into the void. The gatekeeper suddenly looked up at the area shrouded in dazzling light in the sky. A bunch of good-for-nothings. A faint sigh came from the dazzling divine light. The dazzling divine light collapsed one by one and disappeared. Scarlet light flickered on the gatekeeper's body, and he returned to his 3-headed freak form. Clenching the bloody trident in his hand, he slowly walked back to in front of the gold gate. Pieces of stones flew up from all directions and entered the gatekeeper's body, turning him into a stone statue again. Dolores and the other legend rank powerhouses who luckily survived took a deep look at the stone statue of the gatekeeper. Fear flashed in the abyss of their eyes, and they blurred into motion and quickly fled. After witnessing the terrifying might of the Fesua Plains gods and the gatekeeper's stone statue, the legend rank powerhouses from other planes were well aware that as long as the gatekeeper didn't die, the relic of the Taboo Lord wouldn't fall into their hands. Inside the gold palace guarded by the gatekeeper. Unlike the extravagant and gorgeous outside, the interior of the gold palace was covered in green vines, on which beautiful flowers bloomed. Bursts of floral fragrance came from the beautiful flowers and formed a special fragrance in the air. Yang Feng just took a whiff of that special fragrance and his whole body felt as if it was floating. His whole body felt extremely comfortable, warm and full of strength. Yang Feng praised sincerely, "That's amazing." As expected of one of the strongest powerhouses of the Zhangji Plain, no, of the countless plains, the Taboo Lord. The fragrance of the flowers that permeated the air could quickly strengthen a cultivator's physical quality and raise their cultivation base if they absorbed it for a long period of time. On the Zhangji Plain, there was also a branch of aroma warlocks. This branch of warlocks used various fragrances to form a variety of mixed fragrances and promote their cultivation base. Aroma warlocks were the best perfume manufacturers on the Zhangji Plain. The various fragrances and perfumes they produced were also called magic fragrances and possessed all kinds of mystical powers. Reportedly, the progenitor of aroma warlocks was the founder of the second warlock dynasty, the Taboo Lord. Inside the beautiful fairyland-like palace with countless flowers in full bloom, there was a jade table on a dais. On the jade table, there were 2 small jade boxes and a jade book. The 2 small jade boxes and the jade book radiated rays of resplendent light, illuminating the entire palace in an incomparably beautiful manner. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and a scorching glint flashed in the abyss of his eyes. He took a step forward and picked up the jade book. Taboo text. When Yang Feng grabbed the jade book in his hand, a stream of information was transmitted into his sea of knowledge from the jade book, allowing him to understand how to read the jade book. At the same time, all kinds of information from the book entered his sea of knowledge. These are the first 6 volumes of the taboo text. The first volume can let people practice cultivation until the official warlock realm. The second volume can let people practice cultivation until the great warlock realm. The third volume can let people practice cultivation until the starry sky warlock realm. The fourth volume can let people practice cultivation until the moonlight warlock realm. The fifth volume can let people practice cultivation until the glorious dawn warlock realm. The sixth volume can let people practice cultivation until the bright world warlock realm. In addition to the original 6 volumes of the taboo text, there is also a secret method he deduced in his later years, the cultivation method of the primal chaos imperishable body. It needs to be used together with the primal chaos bead he made in order to practice cultivation. There is a primal chaos bead in here. Yang Feng grabbed the 2 small jade boxes, and a scorching glint flashed in his eyes. Inside the 2 small jade boxes, there were 2 beads. One of the beads was called the primal chaos bead, which was needed to cultivate the primal chaos imperishable body. The other jade box contained the taboo magic bead, which was needed to cultivate the original version of the taboo text. The time text, the taboo text, the transcendent text, the star text, the death text, the golem text, and the magic note text were known as the 7 strongest texts created by the humans of the Zhangji Plain. These 7 texts condense the life's blood, sweat, and tears of the 7 strongest warlock emperors of the Zhangji Plain. In that long period of time, because the difficulty of cultivating the 7 great grimoires was too harsh, many of them had already been lost. Only bits and pieces of the grimoires were left, and they had all been changed into simplified versions for the benefit of the later generations. For example, the taboo text, a peerless secret method created by the taboo emperor, could not be cultivated without a taboo magic bead. As for the time text, only freakish geniuses who possessed the time body and had an innate affinity with time force were qualified to cultivate it. In the Zhangji plane, only the Time Lord has truly cultivated the time text to the pinnacle. Even the other 6 warlock emperors couldn't cultivate the peerless secret method time text. Yang Feng put away the treasures, and then looked around. In addition to the dais, there were 2 passageways. From the taboo text, Yang Feng learned that one of the 2 passageways led outside the dark forest, and the other led to the taboo lord's room. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng walked towards the taboo lord's room. He was very interested in the taboo lord, the founder of the 2nd warlock dynasty. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the room leading to the taboo lord's room, powerful barrier force erupted in a flash and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Yang Feng smiled bitterly. It seems that although the taboo lord left behind treasures, but he doesn't want others to pry into his residence. Yang Feng put down Gleistar and Ezramia on his back. Yang Feng said solemnly, "I'm going to practice cultivation here for a period of time. You should also try to recover your strength during this time." The palace was filled with a mystical fragrance. This was a secret fragrance concocted by the taboo lord, which could enhance a cultivator's physique and cultivation base. It was a peerless treasure. Yang Feng intended to seize this opportunity to stay in the palace and practice cultivation to improve his strength. Okay. Gleistar and Ezramia nodded in agreement. They could all feel the mystical fragrance permeating the palace, healing their injuries. Even Ezramia, who had been suppressed by the curse, could feel her body rapidly recover under the nourishment of the secret fragrance. Yang Feng took out the taboo bead and pressed it against his forehead. At the same time, according to the records in the taboo text, he started to operate a secret method, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the taboo bead. Pitch-black light shone, and the taboo bead merged into Yang Feng's forehead little by little, and finally entered his sea of knowledge. When the taboo bead entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, it hit his soul seed as if a star. Bursts of pain came from Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. His spirit sea shook, and the spell models inside his spirit sea trembled, on the verge of collapse. Chapter 341. Inch by inch, the taboo magic bead merged with Yang Feng's soul seed. A vast and boundless force diffused from the taboo bead and frantically absorbed the spell models inside Yang Feng's spirit sea and poured them into the taboo bead. Due to the power of the taboo bead, the power of the black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng was extracted inch by inch and entered the taboo bead. After losing the power of the black dragon bloodline, Yang Feng's aura weakened a lot. Before long, the taboo magic bead released formidable black dragon force that spread into Yang Feng's body, nourished and strengthened his fleshly body, and restored his original strength. The taboo lord was a peerless expert who had fused the power of countless bloodlines and finally reached the summit. The original version of the taboo text was a bloodline warlock text that used the power of the taboo magic bead to fuse with the power of countless bloodlines and climb to the summit step by step. Generally speaking, bloodline warlocks could only fuse with one bloodline and possess the power of one extraordinary life form's bloodline. But after cultivating the taboo text, as long as you absorbed the power of countless extraordinary life forms' bloodlines, you could possess the terrifying power of countless extraordinary life forms. Moreover, once you cultivated it to the peak, the power of countless life forms' bloodlines could even be fused into one and turned into taboo magic power, becoming a terrifying power that surpassed divine power. 10 days later, Yang Feng completely fused with the taboo magic bead and adapted to the transformed power. With the help of the mystical fragrance, Yang Feng immediately began to attack the great warlock realm. Time passed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the palace, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a vast dragon might slowly diffused from him. As if a newly matured black dragon had opened its eyes and was looking for prey. Yang Feng felt the nearly endless power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I finally promoted to a great warlock. Since Yang Feng obtained the resources of the major forces in the Tyrannid subcontinent, it was only a matter of time before he promoted to a great warlock. Due to his solid foundation, Yang Feng was able to promote to a great warlock with the help of the mystical fragrance in the palace where the Taboo Lord lived. As Ramia opened her beautiful eyes and took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flickered with admiration. Amazing. In just a few years, he stepped into the legend realm from an ordinary great wizard in one fell swoop. He might even become a god in the future. Godly ascension. When she thought of this word, Ramia sighed inwardly, and her beautiful eyes glimmered gloomily. The gods were high and mighty, overlooking the mortal world. Their status was incomparably majestic. Ramia was one of the most powerful great elven monarchs in the history of elves, and her talent was astonishing. But even so, she did not ignite her divine flame and become a true demigod. Instead, it was a super expert at the peak of the demigod realm. The god positions in the elven divine system were already full, so there were no believers for Ramia to ascend to godhood. After her death, her best outcome would be to enter the divine country of the elven primary god Mofusaraja and become a demigod-ranked disciple serving the primary god. On the Fesua plane, if humans didn't ignite their divine flame, the strongest would only be pinnacle legend rank existences. No one could take that step and reach the demigod realm without the help of external forces. Elves, dragons, fiends, devils, kindred, giants, and other formidable beings could rely on the secret methods passed down in their race to break through the legend boundary and reach the demigod realm. However, on the Fesua plane, if one didn't ascend to godhood, it would be very difficult to possess power comparable to that of a god. Elves, dragons, fiends, devils, kindred, giants, these races came from different planes. On their own planes, it was relatively easy for them to break through and reach the god rank, but on the Fesua plane, it was extremely difficult. That was because different planes had different laws and environments, and different laws and environments were suitable for different races to break through and evolve. As a grade 1 plane, the Zhangji plane had extremely strong tolerance, adaptability, and rich vigor of heaven and earth. No matter what race it was, they could break through and evolve here. This was why it became the goal of all races. On the Fesua plane, even an elven genius like Ramia, who was rarely seen in 1,000 years, had little hope of breaking through the god-man boundary and becoming a god-rank powerhouse without the help of external forces. Yang Feng came up to the two women and asked, "How are you now?" Gleistar said with a charming smile, "Master, I have recovered my strength to the advanced legend rank. Although I can't use divine spells, but my archery isn't inferior to that of many human legend rank archers." Ramia also showed a smile. The fragrance in the palace can suppress the curse of Kiss of Lolth. I have also recovered my strength to the junior legend rank. Yang Feng said, "All right, let's go. It's time to leave." When Yang Feng stepped into the passageway leading to the outside world, a feeling of spatial distortion welled up inside him. His vision blurred, and he appeared on a bright and resplendent land. This is no longer the underground world. Yang Feng looked up at the sun in the sky, his heart relaxed slightly, and he revealed a smile. The advanced demigod rank powerhouse Dolores was still not an existence that Yang Feng could contend against. Even if Yang Feng, Ramia, and Gleistar joined forces, they still couldn't defeat the advanced demigod rank Dolores. Ramia looked at the sun in the sky with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said, "Ramia, do you still want to go back to the elves? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a mole among the elves, and the status of the mole should be very high. Otherwise, the moonlight tree wouldn't have been so easily breached. With your current strength, you'll just be walking into a trap if you go back." The moonlight tree was equivalent to the Victory Palace of the Morance Empire, and its defense was extremely strong. Even with the high elven trader goddess Lolth, it still wouldn't be so easily infiltrated. To be able to let dark elves and abyssal fiends sneak into the Moonlight Tree, the status of the mole had to be extremely high. Ramia sighed faintly and said with her mind in turmoil, I know. I'll stay with you for the time being. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. With a flash of magic light, a huge magi suddenly appeared midair and looked in all directions. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he pointed to the west and said solemnly, There's a human city in that direction. Let's go. Yang Feng and his party quickly arrived at the entrance to the city. The city's city wall was more than 20 meters tall and was surrounded by a long moat. The city gate was closed, and teams of soldiers were patrolling above the city wall, looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. The entrance of the city was crowded with refugees from all over the world. However, the city's gates were tightly shut and there was no sign of it opening. Let me in. I beg you, let me in. Let me in. I beg you, let me in. The fiends are coming. Waves of incomparably mournful screams rang out from the crowd of refugees. The sound waves shook the heavens, and it was extremely miserable. I order you to leave at once. Don't stay down there, or I'll release arrows. Atop the city wall, an officer looked down at the refugees with a cold look in his eyes, barked, and raised his hand. The 200 archers on top of the city wall raised their bows and pointed at the refugees below. When the refugees saw the actions of the archers atop the city wall, their complexions changed dramatically, and they rushed to the back. Amidst the pushing and shoving of the refugees, many of the weaker ones were directly pushed into the moat, as they let out miserable screams. Elves and dark elves didn't have a favorable impression of humans. Gleistar watched this cruel scene with relish. Ramia, on the other hand, couldn't help but turn her head to the side. Although she didn't have a favorable impression of humans, but she still couldn't bear to see humans die senselessly. When Yang Feng saw this, he frowned slightly. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, but seeing such a scene still left him in a bad mood. Release the arrows. A cruel glint in his eyes, the officer atop the city wall revealed a cruel smile, waved his hand, and barked. 200 arrows rained down on the refugees below. Stop! Accompanied by a loud shout, a man draped in a black cloak stretched out a finger, and an extremely powerful distorted force field suddenly appeared, blocking the air above the refugees. When the 200 arrows hit the warping force field, they were immediately ricocheted. Wizard! Quickly go and invite Sir Bishop of the Temple. When he saw this, the officer's complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked at once. Several soldiers quickly ran down the city wall and rushed madly towards the church in the city. Open the gate. Let these people in. A magnetic and commanding voice came from the cloak. The officer looked embarrassed, yet he lowered his posture and said respectfully, Sir Wizard, this is His Majesty's order. Please don't make things difficult for us nobodies. I have already sent someone to report the situation here to Sir Bishop and His Majesty. Please wait a moment. The wizard in the cloak was silent for a moment, then said faintly, All right. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a gorgeous robe arrived atop the city wall under the escort of a dozen priests. Chapter 342. The man dressed in a gorgeous robe stared at the wizard wrapped in a cloak and said unhurriedly, I am Pope Pavon of the Great Church of the God of the Mexican River. Respected wizard, may I ask who you are? On the Fesua plain, there were many regional gods. The god of the Mexican River was a regional god. The scope of his faith was limited to the places where the Mexican River passed. Most of the regional gods were feeble gods, and they barely became gods. They might not even have their own divine country, and were among the weakest among gods. Regional gods didn't dare to expand their domain at will. If the god of the Mexican river dared to exceed his domain and change his name to the god of rivers, he would be hostile and attacked by the gods of rivers of all divine systems. Many powerhouses who did not have any backing or background would usually only become some regional gods after they became gods. Only gods with a divine system as their backer could use a god name that could cover the entire Feisua plain. I am Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality. The cloaked person tore off the cloak covering his body, revealing the figure beneath the cloak. Under the cloak was a woman with long, sky-blue hair and beautiful eyes that looked like top-notch sapphires. She was tall and sexy, and her skin sparkled like jade. Her facial features were exquisite, and there was a golden rune engraved on her forehead that looked like a golden beauty mark. She gave off a valiant aura and was incredibly beautiful. Yang Feng was a little surprised when he heard that. He looked at the beautiful woman, Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality. The Amon Principality was a small principality that was destroyed by Duke Iser using his private troops a few years ago. Countless people in the principality were reduced to slaves and sold by Duke Iser. Reportedly, the fuse of that war was the elder princess of the Amon Principality, Princess Chrissy. After Duke Iser refused to marry Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Using this as an excuse, he annexed the Amon Principality and took the opportunity to expand the power of the Hansen family. Princess Chrissy's whereabouts were unknown during that war. Yang Feng didn't expect to see the princess of a fallen principality here. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the gold imprint on Princess Chrissy's forehead, and his eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. That's a divine mark. This was proof that she was blessed by the gods. The Amon Principality believes in Venia, the goddess of the Amon Springs. Venia was a legendary water magician who survived the demonic plague 5,000 years ago. After various fortuitous encounters and countless hardships, she finally took that step and became a god. As she did not have a powerful backer, she could only ascend to godhood as the goddess of the Amon Springs. Her land of faith was the Amon Principality. After the destruction of the Amon Principality, Venia could not help but intervene in the affairs of the mortal world. According to the agreement between the gods could not directly interfere with the mortal world, but they could use various indirect methods. Venia had obviously chosen Princess Chris to shoulder the heavy responsibility of restoring the kingdom. On the Feisua plain, there would often be some small states that had been destroyed, where several powerful heroes would suddenly emerge, overcome numerous difficulties, defeat many enemies that were practically impossible to defeat, and restore the state. During this process, there was the shadow of the gods. Pavan frowned slightly. He pondered for a while, and then said unhurriedly, "So it's Her Highness Princess Chrissy. You and your subordinates can come in. As for the rest, they have to be detected by a spell before they can enter the city. You should be aware that the demonic plague has already begun. Abyssal fiends shapeshifters can take human form. We have to be careful." Chrissy responded faintly, "All right." Pavan silently recited an incantation, pointed down with the scepter in his hand, and cast a spell to detect non-human beings. Beams of resplendent blue divine light descended from the sky, scattering towards the refugees. There was no reaction from the refugees, but two red beams of light shot out from Gleistar and Isramia next to Yang Feng. "Abyssal fiend!" A voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. The eyes of the refugees next to Yang Feng's group of three brimmed with horror, and they scrambled to escape in different directions. A large empty space quickly appeared around Yang Feng's group of three, making them very conspicuous. Chrissy unsheathed a sword from her waist, pointed at Yang Feng's group of three, and barked, "Who are you?" Atop the city wall, Pavan's spirit force locked onto Yang Feng's group of three from afar. With the scepter in hand, he was ready to recite an incantation and give them a fatal blow. "I am Duke Ian of the Morince Empire, and these two are my concubines." Yang Feng lifted the cloaks wrapped around the three of them and said boldly, Gleistar and Esramia had used camouflage magic to disguise most of their features. But in the eyes of outsiders, they were still two rare top beauties. When Esramia heard Yang Feng say that she was his concubine, she felt slightly embarrassed and annoyed. But deep inside, a touch of joy welled up inside her. Pavon's complexion suddenly changed slightly, and then he revealed a kind smile and said, "Duke Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland, so it's you. Please come in." The Mexican Principality was a small principality with the Church of the God of the Mexican River as its state religion. It was one of the many small principalities located in the chaotic mountain range at the junction of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Titan Principality, and the Morince Empire. Even Pope Pavon of the Church of the God of the Mexican River was merely an archbishop-rank existence in the Zalia Divine System's Radiant Church. Such a small principality didn't dare to offend a bigwig like Yang Feng. Princess Chrissy looked at Yang Feng from afar with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. The city gate opened, and the refugees poured into the city. Yang Feng and his party were welcomed into the imperial palace of the Mexican Principality. In the imperial palace of the Mexican Principality, inside a luxurious banquet hall. Inside the banquet, well-dressed aristocratic men and women had formed small circles and were conversing intimately with each other. A handsome young man with short blue hair, dressed in a white formal attire, was surrounded by a dozen beautiful girls. The dozen beautiful aristocratic girls looked at the young man with adoration in their beautiful eyes. "Make way, all of you, make way. Get out of the way, all of you. Kisad already has someone he likes. If you want to find a man, you might as well come to me." A young man with an ordinary appearance and a dissolute temperament in a black formal attire squeezed to the side of the young man and revealed a dissolute and unrestrained smile to the dozen beautiful aristocratic girls. The dozen beautiful aristocratic girls could only smile helplessly, stared at the young man, and turned to leave. Beside the handsome young man, there was only the young man with a dissolute aura and a tall, tanned, and very capable beauty. The young man with a dissolute temperament swept the handsome young man with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with envy, saying, "Kisad, you're a god's darling for a reason. Not only are you handsome, but you're also a legend-rank powerhouse at a young age. Coupled with the fact that you're popular with women, it's really enviable. I really want to exchange with you." Kisad smiled, and his eyes filled with enthusiasm. "Gages, you don't have to envy me. Your talent in swordsmanship is 1 in a million. Few people in the Mexican Principality can defeat you. It's only a matter of time before you become a sacred swordsman. When the time comes, we two brothers will join forces and make the Mexican Principality even stronger." Gages shook his head, then picked up a glass of red wine, drank it in one gulp, and smiled faintly. "Really? You're really a guy that people can't be envious of." Just then, there was a sudden uproar at the entrance of the reception hall. A beautiful woman with long blue hair, snow-white skin, a tall and sensual figure, an oval face, an extraordinary temperament, and an enchanting charm in a blue-bearing evening dress stepped into the palace with a smile on her face. As soon as the beautiful woman stepped into the palace, she suppressed the brilliance of the other beauties in the palace. The beautiful girls in the palace seemed to have been reduced to green leaves that set off her beauty. Kisad's eyes lit up, he revealed a smile, and he took the initiative to greet the beautiful woman. Gages suddenly said with a smile, "Becky, Kisad and Her Highness Ticini, the first most beautiful princess of the Mexican Principality, are a match made in heaven, aren't they?" The tall beauty with wheat-colored skin, a capable face, and rough hands, which were covered with calluses from practicing swordsmanship, stiffened slightly. Her beautiful eyes dimmed as she said with great difficulty, "Yes, they are indeed a match made in heaven." At this moment, Yang Feng took Esramia and Gleistar into the palace. Immediately after, gazes fell on Esramia and Gleistar. Although they used spells to conceal their true appearances, but they were still extremely beautiful. Besides, as they held high positions in the past, they naturally had a condescending, dignified, and elegant temperament. In particular, Gleistar's every move carried endless charm, causing the men in the banquet to stare at her beautiful and delicate body, unable to shift their eyes away. On the Fesua plain, apart from succubi, dark elves were the second most adept at seducing men. As the Pope of Dark Elves, Gleistar was proficient in countless secret spells. Her every move carried endless charm, causing people's imaginations to run wild. Chapter 343. After Yang Feng stepped into the banquet hall with Ezramia and the two women, they attracted gazes of envy and jealousy. Almost 90% of the men were attracted to the two women. Even Yang Feng was the center of attention. Kisad glanced at Yang Feng and frowned, asking, "Who is he?" Ticini's beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar splendor, and she replied with a sweet smile, "He is Duke Ian of the Morance Empire." Gage's eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he uttered solemnly, "Duke Ian of the Red Earth Empire? That's a ruthless character. It is said that he only has an arch-wizard rank cultivation base, but even many legend rank powerhouses have fallen at his hands. Even the great Prince Andrei of the Morance Empire was defeated by him." The great Prince Andrei of the Morance Empire was one of the most feared marshals of the Morance Empire. Under Andrei's command, the southern army of the Morance Empire had more victories than defeats and beat the Desert Empire into a sorry state, suffering heavy casualties. The Desert Empire, on the other hand, beat the Mohican Principality and the other small principalities into a sorry state, forcing them to pay tribute year after year. Kisad was originally a commoner. It was during the fierce battles with the Desert Empire that he stood out. Furthermore, with the temple's nurturing, he was able to quickly climb to the aristocratic class. Kisad stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. "That's right. Although this guy is a little weak, but he's indeed a ruthless character." The aristocrats at the banquet whispered to each other and discussed Yang Feng's origins. After hearing about Yang Feng's origins, the aristocrats who originally coveted Gleistar disappeared. If Yang Feng was a commoner, the aristocrats would have framed him. But Yang Feng was a hereditary peer duke of the Morance Empire, with a population of 10 million people and countless experts under his command. He wasn't an existence that the aristocrats could contend with. His Majesty the Grand Duke has arrived. Under the protection of a dozen guards, a dignified old man with white hair and beard slowly stepped into the hall. As soon as the old man entered the hall, he walked towards Yang Feng and beckoned to Ticini. Ticini gave Kisad an apologetic look, and then walked towards the old man with a fragrant wind. Seeing this, Kisad's handsome face changed slightly, a touch of humiliation flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he clenched his fists, blue veins bulging. Gages pressed Kisad's hand and said solemnly, "Don't be impulsive, Kisad. There's nothing we can do about it. You must trust Princess Ticini." Kisad's face was gloomy as he said slowly, "I understand." Holding Ticini's hand, the old man came to in front of Yang Feng and said with a gentle smile, "Duke Ian, I am Grand Duke Pamplian of the Mohican Empire. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Feng performed an ordinary aristocratic etiquette courteously and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Hello, I am Ian. It's a pleasure to meet you." The Grand Duke of Megan, Papillion, smiled meaningfully and said, "Duke Ian, it must have been hard for you to come from afar. Let me introduce you. This is my most precious daughter, the most beautiful pearl of our Megan Principality, Ticini. You are both youngsters, have a good chat." Ticini performed a ladylike etiquette to Yang Feng, smiled flirtatiously, and looked incredibly charming. "Hello, Duke Ian, I am Ticini." Yang Feng responded with a polite smile, "Hello." Ticini looked at Yang Feng with an expectant look in her beautiful eyes and asked like a curious baby, "Duke Ian, I am very interested in the miracle city you built in the Red Earth Wasteland. Can you tell me how you built a city there? It is said that there is no water in the Red Earth Wasteland. It is dry and has little rain. Even many legend heroes have failed there. It's really amazing that you can build a city there. Yang Feng smiled and chatted with Ticini. He also wanted to learn about the situation in the past few months. Through chatting with Ticini, Yang Feng learned that the situation on the continent changed in the second month after he entered the palace where the Taboo Lord once lived. Abyssal fiends launched an invasion of the Feisua Plain. They poured out of planar rifts in the underground world, poured into the surface world, and launched a frenzied attack on the two human empires, the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire. As for the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, they strangely weren't attacked by the Abyssal Fiends. In the history of the Feisua Plain, Abyssal Fiends would pour out of the abyss that ran through the 36 primary material planes every once in a while, massacre everywhere, and harvest all souls. This was called Democalypse by the many races of the Feisua Plain. Through the intelligence of the demonic fighting sect, Yang Feng learned that the so-called Democalypse was an attack launched by powerful beings of the abyss in order to obtain fresh souls of various races and stronger subordinates. In the 36 primary material planes, once intelligent life forms died, their souls had two destinations. One was to fall into the netherworld. The other was to fall into the divine country of the gods. Souls were extremely precious wealth. Every once in a while, the abyss would launch an attack on the 36 primary material planes, sending countless abyssal fiends to hunt for souls, and at the same time, screening and cultivating more powerful experts. According to the research and analysis of the Zhangji Plains warlocks, the abyss was the convergence point of the evil power of the 36 primary material planes. Every year, countless demonic creatures would be born in the abyss due to the evil power. These demonic creatures were very powerful, but their souls were very weak. These demonic creatures needed to devour the souls of other beings in order to evolve. Every time a demon disaster erupted in the abyssal plane, countless demonic creatures would rush out of the abyss and slaughter all living beings in a frenzy. They devoured the souls of those living beings in order to evolve to a higher level and obtain greater power. The more powerful the demonic creatures of the abyss were, the more powerful the souls they needed to devour. Therefore, many powerful demonic creatures of the abyss would even take the initiative to attack the powerful beings of the 36 primary material planes. Gods were their favorite food. The soul of gods had a very high degree of evolution, far surpassing that of experts of the same rank. If the powerful demonic creatures of the abyss could devour a god, they would undergo earth-shaking evolution. In the long history of the Feisua Plain, many gods were devoured by the abyssal fiends of the abyss. This created one legend after another in the rise of abyssal fiend lords in the abyss. In ordinary times, powerful abyssal fiend lords didn't dare to set foot on the Feisua Plain at will, because their abyssal magic power would be suppressed by the Feisua Plain. At the same time, abyssal magic power would be restrained by the divine power of gods. In the abyssal plane, an abyssal fiend earl could contend with a weak divine power rank god. But once he came to the Feisua Plain, he would be suppressed by the plane and restrained by divine power, and might be killed by a demigod drawing support from the power of gods. During the planar tide, the Feisua Plain was greatly suppressed by the gods. Although the planar tide would also suppress the fiends of the abyss, but it also gave the abyssal lords the best opportunity to hunt gods. The Democalypse that broke out now was the vanguard and probe of the abyssal lords about to invade the Feisua Plain. The abyss was the convergence point of the evil forces of the 36 primary material planes. Every year, countless demonic creatures would be born in the abyss. In the cruel abyss, only great fiend-rank demonic creatures had a bit of status, while fiend lords were the aristocrats of the abyss. As for ordinary abyssal fiends, even advanced abyssal fiends with level 3 warlock rank battle prowess were just cannon fodder. As he watched Yang Feng chat with his most beloved woman, Kisad felt as if his heart was bitten by a viper called jealousy. His face turned blue, and endless jealousy and anger flickered in the abyss of his eyes. Gages frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. Kisad, how about we go over and get to know him? Kisad's eyes shimmered with arrogance, and he said proudly, no, I don't want to go over. He should be the one to go over. Kisad was a god's darling. Before the age of 30, he had already practiced cultivation to the legend realm, and he cultivated magic and martial duel. He was the #1 genius of the Mexican Principality. In the Mexican Principality, he was the focus of attention. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention, and people would take the initiative to make friends with him. This gave birth to an air of arrogance. Gages frowned slightly, then silently drained the glass of wine in his hand and sighed inside. With the continuous rise of his status, Kisad became more and more arrogant, and was no longer as receptive to the opinions of others as before. Yang Feng and Ticini chatted for a while, and then, at her invitation, danced a few times. After that, he had to deal with the aristocrats who surrounded him. From time to time, the gazes of the aristocrats gathered around Azramia and Gleistar, yet no one dared to invite them to dance. Yang Feng had an illustrious reputation in the Morince Empire. None of the aristocrats of the Mexican Principality dared to provoke such a terrifying existence at will. After the banquet was over, Yang Feng took Azramia and Gleistar outside the imperial palace. A palace attendant rushed over from the rear, arrived in front of Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Duke Ian, please wait a moment." Yang Feng asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The palace attendant replied respectfully, "His Majesty the Archduke has something to ask of you. Please come with me. Go back and have a good rest." Yang Feng looked carefully at the palace attendant. After confirming that it was indeed the palace attendant standing next to the Archduke, he nodded slightly, exhorted Azramia and Gleistar, and then followed the palace attendant towards the imperial palace. Chapter 344. The attendant led Yang Feng to a palace, pushed open the door, and went inside. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the palace, he saw Ticini's naked body suddenly fly towards him. There was a bloody hole where her heart should have been. It was a terrifying sight. "Shit, I fell into a trap." Yang Feng looked at the corpse flying towards him, and his complexion suddenly changed. An ominous premonition welled up inside him, and he extended his right hand and grabbed at the attendant. Only the attendant could prove Yang Feng's innocence. Boom! Along with a blare, the attendant who led Yang Feng to the palace was blown to pieces, and countless fragments splashed in all directions. Ticini! Ian, you bastard! I'm going to kill you! From the entrance of the palace came Kisada's heart-wrenching roar like a wounded beast. Yang Feng swept the place with his gaze and saw Kisada standing at the entrance of the palace with bloodshot eyes. As if a wounded beast, his eyes were filled with resentment and killing intent. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Sir, you misunderstood. This is a trap, I didn't kill her. Someone is setting me up. If I'm not mistaken, the goal of the person behind this should be for us to kill each other. Please calm down and let us work together to find the real culprit." Princess Ticini was raped and killed by Duke Ian of the Morince Empire. As if stepping on a dot, a palace maid appeared at the entrance of the palace and issued a heart-wrenching and terrified scream. Kisada's eyes flashed fiercely, and fearsome legend rank power suddenly erupted from him. He drew a magic sword, rose abruptly, and stabbed at Yang Feng like a river. Yang Feng frowned slightly. With a flick of his wrist, a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared in his hand. Unleashing the demonic fighting sword art, the sword turned into numerous sword afterimages sweeping towards Kisada. Kisad's sword art was called the Mexican Long River Secret Sword, a sword art created by the god of the Mexican River. Once it was displayed, it was like an endless river with extraordinary power. Amid crisp sounds, Yang Feng's sword rays collapsed, forcing him to retreat step by step. Yang Feng practiced magic, extraordinary botany, extraordinary biology, alchemy, and many other methods. Although he has promoted to a great warlock, but his attainments in swordsmanship were still far behind that of Quesada, who delved into swordsmanship. Yang Feng retreated step by step, the anger in his eyes gradually increased, and his words were slowly shrouded in a layer of frigid killing intent. I didn't kill that woman. Don't you understand human language? The Kisad sword was aimed at Yang Feng's vitals, and each sword strike contained endless killing intent. Clearly, it wouldn't stop until Yang Feng was dead. Yang Feng was forced to give birth to a trace of frigid killing intent in his heart. Kisad's eyes were bloodshot, flashing with crazy killing intent as he said coldly, "Go to hell. I'm going to tear you to pieces and use your corpse as a sacrifice to Princess Ticini. In that case. Then you bastard, go to hell." Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's heart, and his eyes were gradually shrouded in dense killing intent. He silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and suddenly unleashed the level 4 spell legend disintegration. A green magic ray containing endless killing intent, capable of disintegrating great warlock rank powerhouses, shot towards Kisad. Kisad's complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he blocked in front of him with his sword at the last moment. Crack! With a crisp sound, the magic sword in Kisad's hand that could withstand the strike of a sacred blood steel secret treasure sword collapsed, turning into a cloud of dust and drifting away in the wind. Kisad's complexion changed slightly, a dignified glint flashed past his crazed eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Legend rank spell. You've already promoted to a legend wizard, no wonder you're so arrogant. To even commit such a fiendish act as raping and killing Princess Ticini. Legend wizard rank powerhouses already had the terrifying power to threaten Kisad's life. Even though he was a divine darling, but he had no choice but to be on guard. On the Feisua plain, divine darling were indeed favored by the heavens. Their cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary people, and they were super geniuses among ordinary people. However, legend wizards who could still reach the summit under the suppression of the weave weren't simple characters. Many of the chosen had died tragically in the hands of these legendary mages. A large number of guards poured in from the entrance of the palace, all of them armed to the teeth and staring covetously at Yang Feng. Archers have already raised their bows and aimed at Yang Feng, ready to shoot at any time. Grand Duke Mexican walked in amidst the guards of countless experts. As soon as he entered the palace, he saw the naked Ticini lying in a pool of blood. He burst into tears and screamed mournfully, "Ticini, my precious daughter, my treasure. Heavens! Ian, you bastard! Why did you rape and kill my daughter? You're worse than a beast. Why? Why? Kill him! Kill him, you bastard!" Following Archduke Mexican's order, the archers immediately released hundreds of arrows shooting towards Yang Feng like a rain of arrows, not giving him the slightest chance to explain. Among the hundreds of arrows, there were 2 arrows that contained the terrifying chi of a heavenly knight. Furthermore, they were special demon-breaking arrows that were extremely powerful. Even a legend powerhouse would be severely injured or even killed if they were careless. In that case, it seems that I can only be forced to become that guy's blade. I'll send you all to the netherworld to repent. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he unleashed the level 4 spell dragon might in a flash. With him as the center, a boundless dragon might spread in all directions. Crushed by the dragon might, Grand Duke Mexican, an ordinary person, knelt on the ground with a look of fear on his face. The complexions of more than 95% of the hundreds of guards around Grand Duke Mexican changed dramatically, and they trembled. Unable to hold their weapons steadily, they knelt on the ground. Only the few Sky Knight rank powerhouses and above urged their chi to stand in place and resist Yang Feng's frightening dragon might with great difficulty. This is dragon might. Ian, you half-breed giant dragon clan bastard. Go to hell. Kisad's eyes flashed fiercely. He silently recited an incantation, and a mysterious and profound divine rune rose from between his eyebrows. In an instant, he seemed to be connected with a vast and mighty being, and frightening divine power pervaded his body. Sword of the Mexican River. Rays of dazzling divine power surged out of the mysterious divine pattern between Quesada's eyebrows and formed a 6-meter-long earthen yellow longsword in the void. It was as if countless rivers were surging and surging in it. Wisps of frightening divine might diffused from the earthen yellow sword, as if the power of a god was condensed inside the earthen yellow sword. Black Dragon Morph. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he unleashed the ultimate secret method recorded in Black Dragon Morph. A copious amount of Black Dragon force and the frightening power of Black Dragon's bloodline gushed out of the taboo bead. Boom! In an instant, Yang Feng traced the source of the bloodline power and transformed into a 50-meter-long ancient black dragon covered in black dragon scales and exuding frightening ancient dragon might. Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon opened his maw and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath barreling towards the earth-yellow sword. After transforming into an ancient black dragon, Yang Feng's strength reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm, and the might of the dragon breath he belched was more than 4 times that of when he was in his human form. The sword of the Mexican River suddenly turned into an earthen yellow ray that slashed at the black dragon breath in an instant, and forcibly cut it in half. When the black dragon breath that was cut in half fell into the crowd of palace guards, it set off frightening black flames. In the midst of the black flames, the several Mexican principalities' experts who stood firm under the dragon might turned into ashes and disappeared. As long as the rest of the palace guards were touched by the dragon breath, they would be burned to ashes. The Archduke of the Mexican Principality was also turned into ashes by the might of the black dragon breath. After the sword of the Mexican River slashed through the black dragon breath, it shrank by a size, and its might was reduced by more than half. Yet, it still slashed at Yang Feng's incarnation of a black dragon, cut open his black dragon scales, raised a copious amount of flesh, and nearly cut his neck in half. A copious amount of blood sprayed from the neck of Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Yang Feng extended his claw. The moment before his neck was about to be severed, he grabbed the sword of the Mexican River and crushed it. After crushing the sword of the Mexican River, Yang Feng tore through the void with his claw and mercilessly clawed at Kisad. Kisad's face was pale. He blocked the attack with his sword and quickly retreated backward. The sword of the Mexican River was the strongest sword he grasped, yet he still couldn't kill Yang Feng. His body was at its weakest. Fast to the extreme, Yang Feng grabbed Kisad lightning fast. A fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and he clenched his fist. Violent dragon force erupted in a flash and broke Kisad's bones. Chapter 345. Stop! You bastard! At this moment, Becky, a longbow in hand, her eyes flashed with anxiety. She barked, and an arrow containing green chi shot towards Yang Feng's dragon eye like a meteor. Yang Feng flapped his dragon wings and easily deflected the green arrow. At the same time, he opened his mouth and belched a dragon breath towards Kisad. No! When she saw this, Becky let out a heart-wrenching scream. The frightening dragon breath engulfed Kisad in an instant, and black flames engulfed the peerless genius of the Mexican Principality and burned him to ashes. Damn it, I fell into a trap. Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon swept the surroundings with his perception, and he clearly sensed fearsome fluctuations of power coming from the temple of the Mexican River. Clearly, the temple of the Mexican River was alarmed. Human experts hidden in the city gathered in the direction of the temple of the Mexican River. Yang Feng looked up at the sky, and his eyes shimmered with an unruly glint. At this point, there's no retreat. I'll think of a way to annex this principality. Anyway, the planar tide has arrived, and the control of the gods in the starry sky over the secular world is weakening frantically. They should be powerless to protect themselves now. This will surely come as a great surprise to the person behind the scenes. On the road leading to a manor outside the imperial palace of the Mexican Principality, a carriage was moving. Inside the carriage sat two beautiful women, Gleistar and Esramia. On both sides of the carriage were 10 cavalrymen, who were the guards assigned to them by Grand Duke Mexican. Stop! Suddenly, a team of heavily armed soldiers emerged from both sides of the road. The leader of the team, who was wearing a magic armor and holding a magic sword, pointed at the coachman and barked. As if they had eyes of their own, the crossbow bolts shot into the 10 cavalrymen, killing them one by one. The coachman pulled on the reins, and the carriage came to a halt. His eyes were filled with fear. The leader wearing magic armor and holding a magic sword said in a low voice, "Ladies, please come down." Gleistar and Esramia immediately alighted from the carriage. A deep voice came from the magic armor, "Ladies, please come with us. As long as you're honest, we can guarantee your safety." "Who are you people? Why did you capture us? What do you want?" Gleistar grabbed her skirt with one hand and the evening gown on her chest with the other, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. She looked like a delicate, pitiful, lovable, and delicate beauty who could provoke men to bully her from the bottom of their hearts. Under the moonlight, Gleistar looked even more beautiful and lovable. Behind the leader covered in magic armor, the ordinary warriors stared at Gleistar's curvaceous and sexy body, their eyes filled with greed. The leader said in a hoarse voice, "You don't need to know what we want to do. You just have to come with us." Gleistar smiled sweetly, her disguise completely disappearing, and she said with a curious smile, "Strange, did I already use a charm spell? Why don't you kill each other? Could it be that you're not humans? Moreover, you have high resistance to charm spells." An ominous premonition welled up in the leader's heart, and he roared wildly, "Do it! Capture them! If they resist, it doesn't matter if they're crippled as long as they're not killed." The hundreds of heavily armed soldiers suddenly lunged at Gleistar and Esramia. He, it's no use. Threads of darkness. Gleistar's pretty face surged with a captivating blush, and she revealed a bewitching smile. She raised her lily-white hand, and strange dark force spread along the black threads on her lily-white hand in all directions. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the black threads frantically interweaved and flashed. Like the sharpest cutting blades, they cut the lower bodies of the hundreds of fully armed soldiers into pieces. Countless blossoms of blood splattered in all directions. Almost in an instant, the lower bodies of the hundreds of soldiers were cut into pieces, and the remaining upper bodies fell to the ground and issued anguished howls. Under the illumination of the moonlight, countless soldiers collapsed in the sea of blood and screamed miserably, looking like hell. Gleistar smiled coquettishly, and black light enveloped her delicate body, making her look like a coquettish witch walking in the darkness. Seeing this scene, Esramia's eyes flashed with unbearable glint, but she remained silent. As the great elven monarch, she wasn't a naive elf who hadn't seen the world. She knew very well that she couldn't be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. The eyes of the leader in magic armor flashed with a glint of panic, and he suddenly slashed at Gleistar lightning fast with his sword. Strangely, Gleistar disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind the leader in magic armor. With a light grasp of her lily-white hand, the magic armor's visor was torn off the leader's face. Under the visor of the magic armor was a handsome, pale face. Gleistar grabbed the face by the neck, and it was forced to open its mouth, revealing the vampire fangs unique to kindred. Gleistar grabbed the neck of the kindred, her beautiful big eyes revealed a glint of excitement, and she said with a sweet smile, "So it's a kindred. You're not one of those dregs of vampires, but an advanced kindred, level 3 warlock. Interesting, it seems that my master is involved in your plot. How interesting. You guys caught a big whale while fishing." At the same time, a frightening dragon might gushed out of the imperial palace of the Mexican Principality, and Gleistar sensed it. Gleistar sighed regretfully, it's a pity. I originally planned to let you experience my methods and have a taste of our dark elven punishments. Unfortunately, Master is now in trouble. I can only ask you to die. A black thread, invisible to the naked eye, flashed, and the advanced kindred's head was cut off by Gleistar. Black threads flickered, like sharp blades reaping lives, constantly reverberating in that space. The hundreds of struggling vampires were turned into countless fragments by the frightening black threads and scattered on the ground. Gleistar's figure blurred, and she flew in the direction of the dragon might. Esramia's figure flickered, and she followed behind Gleistar and flew in that direction. Ian, what's going on? As soon as Esramia arrived at the Imperial Palace, she saw Yang Feng, who had turned into an ancient black dragon, had his neck split open and was bleeding profusely. She couldn't help but ask. Earth-yellow divine power surged around Yang Feng's neck, hindering the recovery of the wound. A large amount of dragon blood flowed out of his neck and scattered on the ground. Yang Feng replied briefly, I was set up. The other party framed me and made me a criminal who raped and killed a princess of the Mexican Principality. This forced me to fight a thorny legend rank powerhouse of the Mexican Principality. Esramia frowned slightly and asked, what do we do now? Leave here immediately? Esramia didn't believe that Yang Feng raped and killed a princess of the Mexican Principality. If Yang Feng was really as lecherous as the rumors said, then she and Gleistar wouldn't be able to keep their chastity. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, if we just leave like this, wouldn't we be complying with the person behind the scenes? Come with me. We'll first uproot the temple of the god of the Mexican Principality, and then annex the Mexican Principality. Anyway, the planar tide has already begun, and the gods have no time to care about these trifles. Originally, Yang Feng didn't have any intention of annexing the Mexican Principality. But now that something like this happened, he didn't mind baring his fangs and annexing the Mexican Principality. After Yang Feng practiced cultivation to the great warlock realm, even though he had the taboo text, but on the Feisua plane, due to the suppression of the planar laws, it was very difficult for him to evolve. Ascending to godhood was the right path to evolution. Ascending to godhood, however, required a huge foundation of believers in a vast territory. Without the planar tide, Yang Feng could only slowly manage the Red Earth wasteland and the Funes province. But with the planar tide, it was difficult for the gods in the starry sky to interfere with the secular world. This was his best opportunity. Yang Feng could guess that once the planar tide arrived, all the monsters hidden in the history of the Feisua plane would jump out and do whatever it took to ascend to godhood. Gleistar looked at Yang Feng with a hopeful look in her beautiful eyes, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her eyes revealed an intoxicated look. That's great. That's my master for you. What dark elves like Gleistar admired the most was the strong. Yang Feng could seize every opportunity to develop himself. Such a powerhouse was the one she admired and was willing to follow. Esramia was slightly surprised and took a deep look at Yang Feng. This was the first time she saw a man who didn't care about the gods, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't he a fanatic of the Weave Goddess? Why is he so disdainful of the gods? Let's go. Yang Feng blurred into motion and rushed towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River. As long as the temple of the god of the Mexican River was destroyed, no one in the Mexican Principality would be a match for Yang Feng's group of 3. Chapter 346. Located in the center of the Mexican city, the temple of the god of the Mexican River was dozens of meters tall. It was the most majestic building in the Mexican city, as if it was the heart of the city. At this moment, rays of incomparably dazzling divine light gathered in the huge temple, forming an incomparably powerful barrier of divine power that completely protected the huge temple. Countless experts of the Mexican Principality gathered towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River. The ancient black dragon Yang Feng transformed into flapped its wings, flew into the air, opened its bloody maw, and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath at the temple of the god of the Mexican River. Pope Pavon of the god of the Mexican River held a scepter in his hand and recited an incantation. Shrouded in sacred and formidable light, he floated in the air and his eyes flashed with golden light, looking like an existence that didn't belong to the secular world. He pointed with the scepter in his hand and conjured the level, for divine spell protection of the god of the Mexican River. Earth-yellow divine power flowed out of the temple and formed a formidable earth-yellow barrier in front of the temple, completely protecting it. When the fearsome dragon breath Yang Feng belched slammed into the earth-yellow barrier, it burned frantically and eroded the barrier. The frightening dragon power of the ancient black dragon and the divine power of the god of the Mexican River clashed endlessly on the earth-yellow boundary, causing ripples to set off on the verge of collapse. Inside the temple of the god of the Mexican River, hundreds of official priests, bishops, and alternate priests came to the temple, knelt on the ground, and recited prayers devoutly. Their power of faith and power poured into the shrine in a steady stream, strengthening the shrine's barrier. Pavon's gaze congealed, and he asked loudly, "Ian, why are you attacking the temple of the god of the Mexican River? I suspect that the temple of the god of the Mexican River is colluding with other races. Give up resistance, surrender, and wait for my investigation. If you haven't colluded with other races, then I'll set you free. If you resist, then today will be the day you human traitors die." Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon looked at the temple of the god of the Mexican River with frigid light in his eyes. He opened his maw, and a dragon breath descended from the sky and landed on the powerful earth-yellow barrier, burning it until it trembled. "Ian, you're the traitor who colluded with the aliens. Not only did you rape and kill Princess Ticini, you also killed His Majesty the Grand Duke. Now you still want to deceive us. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. On behalf of the great god of the Mexican River, I will destroy you, traitor of humanity, damned heretic." A trace of anger flashed in Pavon's eyes. He flipped his hand, and a palm-sized plate shrouded in terrifying divine power appeared in his hand. When Yang Feng saw the earth-yellow plate, alarm bells went off in his mind. The ancient black dragon rank extraordinary perception reminded him that the earth-yellow plate contained a terrifying power. Even if he possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank strength after his body transformation, he would still die if he was the slightest bit careless. Yang Feng opened his maw and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath that slammed into the huge earth-yellow barrier. With a pious expression on his face, Pavon pointed at Yang Feng, "Mighty god of the Mexican River Magina, your most devout believers are calling to you. Please grant us the power to purify the evil before us." The void distorted, and a boundless divine might spread out. Clearly, the god of the Mexican River, Magina, had responded to Pavon's summon from the distant void. An earth-yellow divine light containing terrifying divine might crossed the endless void, responded to Pavon's prayer, and entered the earth-yellow disc semi-divine armament plate of the Mexican River in his hand. The semi-divine armament plate of the Mexican River lit up at once, and mysterious and abstruse runes containing the power of law flickered on the plate of the Mexican River. An earth-yellow river gushed out of the plate of the Mexican River and swept towards Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Yang Feng opened his maw and belched an ancient dragon breath that slammed into the earth-yellow river like a meteor. The earth-yellow river easily swept up the ancient dragon breath, devoured it, and then turned into a terrifying torrent that engulfed Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. The earthen yellow river contained the terrifying power of laws, as well as the incomparably powerful power of gods. It severed the connection between Yang Feng and the vigor of heaven and earth, making it impossible for him to cast powerful spells with the help of the vigor of heaven and earth. A fearsome corrosive force gushed out of the earth-yellow river and frantically eroded Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Bubbles rose from the scales of Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Clearly, the scales of the ancient black dragon were being corroded inch by the earth-yellow river. After becoming a god, the god of the Mexican River, Magina, used his tremendous divine power to cut off a tributary of the Mexican River. With the help of his divine power and part of the law of water that he comprehended, the plate of the Mexican River was refined into a semi-divine artifact. The plate of the Mexican River was the cornerstone treasure of the god of the Mexican River. It guarded the temple for countless years, and its power was boundless. A series of prayers came out of the temple, and the power of faith surged out and entered the Yellow River. Inside the Earth-Yellow River, Yang Feng flapped his wings and struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free from the Earth-Yellow River. Sharp pain came from his eyes, and the ancient black dragon scales on his body began to slowly corrode by the Earth-Yellow River. The Earth-Yellow River was a tributary of the Mexican River and contained the divine power of the god of the Mexican River. It had the miraculous effect of cutting off the connection between experts and the vigor of heaven and earth. Even if it was a demigod-rank magic attribute expert, once swept by the Earth-Yellow River, they would be corroded and devoured in a very short time. The resistance of the ancient black dragon Yang Feng's incarnation was extremely strong, which was why he could barely withstand it. However, if nothing unexpected happened, it would only be a matter of time before he was swallowed by the Earth-Yellow River. Standing quietly on a tree branch, Esramia swept Yang Feng midair with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath, and her eyes shimmered solemnly. She took out the sun god's bow, aimed at Pope Pavon of the god of the Mexican River, and frantically poured resplendent sun force into the sun god's bow. Suddenly, a resplendent sun god ray shot towards Pavon like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it hit the barrier of the god of the Mexican River. The frightening sun god ray erupted in a flash and blasted a fist-sized hole in the barrier, which then collapsed and disappeared. Dark Elven Assassination Arrow. Almost in an instant, a pitch-black arrow that contained a terrifying dark energy as deep as the sea instantly shot out from the fist-sized hole. It silently pierced through Pavon's forehead and penetrated his brain. How could this be? This was the last thought that flashed through Pavon's mind. His body trembled slightly, and he slumped to the ground. The demigod armament plate of the Mexican River in his hand fell to the ground as well. After losing Pavon's main body, the faith power dispersed in all directions. The Earth-Yellow River that had firmly trapped Yang Feng flowed in reverse and entered the demigod armament plate of the Mexican River. Yang Feng could no longer maintain his ancient black dragon form, and was forced to change back into his human form. After Yang Feng changed back into his human form, a frightening sword wound extended from the left side of his neck to the right, almost wanting to cut his neck open. A large amount of blood gushed out of the wound and dyed his body red, looking extremely miserable. Strands of strange divine power permeated the wound, preventing it from healing. Yang Feng swallowed a dozen vials of elixirs in a row. At the same time, the liquid metal nano-robots inside him operated frantically, cleaning up the divine power of the god of the Mexican River and slowly dispelling it. Although the divine force of the god of the Mexican River was of a very high grade, but without a master, it still couldn't resist Yang Feng's frightening warlock-rank life force. When Yang Feng returned to his human form, his figure blurred, and he quickly rushed towards the plate of the Mexican River. A black figure suddenly burst out, turned into a black ray, and shot towards the plate of the Mexican River. The black figure ferociously slammed into the barrier of the god of the Mexican River. Earth-yellow divine power enveloped the figure and frantically burned it. At the same time, black smoke rose from its body. Miserable screams burst out of the black silhouette, and bloody energy erupted in an instant, allowing it to forcibly break free from the god of the Mexican River's barrier. A black arrow fell from the sky, ran through the figure's master, and nailed him to the ground. Dark force pervaded the surroundings and sealed the figure's master, making him unable to budge. Yang Feng arrived before the barrier of the god of the Mexican River, opened his mouth, and belched a dragon breath that slammed into the barrier. Without Pavon presiding over the temple, the power in the temple could no longer condense, and Yang Feng's dragon breath easily burned a big hole in the barrier protecting the god of the Mohican River. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.